specifically, I mean, I can point to plenty of the things he engaged in, but I mean, he also has cut funding for energy or substitutes that is also going to impact the price. And then also gas prices since he's got in office have increased.
Really?
Yeah, since Trump's got in office, gas prices have increased.
All right.
What happened to drill, baby, drill? Drill, baby, drill. Just drill so much that the price goes to zero. Drill, baby, drill. What happened to that? I thought he was gonna be dictator on day one to drill, baby, drill. Seems like he forgot about that.
What about like?
Where are they drilling, baby, drilling? What happened to the Keystone XL pipeline? Is Trump bringing that back against court determinations?
I guess not.
Okay.
What about like?
I wanted them to drill, man.
What about like the people of both parties? I'm saying like, actually I have, any of my friends who are Democrats, if I said I would vote for Trump in front of them, all of them disown me. Like actually, like that's happened before.
There are probably pretty good reasons for that, right? Like
what?
He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. Right? He denies science and climate change, and he spreads vast misinformation that leads to the public health crisis in our country right now, and measles rates increasing in the country. I mean, I can point to a million different things, like him giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires while increasing tax on low and middle income individuals, alongside a million of other policies that Donald Trump has done that have been vastly detrimental to this country. Yet you're going to sit there and be like, I have no idea why someone would specifically not want to be my friend if I believe in that. What?
All right.
You have no idea? You couldn't possibly understand why why people would not want to be friends with you in that context? Do you have a response?
Well, I don't know. It's just these guys have been like my best friends for years, and then the moment they hear I would vote for this person, like they just instantly unadd me on everything, block me on everything, never talk to me again. Like, doesn't that seem a little
Did you
crazy?
hear anything I just said?
I did.
Okay, so like, does there get a point where like, you're just violating people's morals and they don't want to associate with you morally?
I guess.
Okay, like so like all the things that I just mentioned are reasonable points to like not want to be friends with you. Genuinely. I'm not joking. Every single one of those is crazy. Okay? It is crazy.
Right.
Every single one of those points is actually fucking diabolically insane. Okay? The fact that you stand behind that and you didn't even intellectually respond to any of the points that I brought up shows that it probably makes sense why they didn't want to communicate with you about this. If you can't engage with the points that I'm bringing up on the live, what could they have engaged with that would have specifically changed your mind? Sounds to me like they made the fucking right decision, right?
I don't know. I feel like a way better option would be maybe try to change my mind instead of just.
That's what I'm doing right now. And are you really reflecting upon that? I'm giving you all the information to do that. And are you really changing? Are you changing your mind? Are you giving an intellectual response? Is there a thought process that you have here?
Yeah.
And by the way, I just want to say, it is not your friend's obligation, right, at all to specifically go through and do that. That's why these places exist. That's why I do what I do, is because I want people to be able to come here and engage with me so that people don't have to be each other's friends when they have those types of moral disagreements. It's not your duty or obligation to like be friends with people to then like inevitably change their mind in the long run. That's not your obligation as a friend, even if you've known someone for a long time.
Well, now I think back to it, I didn't specifically say that I would vote for Donald Trump. I'm thinking back to it and I'm realizing they did that after I reposted a picture of Charlie Kirk's family after he got shot.
Okay, I'm confused what your point is here.
Was that people of the Democratic Party are willing to distance themselves from people or completely ignore people for mourning a death? Like, that's crazy to me.
I'm sorry, do you understand that there's like people on the right that have opinions that you disagree with as well, and that distance
I
themselves from their
understand that.
family members because they think that there's demonic entities within their fucking family members? Like, genuinely, like there are genuinely cases where people on the right believe that there are demonic entities within the context of the people that are within their family, and that's why they have to distance themselves from them. Well, would you brand the entire right as that because there was some idiot on the right that did that?
No, for real.
Wouldn't.
Like,
so then I'm confused. Why would you at all say that because someone holds a position that you don't like, specifically on one side, that you're going to brand the entirety of a position that way? Obviously, that wouldn't make any sense.
Because it is pretty much every single Democrat I've met that is like that, is what I'm saying.
Every single. Okay, so am I like that?
I mean, you just said I kind of deserve it earlier.
What did you? Because you didn't listen to any of the points that I brought up. Because each one of those things are reasons to not support Donald Trump. And you didn't even intellectually engage with them. So yes, I wouldn't, like, genuinely, like, you haven't showed a willingness to change at all. Maybe that will get you to reflect upon it, but genuinely, like, I talk to people every single day. I know specifically when people are showing a willingness to change. You didn't even engage with the argument.
Yeah, you're right. All right. I got
like the points. I can bring them back up.
Right. I remember them. It was that he like wants to date kids. He's a sexual assaulter.
He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse by unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury for forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. Unanimously. Every single one.
In the changing room or whatever.
He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old...
Right, I have seen that.
He said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. So if you've seen that, why do you still defend him?
Here's a thought. Maybe that is pretty crazy. I don't think he's a good person, but I'm not sure what that has to do with him doing his job as president.
You don't know what that has to do with him doing his job as president? Like him thinking it's okay to like abuse people and like perv on kids? I'm sorry, like you want them to be president? You want kids?
Okay, but what does that have to do with him running the economy? What does that have to do with him being the president?
Well, I mean, we also have gone over in this conversation that the way he engages in economic policy is to the benefit of the very, very rich at the expense of like the bottom 99%. Okay, like I'm serious, like genuinely. Like his policies are not benefiting you. His policies are harming you, okay? Economically speaking. So not only is he economically worse off, but he's a horrible person.
All right.
Like genuinely, let's talk about the economy. Like I don't think there's a defensible position to back Trump from an economic perspective. I genuinely don't.
Give me examples then.
The tariffs have led to worse off job market situations in terms of unemployment. Unemployment's increased. We've seen upward pressure on prices, right, which we wouldn't have seen if tariffs were not implemented, which has limited the ability to reduce interest rates and make it more affordable for everyday average Americans.
I've seen statistics that say the opposite.
What do you mean?
I mean, we could probably both bring up statistics that say...
What statistics have you seen?
I mean, I'll have them on me now.
Because I got mine from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So I would love to see what other statistics that you saw or where you got them from.
I mean, I just said I don't have them, but I've seen them before.
Where do you get your information from then?
Yeah, you're right. I get it from TikTok. Shit.
Okay. So that's why I'm saying, like, because I'm on TikTok. So am I a valid source to you?
Sometimes. I do be watching your shit sometimes.
Well, okay. I do think I am a valid source because I'm going to give you legitimate information because I'm trustworthy. But the point that I'm making here is that, yeah, I'm not even citing myself, right? I'm citing the Bureau of Labor Statistics under the Trump administration.
Right.
So it's like, I don't know why you dispute your own data.
I don't know. I like to get my news from other like, oh wait, there's this one guy I always like to get my news from on Instagram, Both Sides News. Have you heard of him? Dude, he's awesome. Yeah, people should check him out. He's actually amazing. But
Okay.
yeah, well, I gotta go soon because other people probably want their opportunity to talk to you too. But like, one last thing I do want to bring up, I just think it's like horrible that Democrats want to keep illegal immigrants in the company for the reason in the country for the reason that like, oh, they just want to do the dirty jobs in America and they don't get paid that much, like they're good for the economy. And I'm like, I just think that's like horrible because like at that point you're just abusing them and keeping them just because they're doing dirty work. I feel like, you know what I'm saying?
No, we're advocating for a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. Actually, enforcing a mass deportation process creates the conditions where they specifically cannot can identify themselves to authorities, which would reduce them getting exploited in those manners, right? So actually, the process that you're advocating for creates the conditions that they're in. A process I advocate for would get rid of those conditions.
How would sending them back to their country create that environment for them?
What's up?
How would sending them back to their country make them have bad jobs in the U.S.? How does that make sense?
Dude, I said a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
You said I support sending them back to the country and deporting
mass
them.
deportation.
Yeah, how does that create?
Because it creates the condition where if they're already in the country undocumented, that they have no ability to tell the authorities that they're being mistreated by their employer.
That's not what I'm saying, though. I'm saying is that, like, I see a lot of people out there saying the argument for keeping illegal immigrants in the country because, like, oh, they help run the economy because they do all this dirty work that no actual American wants to do, and they don't really get paid for it. And I just think that's horrible.
Yeah, that is. So what's the solution? Amnesty.
Yeah.
Okay. Mass deportation is not a solution for that. It's what causes that problem.
I see where we come from now. All right, dude. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go on the next individuals. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, it's how old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2003 or 2002, sorry.
You said you're 23? What month were you born?
Yeah, I was born in April.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I almost want to say Trump, but I keep seeing things about him being I don't know if I can say it online, but a rapist.
Yep. So you wouldn't support him?
I probably wouldn't vote for him again, no.
Okay. Based. Let's go on the next individual quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you? By the way, for the people in the chat, just letting you know, the bags under my eyes, they are genetic, as they always are. And also, just as my face looks like different when I first wake up, that doesn't mean I'm like super tired. I'm actually like pretty well rested today. I'm elevated. That's what it is. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Let's go, man. 24.
The stuff right there is genetic, like the under eye stuff. Yo, what's up, how old are you? You said what?
24.
24. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris.
Trump, 100% of the time.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Just Kamala wasn't the right person.
Kamala? Why so?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how I pronounce it, and I could care less. She was a fake politician,
You could just say VP Harris and be respectful.
All right, well, I could care less, to be honest. Her administration almost put us under the ground, so I'll just say that.
Do you want us to do the same thing to you? I mean... Okay, Phil.
I mean, I could care less. It's not many ways you could really mess up my name. So,
hey everyone, we have Phil Jr. on the live. Phil Jr. is on the live right now. Hey, Phil Jr., how you doing, buddy? How you doing, Phil Jr.?
Guess my name's Phil. All right, thanks.
This guy's name is Phil Jr. Actually, Phil Jr. Get it right.
All right, but yeah, no, I didn't support the previous administration. I'm more so Republican, so therefore, I just felt voting for Trump was my best bet. I thought Kamala was fake.
Kamala?
She was the border czar. She had a terrible run.
Border czar? No, she wasn't.
Biden didn't make it any better. Yes, she
Wait,
was.
what is the border czar
There's a
under
specific
her-
video.
Nope.
There's a specific video, Parker, and you know it too, of Biden literally appointing her. There was millions
Nope.
of illegals coming through along with
undocumented
fentanyl.
immigrants. Oh, you can't even say that. I have to kick you off the line because
Okay.
it's TikTok
I didn't-
terms of service. It's TikTok terms of service. You have a different account. I'll debate you on it, Phil Jr., but I do have to go on to the next person because that's TikTok TOS. It will restrict the push of the live to keep you up. Very unfortunate. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And what's your birth year?
2000.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Sorry, that's my cat. I would still vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Just frankly, I think economically, there's a lot more things that I saw just in support of kind of growing back to putting money back in. And I mean, don't get me wrong, it's tough to differentiate between, what's actually happening and what's really happening, what with CNN and Fox News and all that stuff. So honestly, Parker, kudos to you for coming out and like debating this stuff because this is big and it brings people together. And honestly, I'm looking for a new perspective on this kind of thing, but I wanted to talk to you about the Japan visit that he just had and kind of procuring about, according to the news media, is like $900 billion and whatever. I'm trying to think. And then like the rare earth mineral deal that would essentially put, it delays them like a year from their initial, their initial deal. They put it a year back to make sure that America is like, I guess, top dog with AI. I don't know. Did you have anything on that or?
Okay, so there's a few things here. In terms of the growth that we've seen with our economy, it's actually been at a lower rate comparative to the Biden-Harris administration. And in terms of trade, the trade that we see, it's likely that we see increases in trade in terms of the nominal level of the dollar amounts over time. But the issue that I would say in terms of the level of trade is that when you impose tariffs, it causes an increase in the cost of engaging in trade, which then disincentivizes trade with the United States. So when we're imposing on tariffs on countries around the world, that disincentivizes our consumers of buying products from those countries. And when they place tariffs on us in retaliation, they're disincentivized to buy our products, right, being sold in their countries. So
Right.
that's going to cause less trade between countries, like in the U.S. and countries around the world, like overall, right? Including if we're referencing Japan, right? If there's an increase in the level of tariffs comparative to what there was under the Biden-Harris administration, that's going to decrease the level of overall trade that will happen. The claims about the level of trade, well, that would have been larger if it was the case that there wasn't the tariff implemented, because there's an increased cost of engaging in the trade. There's going to be a decrease in the level of trade. That's how the supply curve works.
Okay. And yeah. See, like, because I'll believe you on that because I'm not qualified or anything like that. So, and I'm a very moderate Trump supporter. I kind of like with Kamala, correct?
Kamala.
Sorry. KH. She was, don't get me wrong, my girlfriend and I, we share separate sides of the spectrum. And she was very in favor of Kamala. KH. And,
You can say
I was
somewhere.
KP Harris. Okay. And then I was just in the middle ground, like, my family's very right. And I just kind of sat out that election because I'm still in support of Trump because I think that he has that business mindset. But, there's definitely a lot of struggles with socially, like, don't like the way he talks. But, still, I think foreign, prime ministers and, Zelensky, or not Zelensky, but Putin, all these people are quote unquote, kind of scared of what Donald Trump can do and would just walk right over the Democrat Party. It just feels like nobody really, I guess, respects the Democrats foreignly. I mean, prove me
That's just
wrong.
not
Like,
true. I mean, you can look at Pew Research. They did like a analysis of the confidence in the world leaders to do the right thing regarding world affairs, of comparing Trump and Harris on a country medium of 18 and 24 different countries. Right, it showed that Donald Trump's confidence was like 33%, and Kamala Harris's confidence is well over 55%.
who reported on that? Just curious.
Pew Research.
Pew.
Yeah. Kitty, think of the galaxy. Thank you. So that, and then also like Trump actually cut the funding for Ukraine, which gave Putin more power to take more in Ukraine. So if anything, Putin was the one that actually took advantage of Trump. So like this idea that it was that the case that he was going to take advantage of Democrats is ridiculous, because Democrats would have kept up the funding.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, you've given me some good things to think of. And I just, at the end of the day, the main thing for me is just the party I'll vote for is the party that ends the division. And don't get me wrong. I mean, I like what Democrats are doing with protests, and everything has been peaceful for the most part. It's just, I mean, down to it, I just want to see a more universal leader in the Democratic Party.
Can I ask you a question? Who do you
Absolutely.
think caused more division, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
I mean, unfortunately, and this is where I am away from the right, is Donald Trump. It's the way he talks, the way he, likes to tout himself as this all, top guy. And, honestly, I don't think we're at a point society-wise that, like, we need that kind of thing. I mean, everyone needs to be on each other's side, I mean, if I could have it my way.
You don't support Trump then?
Main thing is like, I've worked 3 jobs for the past 6 years, and regardless, whoever's coming in, Biden didn't make my life better. Trump really hasn't proven anything either. So I mean, like, I'm more of a party hopper. I go back and forth, and I'm just kind of holding out
Sounds like
hope
you
that
don't support Trump though. Like, you would have preferred Harris. Who cares if you're a party hopper? The point is that you prefer Harris over to Trump.
I just don't know, though. I just don't know if I would have. Honestly, some of it is the bias.
Like, what's the reason? What bias?
I've grown up in the Republican Party. All my friends are Republican. My family's Republican. And back in 2016, even before I could vote, like, my mom was telling me all this stuff about how it's going to change. Like, politics are going to change. There's not going to be any more just like, do you remember the drain the swamp, like, crap that they would run with? Like, back then, I didn't believe any of that stuff. But then Joe Biden, the sitting Democrat for 40 plus years, VP to Obama, had to run in 2020, and he just seemed completely unqualified. Like, not saying that Trump is way better than him. It was just like Joe Biden didn't seem like he was very, I guess, adamant.
Joe Biden wasn't the candidate. It was Kamala Harris.
I know. I was going back to 2020. Honestly, man, I mean, yeah. I've said all I said, or wanted to say, honestly. Like, you just given me some good perspectives, I promise. I am a Trump fan right now. I mean, it's hard to say that, but I just think there's still time, and hopefully he can turn it around.
Okay, one question before you leave. Is there one thing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I mean, obviously, I just can't throw anything out. I mean, just pure, and honestly, yes, there's obviously something he could do. I mean, I'm not like a magma person. I don't have a hat, but
Such as? What could he do?
I mean, he could be on the Epstein files. I mean, like, that's getting really damn suspicious.
On the Epstein files. I'm not trolling. Like, he was briefed that he was on the Epstein files.
I have a question about that. Is there like an actual paper of like names and everything, or is it like
you're thinking of the Epstein client list, right? Epstein client list is different than it's within the Epstein files, we would assume, right? But Trump is within the Epstein files. We don't know if it's in like some sort of incriminating way.
So why did Joe Biden's administration never release that then?
They did release a lot that they could. There was a lot that's sealed. And it's
sealed,
based upon, it's. What do you mean?
No, I was just curious. Like, how is it sealed? Like, why could they only release some?
Yeah, I'm not quite familiar on why it was sealed. I'm just more familiar with the fact
Yeah.
that it was sealed.
Okay.
So that limits them from being able to give out.
Do you know
any
when it
broader
was sealed?
information.
I'm just curious.
No, I do not.
Okay. And yeah, like that was
there was
something
an ongoing investigation. I would assume maybe.
right. And there's going to be an ongoing investigation for the next 20 years. Like, let's be real here. I just feel like it's never, honestly, man, like 2026, Democrat gets elected and they release the files or the client list. Man, like, I'm on the train then. But it's just like, I don't
That
trust
will probably
politicians.
be a position that the next Democrat will hold. Like Jenny.
Okay, then we will have another debate in 4 years, and I'll be right here on your side. But no, I hear you. Like, I just think at the end of the day, all politicians are in somebody's pocketbook, and
Well, you don't have
You know-
any evidence of that being true specifically with like Kamala Harris. So like again, all these assumptions that you generally place, you have to like actually do research to say whether or not it's applicable to a certain candidate. And I would say that's significantly more applicable to someone like Donald Trump.
okay, fair enough. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, Parker.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I have a few people to thank, and we'll go on to the next person real quick. Taz, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. I'll definitely try to bring that in. John, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. Libby with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Libby. Thank you. Give some W's for Libby in the comment section. Madeline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the dollar as well. Thank you. Let me catch up on YouTube real quick, and we'll go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people as always. As always. Alrighty. Let me say thank you to a few people. We'll get the next person up. Linus, thank you for the 20 euros. Give me some W's for Linus in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Or Linus, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for them. Jolish, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Jolish. I really appreciate it. Woody with the $10. Thank you. Jolish again with the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Jolish, thank you again for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Make sure to donate to food banks. Absolutely. Especially now, given that there's a lack of funding for SNAP. Absolutely. And I've also heard that it's significantly better specifically to give donations in terms of money rather than food, because they get lots of deals within the food banks from suppliers. So actually the dollars go further for getting supplies as well. So that is one thing just to let people know as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Slavinsky, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And Woody, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you. They said decreasing funding due to a state's decision to elect to a mayor has to be unconstitutional, right? I would assume, I'm not familiar with like everything in terms of that. I'm assuming that like legal experts will come out with their information on that here pretty soon. Vastly. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27. Can you hear me? Is
support
it
Donald
windy?
Trump? It
I'm
sounds fine.
27. Yes.
Yeah, if you could go back in time, you could either vote
Yes,
for
I
Donald
sure
Trump
do.
or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
See, back then, I was born in 1998. So growing up, being black was heavy Democrat, heavy Democrat. Um, I've seen what Obama did.
Hold on. Can I get you to respond to my specific question real quick? Like, if you could go back in
Yeah.
time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Trump.
Okay.
Trump.
Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, just for as it affects me on immigration because I live in Texas. So the border is a very big issue, uh, and just to see the difference between the previous administration, how it went from Obama, then Trump, then how the floodgates opened with Biden, and I've just seen like how I was personally impacted, like with my mom who couldn't get an apartment. However, someone here who is illegal to walks in and just get an apartment. It kind of rubbed me the wrong way, and it kind of pushed me to vote on the stance of immigration. So
Okay, Okay, so
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
there's a few things I would like to say here. I don't think that people's lack of access to apartments are caused by like undocumented immigrants or documented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants, they're not able to get access to apartments from the federal government, or even from state governments. Those would specifically be like legal asylum seekers. People are going through the legal process for immigration, and there are laws in certain areas that restrict asylum seekers from being able to work, which specifically, if they're not allowed to work in certain areas, of course they need benefits. And also, those are temporary in certain contexts because of the fact that there are were severe weather situations for asylum seekers in like New York. There was severe weather, so like they literally just like utilize hotels specifically to house people.
See, I understand this is a big, but I would invite you to come to Dallas to see that the people that live in these apartments are asylum seekers. And trust me, I am kind of on the fence of what Trump is doing. I do think there needs to be just a clear path to citizenship for the people that are already here. But like I've seen people literally from Honduras, Guatemala, which I'm all for, because I think that's what makes America the way that it is, just because of how diverse we are. But I do think that there should be some type of clear path to citizenship. And I don't think either party, or if you can inform me on the Democratic side, if they had any clear plans for a path to citizenship for illegal immigrants.
Well, they already had something specifically in certain contexts, like for example, like with DACA and with other sort of government programs meant to provide a pathway to citizenship for some. I would just argue that like they don't go to the extent that I would like. And I definitely don't think Trump is preferable, right? Like if you want a faster and quicker pathway to citizenship, Democrats were advocating for that. John, thank you so much for the blooming heart. Thank you. Whereas Trump isn't, right? And Trump violates due process rights for undocumented immigrants, right? To a greater extent comparative to the Democrats. So that's also something that I would point to. So it sounds like you have a similar position to me, that you believe in like mass amnesty for undocumented immigrants if like they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. So like it sounds like you agree with me, and I would say that's like who's closer to our position is going to be the Democrats. I'm not saying that they're perfect on our position, because I definitely disagree with them on plenty of their positions on immigration, like specifically deporting people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. But it is a case that like they are preferable comparative to Trump.
And so is the new phase, and I appreciate that the information. I just say we agree on that. But I think what's also pushing me further and further right is the instances of like Zoran Mandami, like his run in New York. I'm just not a fan of just socialism, right? And I think the number one thing I think Democrats need to work on is their messaging, right? But I just think that when you're working class here, socialism, that pushes it away. And it's like, man, I work hard for what I have. And now we're just giving it for everyone who is not working. My sister's on food stamps. My sister's on EBT out of all the family members in my family. And it's like all my sister does is has to get up and just go get a job, but she's receiving that government assistance. So she knows that, so she can just sit there and hotel hop from hotel to hotel to hotel because she's living off the government. So that's why I feel like I'm still leaning more right, just because it's just the basis of just getting back Americans working back hard.
So there's a misnomer here. I probably would say that Zoran's a socialist, definitely. Like he's definitely, in my eyes, probably a democratic socialist. Like from his own perspective, if I were to sit down and have a conversation with him about that specific view, I don't think that he has the ability to implement socialism from the government perspective under our current system. So the different policies he's advocating for are literally just like liberal policies. They're social democratic policies. Okay, so like there's no policy that he supports that's going to allow people just to live off the government for nothing, right? There's no policy that he's advocating for that's like that. He's advocating for like making the bus and like free, like that's what he's advocating for, free buses, right? For better public transportation. He's advocating to like make grocery stores, right? Like city owned, right? Specifically to try to see if there could be any type of difference in like a city owned grocery store in terms of affordability for people within the context of the population. So there are things obviously that are untested that he's advocating for, right? And that we're going to specifically be able to see. But I also do think that like there are certain policies that obviously you do test on a local level like that, right, that I think are important to try, right? And I definitely, want to see how it's going to operate. And I definitely think that Mamdani is a great candidate. He's really, really cool, genuinely. Like I think he's a lot more genuine than we see from typical politicians, right? I
Yeah.
think that's definitely very
Yeah,
obvious.
I can definitely say, I would say it's just because it's something different and the way that he's taken it. It's just, so if you were a New York resident, would you vote for Zoran?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. What I definitely preferable to Cuomo and Sliwa.
Okay. So what, and maybe I may be misinformed. I know I'm jumping back and forth all over the place, but so what has Trump done that the Democratic Party was campaigning on? Right, I seen Oprah, right, just being as a Black American, seeing talking about, oh, women are never going to be able to vote in an election again, or so I'm just saying, what is that they're campaigning on that Trump has done to set back our country? Not
What has Trump
feelings
done to set
wise,
back our
but
country? Yeah, I got
yeah.
you. He's undermined our rule of law, our constitution, our court processes, our democratic elections. He's literally pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. He's divided our country massively. He's done massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires and increased taxes for working class Americans. I can go into a million things. He's restricted people's access to abortion, right? Like,
Yeah. The abortion case, I honestly don't think men should be having that conversation. I think that should be a debate between women uh, and what they believe in.
I think
But
men should advocate for like people to have choice, right? I think men should be pro-choice. I think the idea that men shouldn't engage in the conversation is like a bad idea. Like,
well, I mean, in the
because that's
sense,
just it's genuinely pushed more men towards having worse positions on it, which inevitably
well,
leads
to
to
me
them
is
voting for that. It's better to acknowledge that men should have the position to be pro-choice, right?
the reason why I say that is because as a man, we don't carry the child for 9 months or however long, and it doesn't alter our body. It doesn't risk us in certain things. So yes, we can have a stance like, oh yeah, pro-choice or pro-life. I just think it should just be pro-women on whatever the women wants to do, not necessarily on the stance of like,
Yeah,
oh yeah,
exactly. That's pro-choice.
pro-choice. But
That is literally it's
so that's
whatever the person who's pregnant wants to do. That's going to be pro-choice. So like you're just saying men should be pro-choice. So men should still have the position. But by the way, there are lots of things that we have positions on that specifically don't directly apply to us. So I don't think it's a winning argument for us to say because something doesn't directly apply to us that we can't necessarily have a position on it.
so what? So what
I
did
just
I
think that
do
we should have the
wrong?
right position on it, if that makes sense, right?
The right position.
Yeah, like
So
the right
let's
position is
say
to be
it,
pro-choice, is to leave it up to their choice.
to
There's no
leave it up
reason
to
to
the
restrict
women.
upon it. Yeah, there's no reason to restrict upon it.
Yeah, we're kind of saying the same. Yeah. So as a Black American, if you could tell me what did I do wrong for voting for Trump?
Well, I think that anyone did something wrong specifically by voting for a guy held civilly liable of sexual abuse, who incited a violent insurrection of the Capitol, who pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots, who called for a termination of all rules, regulations, articles, even those found in the Constitution, that denied basic scientific facts, like saying that climate change is caused by humans. Right, like he said, the climate is going to start cooling, and science just doesn't know it yet. And he also said that climate change is a hoax. We can also point to plenty of different things, right? But those are just a few that I would love for you to address right off the bat.
All right. Did you ever plan on running for some office?
No,
Why?
I genuinely, I don't know. I never like even planned to be in this position right now. This kind of just happened, and a lot of people are
Yeah,
here.
but
I never planned to like run for office, and I genuinely haven't felt like an urge to do so. What's up?
oh, I would say that me voting for Trump, I believe, and again, I honestly think, and I'm gonna put it like this: I don't think the Democrats left me any choice. And what I mean by that is, again, it based off their campaigning and their messaging. If I was the Democrats, I feel like throwing Miss Harris just Mrs. Harris is out there like that, I think did her a disservice in the way that Joe Biden was going to, like, even though we saw the decline, how he wasn't going to step down. I believe they should have had a panel of the Democratic. They should have had like a quick little debate or so, and then had the DNC, I believe, pick, versus just throwing her in there. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Well, I actually don't think that should have happened, because I think that the vice president should have stepped up when the president steps down after that ticket has already been voted in. I think that we should respect the process of how our presidential process works, and that in that situation, given that it's so close to the election, that it would not have made sense to do a primary. Right? Because we already did one. We already did a primary, and they were voted. We know that if the president steps down, the vice president steps up, and it was clear that Biden should have stepped down.
So
I
can the
ideologically prefer other Democrats, but that doesn't mean that that wasn't the right process to follow through with. That genuinely, that I don't think it was an undemocratic process to follow through with, and I also think that 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee. No one decided to run against her. I mean, you even had people like Newsom. Newsom talked about this recently, how he didn't even think about running. He immediately was throwing out a support for Kamala's bid, right? Because he knew it was going to happen. So immediately. And if anyone were to run in that situation, it would be Newsom. Genuinely, Newsom's obviously going to be running in 2028.
Do you think he's going to win?
I don't know.
I honestly think this, and I'm going to be honest. I just think that the Democratic Party, they really don't have a clear leader, nor do they have a clear vision. It just seems that
we have a clear vision. We don't necessarily have a specific person that we're picking yet. What's the issue with that? That's with every primary.
No, not necessarily. I'm just saying that I just think the messaging. I mean, we see it when we have people like Charlamagne the God, who's a very, very against Trump, who's very, you see, and he had, I'm not going to say the word attack, but he illuminates the fact that the Democratic Party doesn't really have they're in shambles. They don't have a clear view on, okay, so we have AOC, Bernie Sanders leaning this way, like a little further left than some would say, but then you have people like a Gavin Newsom. So it's kind of like, where inclined do you think the Democratic Party?
I'm sorry, do you think that there's no difference in ideological opinions amongst the Republican Party? There's plenty of differences amongst the Republican Party ideology.
But I think there's just
ideology-wise,
the basis. The basis of the Republican Party has always been, from what I've known growing up, especially in Texas.
What? What is the basis? What are the base plans of the Republican Party?
Just overall in general, or just smaller government. I would say, and this is just a general term. They like their guns. We love their gun. We like guns. The pro-life. And then I think, from there, people start to differentiate little stuff. Obviously, border control is a big one. Well, like I said, I'm not sure on every Republican state. I know just from Texas, that has been the main base issues from any Republican running in our state.
Okay. A few things here. Trump is definitely not smaller government. Trump's definitely bigger government. They're literally advocating to send the National Guard in to address crime. That's definitely bigger government.
But that's so hard. I'm so sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. You're good.
I agree with it, but then I disagree with it. I disagree because just of the optics of it, you're sending in federal troops into the state. However, I agree with it on the standpoint, just because people say, oh, there's a decrease in crime. There's a decrease in crime. I've been to several countries outside of the U.S. I just recently visited Thailand. And I've never felt as safe as I did versus walking the streets of Dallas where I live. I do believe that we should be able to feel safe. And I feel like he's doing it in such a way. That's where it gets tricky, because I support his ideology behind that, right?
So why didn't you send the National Guard to Texas then?
Because
Because
this
he
is,
didn't
and
have an
that's,
issue
and that's,
constitutionally with doing so, but he decided to send them to states with blue governors. Why did he do that?
and that's where I say that I have the issue. Like, I agree with it, but in a red state like Texas, I don't understand why the National Guard is not here versus Chicago or the other states or cities that he's been sending the National Guard to.
Yeah, like if he was actually trying to address crime, he would have done that because there aren't constitutional issues with sending the National Guard there.
So you think he's doing that just for what? Intimidation or?
I think I think that to see how far he can go with violating the Constitution, seeing where the bounds are, essentially.
Okay. But why only do it in blue states?
That's to test the bounds, because he knows that
That's
there's a
the-
constitutional issue with that.
Okay. Okay.
He's also intimidating people. He's trying to distract them from the Epstein files and, from his horrible economic policy.
So I haven't really been following much of the Epstein files thing. So what has the Biden administration done that was different from what Trump did?
One, it was mainly sealed under their administration. They did release certain things like flight logs that Trump was on 7 different times in terms of Epstein's plane. And they released other documents relative to the case, but I mean, they did have limitations based upon the time periods.
Okay. Damn, good combo. And I appreciate you for honestly letting me join and speaking to me this lengthy of time. Just because I think that we need more of this in a world where we're just so divided. And that's the biggest thing. I just feel like we should just need to do right by the American people. And so what you're doing is very impactful. Even though we disagree, I will still say, like, I really appreciate what you're doing. It's very impactful. Very, very, very impactful. And from a Black American, it reaches us from in cities where we necessarily don't have the access to just hear people just talk about their opinions respectfully. We disagree. You never, not once this whole time, called me out of my name or berated me. So I just want to say that's awesome, Parker Pro. God bless you, brother. Keep that up.
Well, I really appreciate you. Very respectful. I mean, I definitely keep the conversation respectful on my end whenever I engage in respectful conversation on both sides, and I think it's productive in that connotation. There's obviously people that there are going to be on the live where that ends up happening, but
I just think that that's kind of like counterproductive, especially when you have someone, like I said, I just believe
with someone who's productively engaging. Like with someone who's not productively engaging, there are situations where obviously I believe sometimes it makes sense, but obviously it would never be like in a conversation like this. Our conversation's been very productive and respectful.
Yeah, because I would say you've kind of made me think about some things in the sense of just like the National Guard and those things. But it's just, when under Biden, could you say that it was really great? Like, we were prospering as a nation under Biden.
Better than what we would be under Trump's administration. Now, are we like perfect in every way? Absolutely not. I definitely think that there are preferable things that could be the case under Biden, especially because there are limitations in terms of what Congress can do. But like, I mean, in general, like, I don't think everything was perfect. I think there are things we could definitely improve upon, specifically in terms of Biden. But I do think that it would be significantly better than what it is specifically with Donald Trump. If Harris were president, we would be in a significantly better place as a country than what we are right now with Donald Trump.
Yep. Well, I won't take too much of your time, brother. I could talk all day. But thank you so much for taking my call. Let me come on here. And peace, love to you, brother.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
Yes.
Alrighty, everyone, let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I have a few people to catch up with, specifically on Venmo and on YouTube Super Chat. Osiris. Oh, by the way, John, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. Osiris, thank you so much for the $40 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Osiris in the comment section right now for the $40 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Osiris. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much. W's for Osiris in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Jenna as well with the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna get someone up here and then finish. How old are you?
Sami milioni anche pure i Pakistan.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. By the way, everyone, I voted yes on 50 today. Everyone, I think if you live in California, you should absolutely do the same. There's also, elections across the entire nation. Definitely make sure to get involved and make sure to go out and vote. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6, 7.
Okay. John, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you. It's actually Prop 50. And you should vote yes, bud. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm 27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump, 100%.
For sure. Let me thank a few people, and then we'll go on to our conversation here real quick. Give me 1 second. Alfred, by the way, thank you for the $5. W for the vote for Mom Donnie. Let's go. That's based. John, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's great. Olka, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Happy birthday. Or your name is Aaron. Thank you so much, Aaron. Happy birthday, Aaron. And then Dean Parker, thank you. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. I don't know. I've never been in contact with Newsom, but maybe you'd come on for debates or something. Yo, what's up? Well, they just left. Parker, tell Dean to go live. He hasn't responded to me quite yet today, so he'll probably be on live midday or later in the day. Right now is probably typically the time he starts responding to me if he's not on super early. Oh yes, and everyone, make sure, and if you're in Virginia, by the way, there's also an election in Virginia to go check out. Everyone, make sure to vote for the Democratic nominee in Virginia.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Wait. I'm gonna turn you
How
up.
old are you?
Hello? I'm 18.
You're 18, and what's your birth year?
October 3rd, 2007.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. Let me finish saying thank you to people real quick. Jay, thank you for the $5. Said Virginia, vote Spanberger. Absolutely. W's in the comment section. Let's go. Definitely make sure to get out and vote. Absolutely. So, I think I'm fully caught up, actually, everyone. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube. I think I am. Actually, yes, I am. So, why do you support Donald Trump?
Okay, listen. Before you kick me, right? Please debate David, dude. You've been dodging this guy.
Who the fuck is David? I don't even know who David is. Let me find a David in the comment section. This is the only David in my box. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
Peak Media. Hello?
How old are you?
I am 18.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I'm 18. Yes, I do support Donald J. Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007, January 31st.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris.
My
Who would you rather
internet
vote
is
for?
very bad.
I'd vote for Donald J. Trump.
Okay.
Donald J. Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I support him less from an ideological commitment. I more support him from a Republican legacy commitment. But I think the main reasons why I support him on like a general pseudo ideological level is because of his opinion on the economy and the border.
Okay. What about the economy and the border?
I do believe that tariffs are a tax on the consumer, but I believe that those tariffs will eventually have a market impact of bringing back companies back to the United States. Because generally, tariffs historically have been, if under economic stress, yes, they have been bad historically. Let's say like the Great Depression, the Smoot-Hawley tariff definitely made the United States worse on economic levels, but in, let's say, tariffs under Rutherford B. Hayes and Grover Cleveland, they increased economic output in the Rust Belt and other, like Michigan, so on and so forth. So that's my general opinion. And the border, I do disagree with Trump not wanting, I forget what the bill is, like border bill C-200 something, I forget exactly, and telling Republicans not to vote. I disagree with that. I believe it should have been voted for. I do believe in pragmatism. I'm more of like a moderate Republican, as you would assume from me saying like an ideological standard.
You're not a Trump supporter.
You're
not a Trump supporter.
Why would you assume so?
Why would I assume so? Because you just tried to engage in,
Why would you assume
like
so?
an intellectual thought, man. It's not possible that you're a Trump supporter. You're trolling on the live. I genuinely do believe that.
How so?
Come on, can you admit it?
How so? Why?
Can you admit it? Can just admit it? I'm serious. I know
did
it.
vote for Trump.
Do you still support Trump though?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I support.
How did I know? How did I know, Chad? How did I know? How the fuck did I know? Coherent thought? Maybe. No. By the way, it definitely did not increase economic output, but like it was just the fact that he succinctly tried to put it together is that obviously showed me that he's not a supporter of Donald Trump. That was obvious. That was obvious. He succinctly put together incoherent positions. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would absolutely vote for Donald J. Trump.
And what's your birth year again?
2001 or 2007.
Wow, that's a big
May
difference,
11th.
man. 2001 and 2007 is a really big difference, by the way. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2006, March.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, for sure.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I would just say his stance on immigration, for sure, over Kamala.
Okay, what about immigration?
Just the fact that it's not going to be open borders.
Okay, what's an open border?
That's a good question, but I would just say, like, I don't know, to be honest with you. I know it's better than Kamala's. Like, I know his policies.
In what way is it better than Kamala Harris's border position?
Well, wouldn't you say it's more secure under Trump, right, or no?
I wouldn't, actually.
You wouldn't?
Mm-mm. Because my notion of secure is different than his.
Okay.
But I don't think you're going to agree with my notion of secure. So I guess, like, what makes you think that it's better off for Trump in terms of his border policy?
I mean, he seems to be like the only one that cares about it, really. Kamala doesn't really ever talk about it or anything like that. She says that. I mean, she never really. Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know?
I feel like the Laken Riley Act was a good thing under Trump. You know, he kind of made it a priority to.
So name one
You know.
provision within the Lake and Riley Act that you like.
Like I said, I have no clue what that is. I'm just saying that's a good thing.
No
That's
clue what
would
that
you-
is,
would
but
you
it's a
agree
good
that's
thing.
or no?
It's so very good, yet I have no
Wait, would
clue
you
what's
agree
in what
that's
it
good or
is.
no? You can't even agree that's good. That's a good
No,
thing.
no.
What? You can't agree that.
Well, we don't even know what it is. Under
Was it
your
a
view,
bad?
right?
Was it a bad thing that she got
you
killed?
have
Was it a
yet
bad
to
thing
say
that
what
she
it
got
is.
killed?
How do you even know what you're agreeing with if you don't even know what it is?
Wait. Was it a bad thing that she got killed by an illegal immigrant or no?
It was definitely bad.
Yeah. Okay. So I
Wait,
think that was bad.
why? Those things have nothing to do with each other.
Wait. It was a bad thing that she got killed, and it was a good act that he passed.
You don't even know anything about the bill. How can
I
you
mean,
know you agree
I'm-
with the bill if you
like,
don't know anything about
I'm
it?
not a political streamer like that. I'm just coming on here
You don't
to
have
give you
to
a
be a
little.
political streamer to know what you're supporting. You brought it up as something you support.
That's why I'm asking you. That's why I'm on here. I'm learning. I'm on here.
Okay, no, but
I'm
like,
giving
what
you something.
I'm asking you what you support though, and it sounds like you don't even know.
I'm telling you what I voted for. Yeah.
Yeah, but
And
you
I'm
don't even know
and I'm
what you
asking
voted
you,
for.
and I'm asking you why it's wrong. I'm telling you.
Okay, why is that wrong? Because if you want to address the conditions for the border, the best way to address that is to
Why was
provide
the
a
Lincoln
pathway to
Riley?
citizen.
Why was the Lincoln Riley act bad? Is what I'm asking.
Well, I think that you would probably think it's bad because of the fact that it doesn't use that high of a standard of evidence for being able to deport people. Right? It's a really low standard of evidence in terms of just an accusation, right? In terms of detaining and deporting, right? You understand that, right?
I mean, I agree. Yeah, I would agree with that, but I think we should definitely deport illegal immigrants for sure. And
why?
Because they're here illegally, and they're cutting the line for people.
So
that-
if they
they're cutting-
commit a crime, they should be held accountable for committing that crime?
Yeah.
So why did you vote for Donald Trump that restricted him being held accountable for the 34 felonies that he committed?
You're right about that. I wouldn't vote for Trump again. I'm telling you that. I'm telling you right now.
Okay,
I'm
so
telling
if
you.
you could go back in time, you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
You asked me who I voted for.
No, if you could go back in time, would you vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris? If you could go back right now.
Over the two, I think I would still vote for Trump over Kamala. Yeah.
Okay, so you still would vote for Trump.
You haven't given me a reason to vote for Kamala. Yeah.
Okay, so
Oh.
what would be a reason from your perspective? I'm just curious.
To vote for Kamala?
Yeah.
It's a good question. I don't know. I don't know why I would vote for Kamala. You haven't told me anything.
Well, is
You
there
haven't told me anything.
Well, I don't know what you vote based upon.
Secure borders.
Is that it? You just care about the border? That's it?
I mean, good economy,
Good
low
economy.
crime rate. Yeah.
Low crime. So maybe not voting for a criminal who pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th. That might help. Maybe vote for the prosecutor instead.
Is he really a criminal?
Yes, you voted for the criminal over the prosecutor.
Is he in jail?
He should be. And the only reason he's not in jail is because he's president.
Hillary Clinton should be in jail for sure.
For what?
I don't know. For many things. Many things.
Such as?
I mean,
you literally just called for your political opponent to be jailed without reason. I actually have laws that Trump has violated. I have things that he's done wrong that I can point to that say that he should be in prison.
well, no, I'm not
You
gonna lie.
don't.
I'm not
You literally
qualified.
don't. He was convicted.
I'm not
He
qualified
was
to be on this
sentenced.
interview at all, but I would call myself, as much as I would disagree with you and I did vote for Trump, I do call myself a fan, so I'm off this, but hey, I'm a tune in for sure.
Okay, maybe I can change your mind.
All right, sounds good. Later, bro.
Taz, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yes, I'll definitely make sure to bring that up. Zoe, thank you for the $13.64. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Zoe in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Zoe, I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Zoe in the comment section right now. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 28 years old, and I voted for Trump, and I would vote for him again.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, for me, let me put this into the simplest terms I can, I guess. I am a previous liberal. I did vote for Biden over Trump. And then over the years, through various podcasts, watching debates like yours and Charlie Kirk's, some sides just started to make a little bit more sense to me. And yeah, that is why I support Donald Trump, is because I've seen some of the rhetoric that the side that I was on said about people like conservatives, and I didn't agree with it. I didn't agree with
such as
calling them fascists.
Okay, well, actively Trump is a fascist. Like, how do you define fascism?
Well,
okay. Well, I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. Just letting you know.
Sorry about that. My phone's weird.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought. I'm not exactly a
fascism
professional debater or whatnot.
Like, what do you think fascism is? That's okay.
I would say fascism is. I'm trying to put this in my own words. Somebody who does the things that they want to do despite the law contradicting that.
Okay. That's not how I would define fascism, but Trump is then a fascist based upon that definition. He's violated Supreme Court orders on multiple occasions. He doesn't think that he needs to uphold due process rights, which is passed in the Constitution. He's passed an executive order to put people in prison for years for burning the American flag, which is a violation of the First Amendment according to the Supreme Court.
Right, but what I was getting at was, I wasn't talking about Donald Trump specifically, but supporters of Donald Trump. They are being called fascists, they're being called racists, they're being called Nazis without any proof that they are such, just because they say they voted for Donald Trump.
Well, they're definitely in support of someone who's a fascist, right? Like, I don't think every single person who's a Trump supporter has a defined idea and ideology of fascism that they could specifically even reference. I think most of them don't understand it, but they're willing to support someone in despite of it.
I missed the first half of what you said because somebody was trying to call me. I apologize about that.
That's fine. What I'm saying, I don't think that every single Trump supporter, like I would say, like understands what fascism is and like specifically self-prescribes as a fascist. I just think it is the case that they're willing to support someone who's a fascist because of misinformation, disinformation. They probably don't even know what fascism is, right? So like things like that. Right. And I think that if you explain it to someone, oftentimes they will turn away from it. But there are a lot of Trump supporters that genuinely are fascists.
So could you give me your definition of fascism?
Yeah. So I use the 14 characteristics of fascism specifically that goes through powerful and continuing nationalism, disdain for the recognition of human rights, identification of enemies/scapegoats as unifying cause, supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, controlled mass media, obsession with national security, religion and government are intertwined, corporate power is protected, labor power suppressed, disdain for the intellectuals and the arts, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant cronyism and corruption, and the fraudulent elections. All right, so, and I can go through and explain each one of those. You have to hit most of them in order to be a fascist. Just having one of them doesn't necessarily mean you're a fascist, but them all combined together.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was a racist, Nazi fascist?
Do I think he's a racist? Yes. Do I think he was a fascist? Yes.
Okay, let's start with the racism. How do you think he was racist?
He literally said that, I mean, I don't want to even have to go and litigate through all this, but he literally went into a airplane and said that he hopes that the person who's black, who's the pilot, would be qualified just because they're a black person. He's brought up
Actually, that's not true.
What do you mean that's
not
true?
He did not say that. He did not say that because they were black.
Yes, he did.
He said that because of DEI.
So again, because he thinks because DEI leads to people who are less qualified getting into those positions, he's assuming that he hopes that he's like, I hope they're qualified when it is the case that they're black. That's obviously a racist like determination. If you don't think that's racist, well then you're upholding the same type of ideology that I would say is racist.
Right, but he's not saying
DEI
that
does not mean less qualified.
simply because. No, he's not saying. He was not saying that simply because they were black.
Yes,
but he was allowed to. No, because he was allowed to have an opinion on the fact that I really
racist
hope.
opinion.
Again, you said that he said that he hopes. He didn't say, "Oh, that person's not qualified because he's black." He's saying, "I really hope that."
If you question whether or not someone's qualified if you question whether or not someone's qualified based upon them being black, that's definitely racism. Okay, and you can sit there and try to defend it all you want, but everyone here knows that's racism. Like genuinely, we all know.
Agree.
Then you're defending racism. So like you're sitting there like, oh my god, why are people calling us racist and fascist? Well, because you are, right? Like you genuinely are. Like you're supporting and defending it. So why are people calling it? Because it's applicable to you.
No, I don't agree. See, the way I took that when he said that was, and again, in your words, he said, "I hope." And I would think the same thing. I would think
that's obviously a racist statement. To question the qualifications of someone just because they're black is definitely racism.
No, not because they're black. Because of DEI. I would sit there and I would say, "I hope."
Oh my god!
I would.
What DEI
I would sit
policy
there,
put people into positions that were unqualified that were black?
I'm not all too familiarized with that. What I'm saying is, it is a logical thought to sit there and say, man, I really hope that this guy has this job.
No.
Because
just based upon them being black. Just based upon them being black. You can try to justify and say, "Oh, because of."
I would say that about any pilot.
Like that.
I hope that's for.
No, he looked at them and he saw that they were black, and he said, "Oh, I hope that they're qualified. Boy, I hope that they're qualified because they were black."
Now, again, I'm not all too familiar on DEI, but what I do know is that DEI is hiring more so for race other than qualification.
No, you're misunderstanding. It's specifically to provide interviews and opportunities to people that have historically not gotten those opportunities because of racist determinations in job hiring. So it's about extending the job pool to people who are qualified that have historically not been able to get into those positions, even though they're qualified. And like would you justify saying the same thing with a woman specifically? Like when we were implementing policies specifically to extend women's access to being able to be pilots, would you say, "Boy, I hope she's qualified," just because you saw a woman as your pilot? Would you think that's misogynistic?
Well, like I said previously.
No. Would you think that's misogynistic to say, "Boy, I hope she's qualified"?
Simply because she's a woman?
No,
yeah, I would think
because DEI has helped women, right?
But also, I wouldn't call that misogyny because I'm not saying that I hate the fact that it's a woman. But again,
no, but that
just like with
statement
any pilot,
is out of.
I would hope
that
that they are hired
out of
based on their
hatred from women.
qualifications.
It's out of hatred of women and seeing women as lesser than. That's the indication.
No, I don't agree. Like I said, I would say the same thing for any pilot, whether they were black, white, Arab, whether they were a man, woman,
that's not. We're not talking
transgender.
about. We're not even talking about you. We're talking about what Charlie Kirk said and saying that it was obviously racist, and you're just failing to acknowledge it. I mean, do you want to see what he also said about Mamdani? He literally called Mamdani a terrorist, right? We can also point to the fact that, I mean, in plenty of situations, right, that again he's defended Donald Trump's explicit racism, right? I mean, I don't know. Like, you guys also voted for a racist over a non-racist, and you're somehow questioning why people are calling you racist.
Now, let's say, for example, that Trump was racist. I know that you think he is. I don't. But let's say that he was racist or made racist comments. Does that make him less qualified to be a president? To do the job as the president?
Yes. Yes.
How so?
because it is the case that, one, he hasn't acknowledged his racism. Two, he specifically is going to be more likely to engage in policies that would be harmful to people of marginalized identities specifically, right? That would obviously be something that we'd want to point to. So definitely he's more likely to engage in racist policy, given the fact that he's okay with engaging in racism and not acknowledging that in the past. He hasn't acknowledged it. He has not changed his behavior. He's not advocated against it. He's continued to engage in the same behavior over and over again.
Yeah, I don't agree, and we might have just we might just be hitting a wall on this subject. I do have a little bit more time if you'd like to talk about any other subject other than racism or fascism.
Yeah. So can you name a single economic policy of Donald Trump's that he influenced to get passed that you think is good?
An economic policy, I'm not too familiar. Like I said, I'm not all too experienced with all of this, and this is my first debate, so I apologize for stuttering and not having all the facts prepared.
Do you have any policy that you support of Donald Trump's that you could mention?
So without knowing every single piece to this policy, one of the policies that I agree with that reflects on me personally is the Big Beautiful Bill. With that specifically, the no tax on overtime.
Okay, so that aspect of the bill was definitely supported by Democrats. If you want to talk about the Big Beautiful Bill, all of the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, Kamala Harris supported and wanted to keep in place. And she didn't want to have the tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires. So she specifically was trying to advocate for and extend even tax cuts for working class Americans, including the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime deductions. They're not no tax overall. It's just a deduction, right? She definitely advocated for things that were applicable to income earners under $400,000, and then she wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 to then decrease the deficit and the debt.
So then why was that policy not implemented during the Biden-Harris term?
One, it relies on Congress. Two, the spending bill was specifically set for 2025. And they did get it through emergency COVID policy, the child tax credit put in place in 2021 through the American Rescue Plan, that when implemented, reduced childhood poverty by 45%.
Okay. All right, yeah, I can concede on some facts that maybe that was something that they supported, but with that also being said, Trump got that part done.
He got what done, sorry?
The no tax on overtime. Like I said, that's what affects me directly.
Okay, but like you overall are going to have an increase in your taxes because tariffs have been implemented, and it will cause an increase to higher extent in terms of how much you're paying every single day for your groceries and for everything in your life, comparative to what would have happened under the Harris administration.
Not based on what I've seen. I've seen inflation go down.
Inflation's gone up since Trump got in office.
That's pretty crazy because the day that Donald Trump was elected, I was paying almost $5 a gallon in gas, and now I'm paying $2.30.
Gas is more expensive since Trump got in office. It's gone from $3.07 to $3.16 on a national average.
On a national average, okay. Well, I'm talking about things that directly affect like myself.
Yeah.
So again,
gas does.
Again,
so gas is more expensive since Trump got in office on a national average.
That's not true. That's not true.
That's from the Energy Information Administration.
Parker, would you agree that $5 is more than $2.30?
Obviously, but I don't think that you.
Okay, so then how am I paying more money for gas?
I think you have a bad recollection of time. Because if you look at national averages, prices have gone up, like genuinely. So it sounds more like
how much were you paying for a gallon of gas last year?
I don't remember what the specific amount was last year.
Smaller than $2.30?
No, I live in California.
All right. So again, I don't expect you to remember the exact gas price a year ago to date.
That's why I look at the Energy Information Administration.
But based on your own memory, a year ago, how much would you say you were average were you paying for a gallon of gas?
I would.
You're driving down the street. You see the sign in front of the gas station. What's
for
that
a
price
full
say?
tank. It depends. That obviously depends on like the size of my tank, right? Which is
Well, I'm not
obviously
asking
paying-
about a full tank. I'm asking about a simple gallon of gas.
I don't remember the gallon of gas. I probably remember the full tank, but I don't remember the gallon of gas.
I remember paying almost $5 a gallon. It has gone down.
I don't remember
to
the
$2.30.
specific number. Yeah, I don't.
I'm
remember the
not. I'm not
specific
looking for a
in terms of gallon
specific number.
gas.
You can.
I would.
You can give me ballpark if you'd like. I'm sure you've got to remember how much you were paying a gallon
My
of gas.
memory is not so great. Genuinely, it's not so great.
I can tell you. I can
Let's just
tell
say
you
it was
right now
over
during the
$4.
first.
Let's just say it was probably over, probably around $4.20, maybe.
All right, and then how much is it now?
It's around $4.27, man.
Oh, okay. So, Michigan was the only state that was affected by the gas prices. Then Michigan is just booming in gas.
So apparently, but the national average has gone up in price since Trump got in office. That's just reality. So.
I'm sorry. Could you say that one more time? I got people
It's
blowing
okay.
up my phone.
It's just the reality that prices are higher in this country in terms of gas prices. Not even just gas prices, grocery prices, and plenty of the things in the economy. They've all become more expensive. Trump's tariffs have caused prices to go up.
I mean, I guess the proof is in the pudding, right? A year ago, I wasn't buying eggs because I wasn't paying $6 for a carton of eggs. I bought my first carton of eggs a couple weeks ago for $2.
It was bird flu. Bird flu led to us having to kill chickens, which led to there being a lower amount of chickens producing eggs, which then led to eggs prices going up because there was a reduction in the supply of eggs. It has nothing to do with the president of the United States and everything to do with the fact that there was bird flu.
Right, so I was just using eggs as an example. My grocery list in general has gone down. The price, the bill on that has gone down. My cart is getting more full for the same amount of money I was spending.
I don't know how
a
this
year
is
ago.
happening. By the way, I don't know how this is happening for you, that your gas prices are cheaper and that your grocery prices are cheaper when we look at the national average, and that's gone up on both categories, by the way. And I go to the grocery store, it's definitely more expensive, right?
I would not agree. So you're sitting in front of a computer
apparently
right
he
now,
lives
so
in this
you're-
magical area of the United States where everything is cheaper, dude. Imagine.
No, you're right. And you know what? I encourage anybody who is able to look it up. I'm not able to look it up right now because if I leave the live, then or go to Google, then I get out of the live. But I encourage
I just
anybody
won't
who's
keep
not on this call right now. Well, I'm saying in general because I can sit here and say it over and over again how much I'm paying, but you just don't believe me. So I encourage anybody to look up Detroit, Michigan, how much people are paying in gas right now.
Okay. All right. I mean, there's someone in from Michigan in my comment section that said, from Michigan here, I've never seen gas as cheap as $2.30 a gallon. Just today, gas went up to $3.29. I drive a lot and pay close attention. This guy's a liar. Thank you, Kayla.
Well, then apparently I do live in La La Land, right? According to your guys' what you guys are saying. Oh, that's so silly.
What
Give
do
me
you
a
mean?
break.
Like, yeah, I mean, you probably do. You live in Candyland, where everything's cheaper, apparently.
No, I live in the downriver area of Detroit where I guess apparently we're all privileged and we get cheaper gas than everybody in the United States right now.
Apparently, because gas prices and grocery prices have gone up in price, and apparently it's cheaper where you live but nowhere else in the country. Right, like...
I encourage everybody to go and live in Detroit. Yep, I encourage everybody to move to Detroit because everything's cheaper here.
I just got sent a thing saying Detroit spends the most on groceries. Study finds.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of your comments here. Oh, look at that. New Jersey, $2.60.
Yeah, it says personal
$2.35
finance
here.
Site. Personal finance site Wallet Hub looked at 100 of the largest
Oh,
cities to see what
268
percentage
a
of
gallon
their
here.
listen. Personal finance site Wallet Hub looked at 100 of the largest cities to see what percentage of the average household income is spent on common grocery items, and the analysis found that Detroiters spend a higher percentage of their incomes on groceries than residents in any other U.S. city, with a median cost of nearly 3.8%, while grocery prices were somewhat average despite having the 10th most expensive lettuce, the 17th most expensive tuna, according to Wallet Hub.
Well, then I guess I'm lucky that I live in La La Land. Then I encourage everybody to move to La La Land because things are cheaper here.
Well, I mean, like, again, I'm telling you what the national average is. Maybe where you live specifically, it's magical, and it's just that's not the case.
It's got to be magical in Kansas. Somebody said 285.
You understand that, like, 285 in reference to what? What was it under when Trump got
296 here. That's way cheaper than the $5 we were paying.
You understand that's because of the fact that there were supply chain issues around the entire world, and also Trump signed a deal with OPEC to cut oil production. What happened to Trump drill baby drill? What happened to him drilling? I wanted him to drill like we've never drilled before. What happened to that?
Well, there's obviously got to be a lot of drilling going on somewhere if the gas is getting cheaper.
Yeah, I wanted gas to be 50 cents, bro. What happened? I thought he was going to drill baby drill. I thought he was going to be dictator on day one to drill baby drill.
That's crazy because back in Trump's first term, I remember paying $575 a month in rent for a 2-bedroom. I remember paying $1.50 a gallon in gas. I remember 24-hour Walmart.
What year is this? 1996, you said?
No. I said Trump's first term.
Trump's first term. Okay, and you think Trump causes prices to be less when he literally ran on policies to increase prices?
Are you telling me that Trump has nothing to do with inflation?
I'm saying Trump causes more inflation.
So Trump can only cause inflation, but he can't do anything to get the inflation down.
Well, no.
There's nothing he can do.
No, actually, the Federal Reserve deals with that. But yeah, there is. There are things that he could do to bring it down and to not impose tariffs. Wow. I know, right? Crazy thing. Don't impose tariffs and prices won't go up as much. Did you know that?
Sounds pretty crazy to me because imposing tariffs just means more money coming in.
What is a tariff?
I couldn't tell you the exact definition of a tariff. I imagine it's
so
like
how
a
do you know
tax.
it's bringing more money in if you don't even know what a tariff is?
Oh, because I was told that by liberals. back when Biden imposed tariffs on Russia when the war in Ukraine began.
No, those are sanctions, idiot.
Idiot. That's great. I thought we weren't going to all of that, right? I mean, we weren't going insults or anything like that. But
Yeah,
I mean,
I
that's the problem that I run into when I debate with liberals.
Hey, dude, I genuinely apologize. I accidentally did that. Like, I'm actually serious. I genuinely accidentally did that. Like, I'm actually
Because,
not
I mean,
even joking with that. I genuinely I actually accidentally did that. Like, that was not an intentional thing.
Yeah, but you see, that's the problem that I run into when it comes to the debates that I have seen with liberals. For example, on Liberty Hangout with Caitlin Bennett, I see her giving facts to people like me, people who aren't too familiar with debating or
Tell Caitlin
or
Bennett to
familiar
debate me.
with. Oh, that would be great, but I think I would rather see you debate Andrew Wilson on The Crucible.
I've already debated that guy a million times. He's useless.
Have you? Where can I find it? I will listen to it all day at work.
Libby, think of the $10. Thank you. He's impossible to have a conversation with. He genuinely doesn't engage in dialogue.
How do you figure?
I've engaged in conversations with him, and he doesn't engage in the dialogue.
Right, I'm asking for examples.
Like, the last time we engaged in a conversation with him, I was asking him specifically why he thinks that being gay is wrong, because he kept claiming that it was wrong, and then he wouldn't answer the question. He purposefully didn't answer the question for, literally 20 minutes. and was just trying to troll me. So he like purposefully doesn't engage in the conversation when he know he's lost.
Well, I believe those are his religious beliefs. Would they not be?
Yeah, but we'd have to have a conversation about that in order to be able to get to that point. He didn't even engage in the dialogue. We can also talk about the fact that we engaged in an economic conversation specifically about his view on the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and how I indicated a study from two Harvard economists, one liberal, one conservative, that indicated very small levels of growth, actually 0.04% per year, right? And it is the case that he didn't even engage with that. He just made me answer how much Midwest cost that was, and I was like, they didn't specify specifically for the Midwest, and then he like kept hyper-fixating on that, acting like that's the biggest thing in the world, when we know that it'd be less than $8 to $16 billion per year, given that it would be the Midwest is just part of the United States.
Okay. All right. I do have one last question for you. Before I do go, maybe we could debate on this for a couple more minutes if you have the time. Do you think that the world is a better place now that Charlie Kirk is gone?
Why are you asking me a random question like that? I think murdering him was horrific and bad. Do I think that there's less bigotry in the world than racism? Yes. But this is a crazy thing for you to say. Like, genuinely. I was 30 to 40 feet away when that happened. Why would you ask me a question like that?
Because it seems that liberals these days have been... It's really sickened me. Really, that's one of the things that has made me start getting into debating more.
You just asked me when I was 30 to 40 feet away. Is that not insensitive of you to go and do that? Yet you're going to sit here and you're going to parade about liberals being insensitive?
Right.
My ass.
What? No. Oh man, if you could let me speak for a second.
Go ahead.
What I was getting at is what I've seen from liberals these days is even the ones that are saying, yeah, it was a terrible, tragic thing. It seems to me like they were still silently celebrating it, and that's the part that sickens me.
You didn't even look at my page, dude. Look at my fucking page. Again, I was 30 to fucking 40 feet away. Catch a fucking drift on what the conversation is going about. I just told you I was there when it fucking happened. Why can't you identify that maybe this isn't a conversation that I should be pressing Parker on to engage in when he has trauma associated with the event? You're literally parading about how liberals are being insensitive while doing something insensitive. Literally, do you realize what you're doing right now? This is incredibly ironic.
It wasn't exactly my goal to offend you. I was not trying to, hurt you in that form. The reason why I asked, I did not know that you were there, and I apologize that you had to be a witness to that. That's awful, and I couldn't imagine. I cried the day that he died. I couldn't imagine how I'd feel if I was there. So I do apologize. I wasn't trying to be insensitive. The reason why I bring it up is because it gets brought up in most of the debates that I watch. It hurts. It hurts when I see people say things like, it was a terrible thing, but yeah, the world's a better place now. That hurts. So I wasn't asking you because I was trying to get under your skin or anything like that. I really do apologize about that. I was asking because I wanted to know how you felt about the topic. Again, I didn't know that you were there. I don't know if you were a supporter of his or not. I don't know.
I told you when you doubled down. I genuinely, like I literally told you, and then you doubled down and keep asking about it. Like, genuinely, like, do you remember that just happened like fucking 10 seconds ago?
You're not. Look, man. I'm again. I wasn't trying to offend you. I was explaining why I asked. Okay. I wasn't asking you for an answer. Please don't give me an answer, because obviously it did affect you harshly, and I apologize for that. And had I known that you were there, and had I known that it did affect you harshly, I would not have asked.
Thank you.
So I apologize.
All right. So is there an actual point you want to bring up as to why you support Donald Trump, or why you have an issue with liberals as a whole?
I do, but at this point I do have to start getting ready for work. So I appreciate you for having me on. I appreciate your supporters for reacting to the things that I had to say, whether or not they agree or not. because I appreciate you having me on, because I think that debating and dialogue is the most important thing in this country that we could have right now. Because the minute that we stop talking, it becomes violent. So I appreciate you for having me on. I would love to absolutely be on again. I will definitely do more research on the topics that we talked about, and I will further educate myself on both sides.
Okay.
Like I said before, I am a previous liberal, and now I do identify as leaning conservative. But that's just my take. And again, if you would have me on again, I would love to be on again. So thank you.
Alrighty, for sure. Have a good day.
You too.
Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Carmel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lars, thank you so much. The $10, literally though. Thank you so much. Misty, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Leo with the $10. Thank you. Absolutely. I absolutely voted on yes on Prop 50 today. Terrell, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said it was cheaper in Phoenix a year ago by 30 cents on average. That's crazy. Randy, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Moa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That's incredible. Kelly, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Kelly. That's so kind of you. Thank you. London, thank you so much for the $2. And Zoe with the $13 again. Thank you so much. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Again, it will help get it out to more people.
Shit, I didn't know I was in the 35.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump again.
Okay, why would you support Trump?
Well, he's making strides in the economy, national security is better, government accountability, border and immigration, making America healthy again, safer communities, various reasons.
Okay. So how is he making the country healthier when he's actively denying like science, like in relation to Tylenol? He said that people shouldn't take Tylenol during pregnancy because it would cause autism and negative impacts, and that there would be no, quote unquote, no negative impacts from not taking it, which is, untreated maternal fever, which can lead to negative impacts in terms of miscarriage, the health of a pregnancy, and the person who's pregnant. So
yeah, he says some dumb shit. Sure, I mean, I'm not a scientist. I don't know the science behind Tylenol or taking it while you're pregnant. I don't know. I just know that his policies that he's going to put in place are going to move America from the vaccine world into healthy living, right?
Wait, vaccines make us healthier. What do you mean into a healthy world away from vaccines? Vaccines quite literally make our society healthier. If you want to make America healthy, that includes vaccinations. If it doesn't include vaccinations, then you're not making America healthier.
Do you have kids, Parker?
I have 10.
Okay, since you've got 10 kids, you would know that when they're born, right, the doctor's going to recommend certain vaccines to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And me being 35, when I was born, my parents were recommended 5 vaccines. And in 2025, when a child is born, they recommended 40. Why do you think that is?
Because we have more vaccines now that specifically
or do you think that maybe Big Pharma has a hold on our healthcare industry?
No, but it's literally because science indicates that they're effective.
Some are effective, and I'm not going to.
Which ones are ineffective? Tell me which ones are ineffective. And also, where'd you get 40, by the way? There's more. There's definitely more now, but where'd you get 40?
That's what was recommended when I had my last kid. There was a sheet that we were given, and there was 40 listed there. Either way, you mentioned a vaccine that's ineffective. You think the COVID vaccine was effective? Were you there? Do you remember COVID?
Yes, I think the COVID vaccine was effective, and yes,
I got the vaccine, and I had COVID 3 times. How effective is that?
Okay, just because you got
when we got the vaccine, did COVID stop?
Let me explain to you how vaccines work, because apparently you don't understand. Okay. Just because you take a vaccine doesn't mean you're cured. Okay, that's not what vaccines are. Vaccines reduce your likelihood of getting it, how long you get it, the symptoms that you get from it, reduce the likelihood of you getting it, giving it to other people, reduce the likelihood of death and hospitalization. That's what they're meant to do. It does not say that you will never get it again. It just means that if you get it, it won't be as bad as what it would have been otherwise. Thank you for the gouge.
So the COVID vaccine was effective, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Then why are people still getting COVID?
I just explained it to you because it doesn't get rid of your ability to get COVID. It reduces your likelihood of getting it. It reduces your likelihood of hospitalization. It reduces your likelihood of death.
Sure. And look, I agree with you that it probably reduces some of the impacts for people that are immunocompromised. However, a healthy 30 or 35-year-old, no, not for everyone.
For everyone. Literally for everyone.
So you think a 7-year-old child should take the COVID vaccine?
Absolutely.
Even when there's no research that shows that COVID...
Actually, the research indicates that it's effective.
It doesn't show. There's no need for a perfectly healthy child to go get chemicals put into his or her body.
Yes, there is.
Absolutely not.
They engage with their grandparents. They engage with their family members. They engage with people in their lives. They also specifically, you don't want them to have long COVID.
As a responsible parent, you wouldn't let them interact with those people, right?
What? You don't
during
want
the pandemic?
kids
I kept my
with
kids
their
away from
grandparents and
my
parents?
parents. Yes, during a pandemic, absolutely.
We're not just talking about in the pandemic, by the way. We're talking about in general.
I'm talking about during the pandemic.
Yeah, in the pandemic, you still would you wanted kids not to see their parents and grandparents?
Yes, absolutely. If I thought it was going to affect their health, yes. That's called personal responsibility. That's called. I don't need daddy government to tell me to get a shot.
If you had the ability to take a vaccine and then not put them at that level of risk and still see them, you would do that, right?
Because there's no need for them to get the vaccine. Because we know from experience that the vaccine isn't going to keep them from getting COVID. We know that, right? You already agreed to that.
Listen, it doesn't 100% stop you from getting COVID. It reduces your likelihood of getting it. It reduces the likelihood of it being harmful to you, right? In terms of the symptomatic aspects of it, reduce the likelihood of hospitalization, reduce the likelihood of death. Now, you're saying specifically there's a low likelihood of death in the context in which there's a child. Of course, but you're not taking into account any of the other negative impacts specifically of COVID, like long COVID that can negatively impact the lung health, heart health, right? And plenty of different aspects of the body, specifically of children. If you care about your children, you'd want to reduce the likelihood of them being harmed. Again, doctors indicate this reduces the likelihood of them being harmed because you think you're the smartest person in the world and you think you're smarter than the doctors. You can't fucking just say, oh, because you still get COVID, I'm not going to get the vaccine and I'm going to put my kids at a greater risk because I'm such a smart guy and I'm so much smarter than all the doctors. No, you're a fucking
It might be hard for you to
look
do
at the
independent
research. Go look at evidence.
It might be hard for you to
because
do
you fucking feel like it. It is
do
unbelievable that you literally don't care about your kids' health enough to actually go do fucking
Why are
research.
you getting so mad, man? You always get mad.
Because it's
You get so
stupid.
mad.
Because we have a public health crisis in our country because idiots like you believe in misinformation. Genuinely.
Or idiots
you
like
believe
me
that you
do
know
all
better
independent
than the fucking doctors. What are you talking about? What are you saying?
I never said one thing.
Yes,
our response
You're saying
to the
that it's
pandemic
not
was to go
effective.
talk to our
You're saying
doctor.
it's not effective for kids when doctors indicate it's effective for kids. Tell
Do you
me
know what
why
my
you
doctor
think you know
told me?
more than doctors.
Do you know what my doctor told me? They said it's your decision. They said they recommend it for some people that are immunocompromised, but they also said that it's my decision. Can you believe that a doctor
really?
let a parent
doctor
be a
said
parent?
it was your decision?
Can
No
you
way.
believe that?
No way. The doctor said it was your decision? I can't believe they said that.
I know you
no
need daddy government,
fucking
or
way.
you need a doctor, or you need a scientist to guide you in your life, but I don't. I don't need the government. I don't need a doctor. I don't need I don't need an engineer. I don't need these people like you do. This is the difference between the left and the right. The right is.
You're an idiot. You think you don't need society. You think you don't need professionals. No, you think you know
I didn't say that.
everything, bro. Yes, we need professionals. Yes, we get our information from our professionals. Have you called?
Yes, absolutely.
Have you ever called a specialist to do something?
No, I don't believe I have. Actually.
Never in your life have you called a specialist.
Never in my life. No.
You've never been to the doctor. You've never been to the dentist. He doesn't fucking do anything like that.
I've never needed
by the
a
way,
specialist.
he wants America to get healthier by not going to the dentist and the doctor. By the way, you did go to your doctor. You just told us you went to the doctor, you absolute idiot. What are you talking about? I can't even believe that you're saying this on the live. You said you haven't ever gone to a specialist, yet you just explained to us that you went to your doctor. How fucking stupid are you? Genuinely.
You think a general practitioner is a specialist, or is an orthopedic surgeon a specialist? Which one's a specialist?
It's some type of specialist because they specialize in medicine.
Okay, sure. If that's your definition of specialist, then yes, I've been to plenty of specialists. I've been to doctors before. I've been to dentists before, and
that's what
and
I meant.
all of those
they're
things
specialists
are
in medicine.
required
Oh my
to be a
Jesus
healthy
Christ!
human.
Wait, did you build your car by scratch?
I could if I needed to, but no, I didn't.
Did you, or did you rely on the specialist to make your car?
I could build a car by myself. Yes.
Oh, so you built your own car? Did you?
No,
build
I didn't,
your own
because
house?
I take advantage of capitalism, and I.
Oh, okay. So you relied
use the
upon other
resources that are
people.
there.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I rely on capitalism to provide me with
And
those vehicles. But if I needed to,
wait, so
but if I needed to, I could.
Wait, so specialization according to a comparative advantage, right?
Do what?
So you agree with specialization according to your comparative advantage?
That does. I mean, I don't even understand that question. What are you trying to say here?
Within capitalism, the reason why you specifically have people engaging in, you have a division of labor, you have different types of things that people do, is because they specialize according to what they're best at, and that's what they decide to produce.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's specialization.
Okay. Well, here's the difference in you and I, buddy. I don't require these people to make it through my life. You require them. I don't. I have personal freedom.
Yeah, I
have
go to the
personal
doctor.
liberty.
I go to the
I
doctor.
can research on my own. I can go to the library. I can read a book. I can do these things on my own.
What's the last book you read?
Call Sign Chaos.
Okay.
Just read it last week.
When's the last time you studied medicine?
It's been a long time since I was in college. Even in college, I don't think I took any medical classes. But
exactly. So why the hell do you think you know more? You don't even research.
I never said I know more.
Why the fuck do you?
Never
Then why do you vaccinate your children based upon the recommendations
really
of doctors?
emotional, dude. You're just like Dean. Y'all get emotional so quick.
Well, I'm not emotional by saying that you should get your kids vaccinated. I'm confused.
My kids have been vaccinated. However, they didn't get the COVID vaccine because there's no need for them to get the COVID vaccine.
So did
Simple
you get
as
the
that.
COVID vaccine?
Yes, I did. I got the initial 2 shots, yeah. And it was totally pointless because I got COVID. My wife didn't get it. She got COVID.
Hey, dude, I just explained to you multiple times that just because you get COVID, even though you were vaccinated, doesn't mean the vaccine didn't help you. How many more times do I have to explain that to you? Genuinely, dude.
The narrative at the time.
Why do you keep repeating this stupid talking point that
What was
it
the
didn't affect you? It didn't help you because you still got COVID. Like,
what was the narrative?
That's like saying I got injured even though I wore a seatbelt. Seatbelts don't 100% prevent injury. I still got injured even though I wore a seatbelt.
You don't recall the narrative, do you? I want you to look up this quote. Before a hurricane hit Louisiana, I can't remember what year it was, Joe Biden's response was, go get vaccinated for this hurricane. Go get vaccinated for this hurricane. It's the safest thing you can do.
Not what he said.
Look it up. Look it up right now. Tell me what his quote was.
No, it's not.
Tell me what the quote was.
No, it's not. Give me a fucking source.
Okay. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'll go find it for you. You're sitting in front of a computer and you can't do it, but I'll go do it for you.
Oh my gosh, bro.
You can't deny that there was a narrative that it wasn't about being healthy.
Yeah. Joe Biden
shot.
said that. Yeah, Joe Biden definitely said that vaccines were going to prevent you from being harmed by the hurricane. Yes, definitely.
All right, let's see. Let's see what he says.
Yeah, that's definitely what Joe Biden said. Definitely. By the way, your president said he wanted to look into using disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Do you think that's intelligent?
Say it again.
Yeah, your president said he wanted to look into using disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Is that something you believe is coherent and intelligent?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen to this. Biden. This is a direct quote from Joe Biden on November 2nd, and I'm not sure what year. Let me be clear. If you're in a state where hurricanes often strike, like Florida or the Gulf Coast or into Texas, a vital part of preparing for hurricane seasons is to get vaccinated. Tell me that's not what in God? Why in the world would he say something like that if there wasn't a narrative to get the vaccine?
What did they say right after that?
Huh?
What did they say right after that?
I don't have the full quote. That's all I need to know.
So that's all
when
the context you're saying?
When the president is telling me to get vaccinated in preparation for hurricane season,
wait, is that all the context you're saying?
Yeah, that's the quote.
So his quote, actually, if you look at the entirety of the context, is him saying when people go to hurricane shelters and they're around a lot of other people, it's important to get vaccinated because you're going to be a lot of other people inside.
Well, maybe
it wasn't to help against the hurricane. It was because people are going to be inside and around other people. Do you realize how unbelievable you are that you had to take that out of context to the degree that you did to try to make it seem like you were accurate?
Either way, there's
unbelievable.
A narrative.
And you guys talk about how we take things out of
brought
context.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
Wait.
Brought to you by Pfizer. Parker's Live. Brought to you by Pfizer. They must be paying you nice, man.
Parker must be paid by Pfizer, right? Do you think I'm paid by Pfizer?
I don't know who you're paid by, and I don't really give a shit.
However, you just said my lie was brought to you by Pfizer. What are you talking about? You're insane.
You fall hook, line, and sinker into their narrative, man, and it's sad because I think you're smart.
I believe scientists and I believe doctors. And
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I believe scientists and I believe doctors too, but I can form my own opinion.
You
right?
just said
I'm a free thinker.
No, you can't. No, you're not. You're not a free
I
thinker.
absolutely can.
You are the complete opposite of a free thinker. You don't rely on evidence to believe in things. You believe in things based on no evidence. You just said that my live was brought to you by Pfizer because I said I agree with scientists and doctors that you should get vaccinated. You're fucking delusional. You're actually insane. Unbelievable.
100%.
And by
Insane,
the way,
man.
thank you so much, Madden, with the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. From Pfizer. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Madden. I really appreciate it. Heather, thank you so much for the $5. Mark with the $3 from the Pfizer paycheck. Thank you so much. Christina, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Christina in the comment section.
Hey,
Tommy with the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Heather. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Let's get a pledge that all these donations
I really
will
appreciate
go
it.
to
Thank you.
food shelters.
Thank
in
you
the
so much,
community.
Nathan. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much, Nathan. Can we get some W's for Nathan in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Nathan. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Diamond, thank you so much for the $2 from Big Pharma directly. Thank you so much, Diamond. I really appreciate it. W's
Brought to
from
you
Big
by
Pharma
Pfizer.
directly. Thank you so
Fuckers live on
much.
TikTok.
Madeline, thank you for the 50 cents. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Raz, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2 for the Pfizer check. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. John with the $20. Thank you so much from John Hopkins. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Zach with the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Megan with the $2. Silent with the $2. Thank you so much. Heather with the $5 from Pfizer. Thank you so much. Libby with the $10. Thank you so much. Silent, I really appreciate the $2. Cam with the $5. Unfortunate, thank you for the $5. Jewel with the $2. Ashley with the $2. Priscilla, thank you so much for the $2 from Moderna. Moderna's also hopping in. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You got
Greatness,
Moderna
thank you so
too,
much for
man.
the
You're
$10.
doing
Thank you.
great.
Wendy with the $5 from Pfizer. Thank you. Peanut Butter, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Libby, thank you for the $10. Budget Cardboard, thank you so much for the $10. Silent Storm, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Kayla with the 10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate
Americans are
it.
starving?
Just thank you so much for the
Can you
$5.
make
I
a
really
pledge?
appreciate it. Thank you so
Can
much,
you make a
Kayla.
pledge?
I really appreciate the $10.
Send
Thank
all
you so
these
much.
proceeds
Mary, I really
to
appreciate
a
the $2.
bank.
Thank you so much. Marilyn, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Noel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jay with the $5. Thank you so much. KH, thank you for the $20 from the CDC. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Shay with $1.50 from Johnson & Johnson. MJ, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Zach with the $2
got
from
them all,
Pfizer.
man.
Kelly, thank you so much for the $10.
all
Thank
the
you so much.
sponsors, dude.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Wait, I have a question.
You got all the
Thank you so
sponsors,
much for
man.
the $2. Thank you so much. I have a question. How do you feel about Donald Trump saying that he wanted to utilize hurricanes to fight, or not hurricanes? He wanted to utilize nuclear bombs to fight hurricanes.
I think it's a great idea, man. I think we should.
That's
give
a
it
great
try,
idea,
man.
everyone. Look at what a great idea. Let's use nuclear weapons to fight
I'm sponsored by
hurricanes,
Northrop Grumman,
and
man.
let's make everything radioactive.
Raytheon, Northrop Grumman,
I
all
love the
those guys
water.
come
Let's
here.
radioactive it all. Let's make it all radioactive.
Hey, come on.
Destroy the water. Okay,
Come on.
everybody, look at it. Let's if we
Billy.
nuke hurricanes, maybe they'll go away. Okay, buddy. Okay, do you think that disinfectant by injection would be able to be good to fight COVID-19?
Hold on, what? Disinfectant?
Disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Do you think that's something that we should look into?
No, probably not. I think Trump says a lot of dumb shit.
Oh.
Yeah,
Thank you so
absolutely.
much, Amra. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you, Mama Peach with the $20. Good to see you, Mama Peach. It's been so
Hey,
long. Thank you so much.
all these live proceeds
Danny,
are
thank
going
you for
to
the
the food
$5
bank, right?
from Johnson & Johnson. Thank you so much. Alicia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the dollar from Novavax. Thank you. Minnie with the $20 for Pfizer loves you, Parker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Petra, thank you so much for the $10. Jeffrey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Genesis with the $2 from the CDC and the DNC. Thank you. Key, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We have some W's for Key in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. They said, I lived through Category 5 hurricane. We lived weeks without electricity and water and limited healthcare availability. Being vaccinated was important. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Aaron, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Alicia, thank you so much again for the $1. NECA, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 from the World Health Organization. Thank you so much. Danny with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It looks like all of the leading bodies of public health have just decided to, support this live stream, right?
You've got some great donors, man. I've got
really
Raytheon.
appreciate $2.
I want to thank Raytheon. I want to thank Northrop Grumman. I want to.
Your donors are from Raytheon, I bet.
I want to thank Boeing. I want to thank all those the defense contractors.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you.
But hey, since you're getting all these donations, man,
Brought to you by the Scientific Method. Thank you so much. I really appreciate
Let's
it.
get a pledge that you're going to donate. You're going to donate to a food
the Scientific Method. The
since
scientific
42
method.
million Americans are going to be starving, let's make sure that we get these funds into the right place, right?
Absolutely. And have the Trump administration specifically say that he's going to release the funds, the emergency funds that they have the ability to release, that they're choosing not to release because they want to utilize the starvation of 42 million Americans in order to get the Democrats to not accept the specific subsidies for healthcare. That's what they're deciding to do. So how about you blame Donald Trump specifically for not providing the emergency health care specifically for the people in this situation, rather than sitting there and supporting the side that is blaming the Democrats when they
Trump
won't
wants
choose to
to
get the
release
government
the
to come
fund.
together. Did you know that Donald Trump said that the two sides coming together are actually not being able to come together to actually get a deal done to keep the government open is actually the fault of the president? Did you know that he said that?
He said what now?
Yeah, he said that. He said that it was the fault of the president specifically, right? To because of the fact that if it is the case that the government shut down and you can't get the two sides to come together to get them to open the government. He said that's the president's fault in 2014.
Don't you think that's mighty authoritarian of him to have to release those funds when the legislative branch should be able to do that? Don't you think that they should be able to handle things on their own? I thought Trump was a dictator, man. Don't you? Why would you want him to be a dictator and release those funds? Why can't Congress come together?
That's not being a dictator. These are funds that they've already been allowed to do legally. That's not him being a dictator, you idiot. And also, by the way,
I think he wants to
him
release the
undermining the Constitution in other scenarios was no issue with him violating due process rights. But apparently, he can't do so to ensure that people have food.
So you call him a dictator? Yeah, you want him to do
dictator stuff. This is not dictator stuff. I'm literally saying he should give emergency funds that he's already allowed to do so. Their own CR indicated that. What are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure he is in support of releasing the funds. He wants the Republicans to
he's not.
Employ the nuclear option, which is a quote that he said.
If they just interpreted it differently, right, they would be able to do so. The Democrats are already indicating that they would have utilized that interpretation. Ashley, thank you for $20. They said supporting Parker while contributing to my local pantry in Parker's name. Thank you so much, Ashley. W.
Why haven't seven Democrats come to the table to vote in the last month? 7. That's all we need. 7.
Why haven't because Republicans aren't negotiating?
No. That's not what I said. I asked you a question.
Because
why haven't 7 Democrats come to the table?
I'll tell you why. Because they keep putting up the same CR that cuts people's access to health care and health insurance, right, by increasing premiums, costs.
Okay.
It gets rid of the subsidies that were continued already that existed.
What's more important to you? As a silly TikTok influencer, what's more important to you?
A silly TikTok influencer?
The SNAP benefits or the healthcare subsidies? Which one's more important to you?
I care about both.
Okay, yeah, obviously. But which one would you say you place more importance on?
I think we can do both.
I think we can too. However, in this current situation that we're in, we can't do both. Right? We cannot do both. That's we've seen that for the past 30 some days. We cannot do both. So which one, in your opinion, is more important?
We can do both. It's just specifically Republicans that are trying to force the set of circumstances and say you should care about people who are specifically. How about this?
And you can say the same thing about Democrats.
What do you care about more? Do you care about more about conceding on the healthcare benefits to ensure that people's premiums are lower, or do you care more about 42 million Americans that are starving? How about you answer that fucking question?
First off, what a wild claim that 42 million Americans are starving. You realize we have an obesity epidemic in this country, right?
42 million Americans.
Obesity.
That's what you just fucking said. You just made this claim, you idiot. You just said 42 million Americans are having a lack of access to food. You just made that claim.
Silly narrative that 42 million Americans are starving. Find me one person in the past 20 years that has died of starvation in this country. One.
Wait,
just one.
Actually, I can send you a report specifically from the CDC that goes over the fact that there's been over 1 million people that have died in this country due to starvation in the past 20 years.
Is it from starvation or malnutrition?
From starvation.
Please show me.
That is starvation.
No. Starvation is a lack of food. That is starvation. You do not have food to eat. Malnutrition could be
malnutrition due to lack of food.
No, it's not. Okay, show me a study that shows that it's lack of food. Is malnutrition based off of a lack of food? You can't do it.
Wait, also, why else would malnutrition be occurring?
Because people get cancer. They can't consume nutrients like they need to. There's many different things that can happen to somebody where they can't consume the nutrients that they need, so they are malnutrition. It's not starvation, like you're saying, man. It's just not. That's a false narrative that you guys push. Nobody is starving here. We are the richest country in the world. Nobody is starving.
That's ridiculous when you say that 42 million people are getting cut off their food stamps. That's ridiculous for you to say that no one's starving in this country. That is unbelievable. Actually, genuinely.
Show me one. Show me one.
What do you mean?
Show me one.
Show you one what? I just told you. I
told you one instance where somebody has starved
Hey,
because they didn't get stabbed in the
have you listened to anything that I've said? I just explained to you. Did you listen to a single thing that I just said? I literally just explained to you. There was a report from the CDC that said over 1 million people have starved to death in this country, specifically by since 2000.
Show it to me. Put it up on the screen, or give me a link.
I don't.
Put
I
a
just
link
told
up.
you. Look it up. I just told you.
I think you're lying.
Then
You're
look it
lying.
up. Then look it up.
Okay.
Jesus.
From the CDC.
Morgan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bethany, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Rick, thank you so much for the $5 from Moderna. Thank you. Thank you so much. They said, now I see why you ghosted me. Pfizer must have offered you more than the $10 billion offer we did. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you
Right
for the
here. You ready?
$10. Kathleen, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much.
You ready?
Kelly, thank you for the $1 for Johnny needs a vaccine for his idiocy.
Statistics indicate a rise in malnutrition-related deaths, with fatalities more than doubling from approximately 9,300 in 2018 to about 20,500 in 2022. Show me where it says that they are starving. It's very cool. Malnutrition does not equal starvation.
This is the problem, man. You guys peddle
Can you tell me what malnutrition is?
I already explained it. There's many diseases and things that can happen to a person where they become malnutrition. Right?
Okay.
It's not specifically from my.
Okay, and due to malnutrition, people will starve, right?
No, that's not how that works. If you did some independent research, instead of your.
He said malnutrition is not leading to starvation. What are you talking about, dude? Dude, because people are starving, they have malnutrition, right? Right? And it's the same, it's interlocking the same idea.
Not the same thing. Not the same thing.
Yes, malnutrition.
Let me paint you a picture, man. Let me paint you a picture. Let's say you've got stage 4 terminal stomach cancer. Do you think your stomach is going to be able to process nutrition? Yes or no?
So you're going to say that they're going to starve because they can't get the nutrients that they need?
Yes.
So then, okay, then it is referencing the same thing.
But it's not the same. It's not the same in the context that you're using it as to push your narrative. It's not the same thing. People aren't starving. Your words were 42 million Americans.
Malnutrition is literally starving. You just conceded to it.
But there's a total difference in starving from a lack of food and lack of nutrients. Those are two totally different things. And we clearly have an obesity epidemic in this country, and nobody is starving here. It's just a fact, man. You can't. There's no argument there.
Yeah, and again,
we are fat. We're not starving.
You're saying no one's starving in this country. It is true. People are starving in this country, and they are starving to a greater extent because of the fact that the government shut down and that benefits are not being given out through the context of SNAP. That is the reality. If you don't acknowledge that, then you're going to sit here and you're going to deny that millions of Americans in this country are dying, or not dying. Sorry, starving.
Yes, I'm gonna deny that because it's not true. However, if it is
millions of Americans are starving. That's true. They have lack of access to food to the same degree.
It's true in your mind. Let's take all the proceeds from this live that you've gotten and let's donate to a food shelter or a food bank or anything in your community that feeds these people. Let's do that right now, dude. Pledge it.
Yeah, so I definitely am donating, and I definitely am engaging in that. I'm not going to specifically say how much I'm donating or what I'm putting into donations, but I definitely am going to tell you that you should go out and donate, and you should put money into that. I don't like specifically getting personal credit for engaging in that. I think people should donate. They should engage with their local food banks. They should engage with people who are in need, right? And the state and the government should also get off their fucking ass and do it. The state of California is trying to uphold to do that. Now the rest of the country needs to do the same.
And from my experience with politics, it's going to be business as usual. They're never going to agree with anything. They're never going to get anything put past. They're never going to get anything done because it's back and forth, which is one of the reasons why I support Trump, because he's not one of them.
So you're saying that Trump is just not one of who? Sorry?
He's not a career politician. And I'm pretty sure you know I've been over this before. He does not.
Career. Okay. Wait, actually, can I ask you this question? Do you care about starving people in this country?
Well, there's no such thing as starving people in this country, but if there were, yes, I would.
Okay, so you don't think there's a single starving person in this country?
No, I don't think that there's one starving person in this country. No.
Yeah, so you just deny reality.
I know. I mean, you can't prove to me that there is.
Is there anyone who relies on a food bank in this country?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so then would you specifically...
I was just at one yesterday morning.
Would you pledge to put your earnings from your work yesterday specifically into... or the last time you went to work, into the food bank?
I do it annually. Yeah. absolutely.
No. I mean, like, would you pledge specifically the last time you worked to take the money that you put into working and put that into your local food bank?
All of the entirety of it?
The entirety, yes.
No, I will not pledge to do that. No.
Well, oh, wait. So then why are you asking Dean and I to do that?
Because you guys are making it's such a big deal to you guys, right? It's such a big issue.
Oh wait, is it a big deal for?
Why not use your platform?
Wait, I have a question. I have a question. Is there anything that you care about in this country that you think is not doing well right now?
That is not doing well right now?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, our entire government doesn't work very efficiently. That's
Can you give me anything within our system right now? Like any system that you think needs to be made better?
I think there's a lot of things. Our healthcare system needs to be made better.
Okay.
There's multiple different.
So will you pledge to putting all of your money that you made from the last time you went to work, right, the last day you went to work, into someone who needs access to healthcare?
Will I pledge I mean, you can't break down my salary based off of one day.
Yeah,
so
that's kind of why not?
I mean, I guess you could. You could just take what I earn at the end of the year and divide it by 365 or whatever it is. But okay, sure, yeah,
you work.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So then, would you pledge specifically to put the money that you made last time you went to work specifically into people who need access to healthcare?
If they can come to me and prove that they lack access to healthcare, yes.
Okay. So you think there's?
I will gladly.
So do you think there's anyone within this country, right, that specifically has a lack of access to healthcare?
Yeah, probably, absolutely.
Okay. So then you again pledge. Are you a Christian, right?
Yeah, I am a Christian. Uh-huh.
So you pledge to specifically do so, correct?
I pledge to make a difference in my community.
Okay, yeah, you see what I mean? So he's sitting up here, and you're gonna say that to me, right? Specifically, you're gonna say that to Dean, but then you won't even do the same thing yourself. Nice little gotcha you got there, buddy.
Huh?
Nice little gotcha that you got yourself with that one.
No, I didn't. I told you.
It was such a gotcha that you got yourself, buddy. You got yourself, bud.
Is that what you're reaching for here? I got you? I mean, yeah, you got me.
No,
dude.
wait, no. I turned your gotcha back onto yourself.
I'm just saying, you're making a lot of money for these lives. And if starvation is such an issue in this country, why aren't we feeding the people that are starving?
You don't even believe that there are any issues in this country enough to even actually mention it. It took you fucking like 3 minutes to mention one thing.
The difference between you and I is I don't rely on the government to take care of me and feed me or feed the needy.
You think I rely on the government to take care of me?
You want the government to take care of people, whereas I go out in the community and do it.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you go K through 12 education?
Yes.
Public school?
Yeah, I went to public school.
Oh my God, you relied on the government in order to take care of you. Oh my God, you want people to rely on the government because you want K through 12 free public education. Oh my God, you want them to rely on the government for an education. Shut the fuck up. You're an idiot. Of course, obviously some things. Listen here, buddy. Obviously some things they're going to be taken care of by the government. You believe the same thing too. Why are you acting like this is uniquely upheld by my position and not yours?
Because it's such a crisis that 42 million Americans aren't going to get their food stamps, man. It's such a crisis. We got to rise together and feed these people.
Do you agree with me that that's a crisis?
No, I don't.
You don't? He doesn't think that that's a crisis. Do you think that's good? Do you think it's good that people their food stamps?
No, I don't think that that's good that they're losing their benefits. However, do you think that 42 million Americans need those benefits?
Yes.
Why? How come 150 million Americans don't need them? Why is it just 42?
I want to know why. Everyone needs food, right? And why do they specifically need those benefits? Because they cannot
so the
afford
government
it
should subsidize food to all 330 million people in this country.
People who need it, yes, who could not afford it themselves.
I need it. I need it right now, dude. I'm getting hungry. My stomach's growling a little bit. I need it.
You can
what do I
afford
do
it yourself? You don't meet the
income
threshold.
You don't know. You don't know anything about me
because you currently don't qualify.
You don't know that.
Really?
Let's change the qualification
You're on the
standards.
live arguing for Donald Trump. It sounds like you definitely are not relying on food stamps. You just said no one's starving in the country.
You would agree that most Trump supporters are the ones that rely on those benefits, right?
Well, there are.
I live in Alabama, man, one of the poorest states in the country. I live in the state of Alabama, one of the poorest places in this nation, and there's a lot of people here that
you're not on food stamps. I don't know why you're doing this trope. This is ridiculous.
Because it's a silly argument that you're making. It's
not. I know that you're not on food stamps based upon the way that you're acting. I know that you're not on food stamps based upon the way that you're acting. It's very obvious.
Okay, we made an assumption about me. You made an assumption about
I
me.
did make an assumption about you, and was that assumption correct, you idiot?
Was
So
the
shut the
assumption
fuck up.
correct?
Shut the fuck up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Dad. Brought to you by Pfizer, and now you're brought to you by the FDA.
Good boy. Good boy.
Brought to you by the FDA. Parker's Live.
Brought to you by Pfizer and the FDA. Absolutely. Natasha, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Kirsten, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. Susan
one day, I
with
hope
the
you can-
$50. Can we get some W's for
you can
Susan in the
mature a
comment
little
section?
bit
Thank you
and
so much.
understand
They
that
said for
there's
medical
personal
malnutrition, they have
responsibility
IV
in life.
nutrition feeding tubes. This guy's a joke and knows nothing about this. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Susan, for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Maddie, again, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, he's definitely wild. Taylor, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. London with the $2. Thank you. Harold, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Harold in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Harold in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, I do have a nutrition problem he talks about from cirrhosis. That just made me madder. Literally, though. Thank you so much, Harold. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Harold in the comment section right now. Kathleen, thank you for the $3. Morgan with the $10. Thank you so much. Bethany with the $10. Thank you. Rick, thank you for the $5 from Moderna. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for bringing this. Thank you, FDA. Thank you, the government. Thank you, Pfizer. Thank you, Moderna. Everyone, all the big pharma. Everyone, thank you so much. Julene, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
That lost their SNAP benefits.
DK
and that
with
we
the
can help out.
$5.
Why don't we help
Jay with
somebody
the
out?
$5. Thank you so much. Boo, thank you for the $5. 4, thank you for the $5. DK, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Else, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Silent with the $5. Maybe so. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Silent, thank you so much for the $5. Flaming Cow, thank you for the 10. Jay, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Sophie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Locke, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Thank you, the FDA. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
SNAP benefits are awesome. They're helping you out, aren't they, man? They're really helping you out.
Yeah, the FDA. Do you actually think I'm paid by them?
I don't know. I don't know if you are or not. I mean, I have no clue. I don't watch your live that much, to be honest.
Do you think I have a real job?
I think this probably is your job. I don't think you have. There's a big difference in our generations here, buddy. Like when I was growing up, we couldn't get on YouTube and we could, we had to work. We had to actually do real work, not talk in front of a computer.
Is this not real
There
work?
was a difference.
Ashley, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
There was a big difference.
Yeah, so this isn't real work?
It's kind of silly work. I mean, let's be honest here. What are you contributing?
Work. So do you consider it
What do
work?
you? Yeah, sure. But
What am I contributing? I'm educating people. Clearly, you need it.
Educating people, or are you just influencing people based off your lies?
I'm influencing people to get access to more information. That's what education.
You're peddling false narratives to
false
push your
narrative?
agenda.
What false narrative?
We've already gone over it. 42 million people aren't starving in this country. There's
42 million
so
people
many.
have a lack of access to food, and you have literally acknowledged that yourself.
A lack of access to food is not starvation. That does not mean they're starving.
It is leading to starvation. I'm sorry. Like I think it totally makes sense in this context to say that there are going to be people starving in the country, given that they have a lack of access to food through the context of food stamps. That's a reality that you're not willing to accept.
Hey, look, Russia has nuclear weapons.
You're the one perpetuating false narratives. You're the one perpetuating false narratives that there are no one starving in this country, that there's no single person in this country starving. That's ridiculous.
You can't show me one. You can't show me one. I've seen people comment in your live talking about different diseases that they've had.
You looked it up. You looked it up, and you literally didn't even respond to the fact that it was true.
Yes, I did. I read the exact statistic you were referencing, and all it said was there was an uptick in malnutrition from the CDC's website. That's not, malnutrition does not equal starvation. So headache equal cancer, right? By your logic, headache equal cancer. Malnutrition equal
you're
starvation.
misunderstanding. When they're referencing malnutrition, they are referencing specifically people's lack of access to nutrients, which is obviously related to starvation, at least to your degree, at least to this degree.
It could be, yes, but it does not mean that they're starving. You've had perfect examples in your own life, dude. Read the comments. People are talking about, I saw one comment, I was in college, I dropped down to 99 pounds because I didn't have access to food. Okay, that sucks for that guy. However, he didn't starve. Or she, whatever it was. They're still commenting on your live. So there's no pushing the narrative that people are starving because of SNAP benefits is false. That's just erroneous,
so
man.
How are they getting access to food?
I'm sure that their access to food has been, cut, and that's a problem. I agree.
No,
we need
tell
to
me,
do
tell
something
me.
to help these people.
If they're not getting food through SNAP, where are they going to get their food?
They can go to their local community bank or food bank, a church. There's many different options.
If the food bank and the church can't provide for everyone, what happens?
I don't know. Then they're probably going to resort to crime, or the people are going to do what they have to do to feed their families and themselves. That's what's going to happen.
So you're saying that the only thing that they have to be able to do in that context is just commit crime?
No, I didn't say that. I said that they probably will be more likely to. I think that they would be more likely to, and you would agree if you had no
In those
source of.
circumstances, yes, you're creating circumstances where more people will be more likely to engage in crime just to be able to feed their families. Absolutely, but the
Yes,
reality,
I agree.
the reality of the matter is that people are going to be starving. That's the reality of the matter.
It's not.
Yes,
they might go hungry. They might go hungry.
How about this? How about this? How will you at least acknowledge that they'll go hungry to a greater extent?
Yes, absolutely.
And they shouldn't go. How about the food insecurity? How about that? Do you want less people?
I will agree with you that there should be a safety net for people that are going through a tough time and need to.
Literally is SNAP.
If you think it's 42 million Americans, you're a little wishful there. I don't think 42 million Americans.
What is the population of the United States?
I think the 2020 census was around 330 million.
Yeah, so this is around 10% of the population. Okay.
Right.
Yes. I do think that this could be applicable to around 10% of the population.
I don't think 10% of the population needs government assistance to feed themselves or their families.
Yeah, so how would you like to change it to restrict people's access? Who do you think should have restricted access?
I think
how do you know who
people
deserves
like
it and
you
doesn't?
and me and all of the people in your live here and all of the people in your community should make sure that these people are fed. I don't think we should we shouldn't knock on the government's door and say, hey, please feed me, daddy.
That's
Daddy,
literally what
government,
we're
feed
doing
me.
with SNAP. That's what we're doing with SNAP, you idiot.
No, SNAP is a government subsidy for it's food
Yes.
stamps. If you don't understand
It
that,
gets paid by us, the
shouldn't
taxpayers.
go any further.
So it's us taking care of
Okay.
people in need.
Sure, but we shouldn't give the government that much authority to be able to feed these people. Why can't we do it? Why do we need them?
We
That's my
shouldn't give
question.
the government the authority to feed people. Why not?
Because you and I can do it. Why does the government have to do it?
The government's more efficient at doing it.
Are they? Because I didn't see. I was at the food bank yesterday morning. I didn't see the government there. There was no government there feeding people in my community.
Well,
What about you?
I just want to let you
When's
know.
the last time you went to a food bank?
I just want to let you know. Again, in terms of us, for these examples, us as individuals cannot do as much as what we can do specifically with the context of the government. More people will be fed through the context of SNAP than are fed through food banks. It's not even close. Food banks do not have the ability to meet what SNAP was doing.
Do you think there's anybody out of that 10% of the country that is taking advantage of those benefits?
Is there any? Maybe there's one person out there that is taking advantage of the benefits, but I
One
don't think
out
that
of
because
10
there's
out of
one
42
person out.
million.
I don't think because there's one person out there that's taking advantage of the benefits that specifically that means that people should be cut off of it who do need it.
I agree. I think we should have more accountability in the government, which is one of the reasons I support Trump, which I said earlier. Do you remember Doge? Remember that whole thing?
You want there to be more accountability in the government, so you vote for the convicted felon. You vote for the guy who had set a violent insurrection to the Capitol.
Yeah,
you vote for the
absolutely.
guy specifically
Yeah.
that actually dropped a meme coin so that he could have corruption and less
Yes.
transparency, so we don't know who's buying the meme coin.
Yep, I vote for the guy that initiated the first program in my lifetime to audit the government. That's who I voted for.
What was the audit?
Doge. Do you not remember it?
Yeah, Doge did. You understand that Elon Musk said himself that Donald Trump went against everything that he did at Doge by passing the Big Beautiful Bill?
When he passed the one big beautiful bill, he did. Yeah, and that's why he left. However, have you ever seen an attempt to audit the government in your lifetime? Have you ever seen an attempt
Yes.
to audit the government in your lifetime?
Yes.
When?
Under the
When?
Obama administration.
Under the Obama administration. And who did the audit? Was it a federal audit done by another governmental agency?
Yeah. Who else would you like?
Or
to
was
have
it done by? I would like it independently done. I mean, what if? So you
independent
think it's a
audit?
smart idea if you ran a business? For
I don't
you to
think
audit
Doge
your
is,
own taxes, or do you take your taxes to the
Doge is not independent.
It was okay. It wasn't necessarily independent in the terms of they made the government bigger, which I thought was crazy. However, it was a bunch of 19, 20, 21-year-old kids that were auditing these things. They weren't career politicians like during the Obama administration. That's you want me to write it down?
They obviously didn't get much specifically from Doge. So I like the idea of the Department of Government Efficiency. I just think Trump signs off on more debt-related spending and is less efficient in terms of his basis for the debt and the deficit. So I don't think that it was, although it was good intentioned by some people, I don't think it was specifically a good idea to have it under the context of Donald Trump, because he specifically wasn't going to actually do that.
At least you can admit that there were some good intentions there, right? You just said it. So
I just said that.
It was a great attempt, right? I'd much rather have somebody attempt it than not.
I said some people had good intentions with it. I never said everyone had good intentions with it. I don't necessarily think Elon Musk had good intentions, but I think that a lot of people, when voting for it, had good intentions, that they wanted the government efficiency to be there. They wanted there to be less fraud, things like that. But I think they were oftentimes like misinformed.
Welcome to my side of the aisle, man. It's nice to see you over here and understanding that we need
side of the aisle. Wait, so are you on the side of the aisle? Wait, so you're on the side of the aisle as someone whose show is sponsored by Pfizer, under your view?
Look, I don't like it. I think it's silly, and I think it's an extension of
you're
lobbying in big pharma.
You're obviously absurd. This is obviously not an extension of big pharma. Me believing in scientists is not me being fucking paid by Pfizer. You're ridiculous.
You just need daddy scientists to tell you what to do with your body, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Doctor. Yes, sir, Mr. Doctor. I'll get this vaccine. Yes, sir. What do you need? Yes, sir.
Yeah, literally.
That was you, right?
Literally. Doctors indicate that you should do something. Yes, you absolutely should do that. Do you not listen to your doctors?
I do. And like I told you, my doctor told me it was my personal.
You sound stupid. You just made fun of me for listening to my doctor, and then you acknowledged you listened to your doctor yourself. What
so your doctor, you sat down with your doctor.
Argument. What an absolute embarrassing argument that you just made.
You sat down with your doctor and he told you, hey, you need this vaccine as a young, healthy guy. You need to get this vaccine.
Yeah, my dad's a doctor, and I lived at home at the time, and it is the case that I was high risk because of the fact that I was going to be, one, around my dad that is around patients all the fucking time, and two, because I could get impacted. I wanted to be around my family members, like my grandparents.
Right.
And I wanted to be around people that...
Okay, if you didn't have those outside factors...
Around in my family.
If you didn't have those outside factors...
If I didn't have those things, those are obviously relevant to my life.
But
would it still be important to get vaccinated? Yes. But that was an even better reason for me to get vaccinated.
I agree. I think that probably was the right decision for you. However, if you didn't have all those outside factors, do you think you still would have gotten it as a healthy young individual?
Yes.
Why?
Because I believe in science.
Do you think a doctor would have told you?
Yes.
Had you gone to an independent
I'm not fucking stupid. Genuinely.
Well, you live in California, right? So it's not surprising.
What?
Yeah, it's not surprising.
I grew up in a conservative Christian household, dude.
They're going to peddle that bullshit out there. So in Iowa, you probably could go to a doctor, a general practitioner that's going to tell you, hey, it's your body. You're pretty healthy. I don't see any need for you to get the vaccine, which is what I was told, and I still got the vaccine.
Nope, and in Iowa, I still would have heard from doctors that you should get
and I'm
vaccinated.
Certainly not going to put it in my children.
Yeah, because I go to doctors who aren't fucking idiots. That's what I do. Okay, you probably go to the one
all the doctors I go to are idiots.
No, yeah, doctors that are
one doctor.
Yeah, doctors that are anti-vax, like specifically. Yeah,
this idea that you're anti-vax because if they come out tomorrow and say, hey Parker, this virus come out, it's you have to take this shot of this crayon, right? You're gonna have to inject this crayon in order to prevent this incredible virus that's coming out of India, and we're really worried about it. Here, take this shot of crayon and inject it into your body, and then you should be good. You would fall in. Science is going to tell you to do that, right?
No, science wouldn't tell you to inject a crayon. They're not Donald Trump who wants to inject disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Do you realize that was your president who said that? Your president talked about fucking injecting disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. That's your candidate for president. That is not the doctors. That's your fucking dude. What are you talking about?
And that was a dumb thing that he said.
That was a really dumb thing that he said. No, don't even act like that's our side that specifically does shit like that. That's you guys. That's embarrassing that you just did.
Your side is the one that would call me an anti-vaxxer, even though I just told you I got the vaccine. I just told you my kids have had their full schedule of vaccines when they were born. But I'm not going to allow them to get shit that they don't need.
Allow them?
They don't need it.
If your kid wanted to get vaccinated, you wouldn't let them?
For COVID?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. No.
No. Oh, you wouldn't let them get vaccinated if they wanted to.
No,
I thought it was
just like when my kids come home and say, "Hey, Daddy, I want a face tattoo." I'm going to tell them no. They can't have a face tattoo.
Why are you
just like when they come home and say, "Hey, Daddy, I want."
Did he just compared a face tattoo to getting the COVID vaccine? What?
Yeah, that was the comparison.
Dude.
You got to do mental gymnastics.
That is the comparison you just made. Dude, what is going on, man?
The mental gymnastics you got to do to get to your conclusion.
No, you're the one that is engaged in mental gymnastics. You just compared a face tattoo to getting a COVID vaccine.
The point is, my kids don't direct what they do with their bodies. They're my kids. They don't get to decide. I am in charge of their health and well-being until they're 18 years old.
Okay, so they don't decide anything about their life.
Nothing. They're kids.
Nothing.
They're little kids.
Nothing. How old are they?
I've got a 7, a 4, and a 2.
Okay. I mean, can a kid like can they determine whether or not they want a type of food or something like? Do they ever get to decide
if
what
it doesn't
they
affect
eat?
their health. If they want to eat donuts every day, then no, they don't get to do that.
That's not what I'm saying.
But if they want to,
every once in a
that is
while,
what you're saying. You said
no. Every once in a while, do you let them eat a cookie if they want?
Of course, sure.
Okay, then you let them do what they want.
No, I don't. I approve of them getting a cookie. When I approve of it, they can have one. That's how parenting works, man. Until they're 18 and they're living under my roof. You've heard it before.
I'm not disputing that you're specifically going to obviously be able to determine what is the case in most circumstances. It just generally is the case that not every single thing are you making a determination for, especially in these contexts. Like you're not doing everything. If you care
in
about
the context of their health,
by the way, if you
I
care
will
about
make all
health,
of their decisions.
If you care about their health, then you should obviously look into the science. You shouldn't just believe things based upon.
I have looked into it.
Oh wait, I found a book. Oh my god. Maybe they shouldn't get vaccinated. Maybe I shouldn't give them the COVID vaccine. The source right here from Peter Malone.
Hey, let me ask you. What is every
Peter McCullough and Robert Malone are saying right here that I should not get a COVID vaccine.
That's it, man. You got it. That's called independent research. Independent research. As a matter of fact, have you anything that you've ever taken from the medical science field? What does it say at the bottom usually? Consult your doctor, right? Consult your doctor, right?
Oh my God.
Right?
Yeah. No, it doesn't say just believe whatever you feel like it or listen to RFK.
Exactly. It says
right?
consult
It doesn't tell
your
you
doctor.
to listen to RFK, right?
Yeah, and I don't necessarily listen to RFK for everything. I consult with my doctor. And you know what my doctor told me? He said, hey, man,
make
you're
America
perfectly
healthy
guy.
again.
No need for you to get this injection that's only been tested for the past 3 months.
Wait, do you? Oh, it was not just tested for 3 months. You're being ridiculous. Do you specifically like what's it called? Do you like RFK?
I think some of the stuff he says is he's. I kind of view him like I view Trump. I think he's spent a lifetime litigating things like this and probably knows more about it than I do. Yes.
So do you listen?
However, I don't listen to. I don't get on his Twitter feed and say, "Hey, RFK tells me I need to take this. Let me go take this." I don't buy into these things like you guys do. I have my own independent thinking.
What do you mean buy into these things? RFK's not a doctor, so obviously you wouldn't do that. You just said that you should listen to your doctor, so you agree with me that you should go listen and talk to your doctor.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I was saying, and I don't know why you're acting like that was a bad thing.
And what has RFK said that was so controversial or so?
Yeah, he said that Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes. He said Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes autism. When there's a Swedish study with over 2.5 million people that indicates, when taking into account siblings and genetics, that there's no association between Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism.
Maybe so. During all 3 of my wife's pregnancies, guess what? She took Tylenol, and guess what? My kids are all 3 perfectly healthy. However, what would you attribute if you go to 1970 and look at the rate of autism versus 2025, the rate of autism? What do you think is
greater
causing
ability to diagnose? Greater ability to diagnose.
A greater ability to diagnose. I mean, it's pretty clear when somebody's autistic. I don't know if you've ever met an autistic person, but and it is a spectrum, right? There's
by the
some
way,
people that are nonverbal.
When you say it's pretty clear that someone's autistic, I definitely think that's an insane thing to say.
Okay. Why is that an insane thing to say? If somebody is nonverbal and is visibly
wait, are you assuming that autism is only the situation in which it's nonverbal?
No, I just said it's on a spectrum. That's what I just said.
So then,
however,
so then you can't just assume because of that they have autism. So obviously, you're not the one to determine this.
Okay, you're right. I don't go out in public and diagnose autism. You're right. However, there is definitely more cases in 2025 than there was in 1970.
Because we have
and it's not just autism. It's ADHD,
we have a
ADD.
greater ability to diagnose. That's why.
Sure, but does that account for the 300% increase in autistic rates in 2025?
In rates, yes. In rates of autism, yes, it does.
So prior to 1970, these people were just out and about and nobody knew anything. They just no clue what was going on with them.
Yeah, they had autism. They just weren't diagnosed. Yeah. They had ADHD. They just weren't diagnosed. Yeah.
I find that hard to believe.
Why?
That the autism was the same.
Science is hard to believe in.
Why were people skinnier back in the 70s and 60s?
One, I don't even know if that's true. Two, if you want
100% true. Look it up.
I don't even know how that's relevant.
Because it shows that people were healthier in the 60s and 70s and the 50s and the 40s, and those generations before us were a lot healthier than us.
I don't think
that's
I don't think saying someone is skinnier necessarily means that they're healthier.
Oh my God, you're not serious, are you?
No, I'm being totally serious.
So you think that because if somebody is overweight and somebody like you or I who's not overweight, you think those people could be healthier than us?
Well, look, you didn't even consider if I was underweight, you idiot.
Okay, let's say you're not underweight, you idiot. Let's pretend that you're a normal.
Why do you have to pretend all of these things about me?
Okay, then I won't use you. I'll use me as a normal weighted man.
We're talking about me. I have issues with appetite. I have issues with eating.
I'm sure you do.
Genuinely,
I'm sure you've got a plethora of issues. Because you're a soft individual, and I get it.
I'm from a soft
generation.
I just told you I have appetite issues, and you say I'm soft because I have appetite issues? Something I don't choose?
I said you're from a soft generation where everybody gets hurt easily, and I got this, I got all kinds of stuff wrong with me. I'm a victim.
That has nothing to do with my generation. Has everything to do with
dude.
Hey, dude, that has nothing to do with my generation. Has everything to do with just me having eating issues. That's it. Why are you assuming me having eating issues is representative of my entire generation?
I mean, it's very clear that we see more health issues with your generation than my generation.
I think it's very clear we see more idiot Trump supporters. So should I make that assumption? Actually, it'd probably be true here.
You've got 80 million Americans that support him. 80 million. 80 million sick Trump supporters in this country.
Yeah,
he's your president too, buddy.
Yeah, so if
you should wish him success.
You're not even addressing my points. You said, "Oh, I bet you have all of these issues because of your generation." What about my generation? Tell me.
What about your generation?
Yeah, what about us?
Why are they softer?
Yeah, why do you think my generation is soft?
You've been victimized by the left your entire life. That's what they do. They victimize people. They create victims so that you can rely on them more. That's how it works, man. They tell you, yeah, you need these food stamps. You can't get a job by yourself. You need to have this access to this thing. You need to go let the government do it for you, man. Come on, we got you.
No.
There's no personal accountability.
Tell me how my generation is soft. My generation isn't more likely to get food stamps. Tell me, how is my generation considered soft under your view?
I just told you that you guys have been victimized. You are all victims.
In what way? Like, in what way do I consider myself a victim?
Various ways. Various ways. You just told me that you weren't healthy because you're underweight because you have an eating disorder.
I didn't even say eating disorder.
I didn't have an eating disorder when I was
I didn't even say eating disorder. I said I have eating issues relating to appetite.
Whatever.
How is that me considering myself
eating issues
wait.
to appetite.
I'm sorry. How is that me considering myself a victim or being soft? I just acknowledged that I have an issue with eating. That's it.
Most normal kids your age probably do not have that same issue. 20 years ago, the issue that you're referencing was probably not even a thing.
Well, it wasn't even. Well, let me just tell you. Not only does my sister deal with this, but my mom also did. So you're a fucking idiot. Yes, it did. My mom dealt with the same shit when she was in college. So what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, now it's genetic. Now it makes sense. Oh my god. You didn't ask any of those questions. You assumed that I had these issues because of my generation. Not because it was had a relation to my family.
Your generation is part of why it's been okay for you to have this issue. When I was growing up,
what do you mean? Oh, yes, it is okay for me to have an issue. Wait. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you think it's wrong that I have an issue with eating? Like, what is it? How did I do anything wrong?
I never said that was wrong, and I hope that you get better, Parker.
So
you're being dramatic here, man.
Do you think it's so? Do you think it's okay? It's not me being dramatic. It's you being ridiculous.
Do I think it's okay that you have an eating problem?
Yeah, like, am I doing anything morally wrong? Like, I would like to
No,
address
of course
it. I
not.
don't
If
want to
you've
have
got
to
an
deal with
illness, you've got an illness. What kind of silly statement was that?
Yeah, so then why are
If you've got a, if
does it make me soft? Does it make me soft to acknowledge that I have issues with my appetite?
in comparison to other generations, yes.
It makes me soft
Yes.
to acknowledge that I have issues. No, I think it makes you
Do you
soft.
think? Do you think?
I
Do you
it
think in
makes- no,
1943
listen,
when they
be
were
quiet,
storming the
be
beaches
quiet,
of
be quiet, be quiet, be
Normandy,
quiet,
the
be quiet, be
17-year-olds
quiet,
were, I got
be
an
quiet,
eating
be
issue,
quiet.
man.
Shut up, I'm muting you. Right? Do you think that I think actually you are the soft one because you can't acknowledge things that are wrong with you. That makes you soft for not being able to be man enough to acknowledge things that can be wrong so that you can actively deal with them and address them, because you're going to make it everyone else's fucking problem instead of addressing it yourself. Okay? So how about you fucking address it yourself? How about you can actually acknowledge things that are specifically wrong with yourself instead of being such a soft little fucking baby that you can't even acknowledge any of the ailments of yourself to actually be able to address them in the first place. You're such a man child that you can't even acknowledge that people have issues. Jesus Christ.
I can't acknowledge your issue.
No, you
Are you-
can't
are you
acknowledge
done
your own
rating?
issues. You said it was soft for me to acknowledge my own issues. You can't acknowledge your own issues. That says that you're soft, buddy.
I didn't say that. That's not what I said. You're posting a false narrative yet again. It's not what I said. You like to put words in people's
What'd you
mouths.
say?
You like to push
What'd you
these
say?
false narratives. You like to lie.
What did you say?
I said comparatively, your generation is a lot softer than the generations that came before us. My generation is a lot softer than the generation that was fighting in World War II. It's pretty linear, all right? It's. I'm not saying Parker's a soft guy. I'm just saying you've been led to be a victim your whole life. And a lot of the left, a lot of these people go to the left. Why do you think the majority of college students nowadays?
You can't even give me specifics, and you're also not even responding to the point I just made. But go ahead.
What specific would you like? What specific would you like?
No, just address what I just said.
Okay, like I just said, comparatively, your generation is a lot softer than mine. My generation is a lot softer than the generation before me. There was a generation before them that was probably victimized.
What does that mean? Be specific.
It means for everything wrong with you, there's an issue, there's a pill, there's a shot, there's a vaccine, you have been, you are a victim.
So you do things to address problems. You look for solutions?
Or are you looking for the problem?
He thinks it's soft to look for solutions. When
you're looking for problems?
No, like looking for.
Do you think whatever?
So taking vaccines is soft.
Let me ask you a serious question.
You should just get polio yourself. You know, people from the olden days, they just got polio themselves. They didn't even have to deal with these vaccines. They didn't have any of these seatbelts. They just got polio, and they got the measles, and they got over it. Dude, you realize how absurd you are?
You done?
No, I'm not.
That was pretty
crazy.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. 50 years ago, whatever eating thing you've got going on, you go to a doctor in 1950, the year 1950, what does the doctor tell you?
Again, I don't know. I'd have to go back in time to see.
You don't know. Why not? Your dad was a doctor. I bet you could ask him.
I don't know. I don't think my dad would know what they would do in 1950 before he was alive.
I bet you he'd have some kind of clue.
Okay.
You can't deny that the generation that's coming up now is softer than generations before us. That's just a fact of our culture.
You just keep repeating the standpoint. You don't even know. You can't even specify what you're referencing.
What do you want me to reference? It's a pretty easy to understand claim that I made. What would you like me to reference? You want me to find you a dead guy from that was born in 1920 and have him explain to you how they were a little bit harder men back then?
No, be specific with what you're referencing.
Okay. There's 18-year-olds that were storming the beaches in Normandy.
Wait, actually,
do you think they had?
How are you a harder man than me?
Because I don't have little issues. I don't have all these little issues. I don't have eating disorders. I'm not emotionally attached to my political beliefs. I don't cry when President Trump says something.
Emotional. Oh wait, hold on. You don't have emotions, and you don't have.
Are you gonna let me explain, or are you gonna?
No. Tell me.
No, I've got issues. Sure.
You just so you do have issues. So then, how are you harder than me? If you have issues and emotions.
I don't have medical issues. No, I don't have any medical issues.
So because you have no medical issues, that's it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So somehow, by the way, he thinks having medical issues makes you soft.
I didn't say that.
Never said that. There you go. You're putting words in my mouth.
Okay,
You've done it 4 or 5 times now.
So then why are you harder than me? Because you have to tell me something specifically.
I didn't say me specifically to you. I said your generation compared to my generation.
Okay,
Do you want me to like write that down for you?
Okay.
So you can understand it?
Okay, so, well, I already understood. I'm just telling you to be specific and you can't do it. Did you understand?
Yes, I totally understood. And the comparison I'm making is not between you and I. It's between your generation and my generation. Do you know what a generation is, Parker?
Yes,
it's a
I
lot
know
of
what a
people, dude. It's
generation
not just me and you. It's not just me and you.
Yeah, so again, can you even be specific? Because you did say medical issues. Be specific. How is my generation?
Yes, I will be specific. I will be specific. Are you ready?
Or will you concede that I'm harder than you then?
I don't know what your status is right now, buddy. I'm not going to speculate on anything like that. However,
Actually, buddy, I think that you're soft, bud. I think
okay, maybe so.
soft.
And that's fine. And that's fine.
You're soft.
You can think that I'm one of the softer guys from my generation. We'll agree on that. Sure. However, my generation is definitely
soft,
tougher
man.
than yours.
No,
It's definitely tougher than yours.
In what way? In what way?
Physically, mentally. Do you know what resilience is? Yeah, have you even heard that term? Like, do you know what? I mean, my generation doesn't
resilience.
scream
Yes,
and
I have
cry.
heard the term resilience before.
My generation doesn't scream and cry when a person is elected president. We don't go out in the streets and protest when things aren't going our way, or oh my gosh, we don't. We shut up and go back.
Really, because we literally saw you guys inside a violent insurrection at the Capitol, right? And like assault police officers and then get pardoned for it.
Okay, sure, yeah, and we saw Seattle. we saw Seattle and Portland and Ferguson, Missouri burned to the ground, and Minneapolis burned to the ground, and LA burned to the ground.
Were there any elected Democratic officials that pardoned that or advocated for that violence?
In any of those instances that I just mentioned?
Yeah,
absolutely. I'm sure there was.
Can you name a
I mean, you can see it in Portland right now.
Name a specific Democratic official.
I don't have specific names, no, but I know the mayor of Portland has refused to. The mayor of Portland, are you going to listen? The mayor of Portland has refused to let Trump-supporting protesters protest the ICE facility in Portland, whereas Antifa and the left-leaning types that agree with her.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, Governor.
Yeah, because they don't want them there. I mean, that's good. Based.
Why not,
Governor?
Why do they? Do you think that's a good idea to only allow one view to be seen? Why?
No. It's a great idea specifically to not let the National Guard to go in. Yeah. Protesting is a constitutional
I didn't mention
right.
the National Guard. I didn't mention the National Guard. Yes, you're absolutely right. It is. However, throwing shit and vandalizing is not a constitutional right.
Yeah, I agree.
Beating people up is not a constitutional right.
I agree. I disagree with beating people up. I disagree with committing violence.
So you think that the governor of Oregon should go in and do something about the protests that are taking place at the ICE facility in Portland?
They are stopping people who are doing those things. They are not.
They have just recently, like maybe 2 or 3 days ago, but the protests have been going on for 160 days. Why is it just now that they're just now coming to their senses and saying?
Wait, they have been addressing violence in any of these circumstances when they can. In most of these circumstances, it's peaceful. What do you think? The frog is going to hurt you, man? The guy in a frog suit?
Who's the frog?
Up, man. There are lots of videos
No,
of
it's
people in
just
frog
completely
suits and like
one-sided.
fucking protesting and like chilling and hanging out.
Imagine if the right were to be as destructive with their protests as the left. Just imagine that for a second.
Really?
Imagine we burned down Birmingham,
6th.
Alabama, or
January 6th.
That was one instance compared to Minneapolis, Seattle, Portland, LA.
Where Donald Trump pardoned the violent rioters. Hello? Donald Trump pardoned them.
Okay, sure.
You guys denied the 2020 election results. You guys have called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
But just imagine if we were burning down, blocks of cities like the left has. Just imagine that for a second. What do you think would happen?
Well, we have not burned down a block of an entire city. Name one block.
Ferguson, Missouri.
Ferguson, Missouri was not
I think it was
burned down.
Second precinct in Minneapolis Police Department. The LA ICE facility, Portland ICE facility, Chaz. Do you not remember Chaz? Do you remember the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone?
I do. None of these are burning.
Those were left-leaning people.
None of these are burning down entire blocks. So,
I would implore you to look into Ferguson, Missouri, after the Michael, the death of I can't think of the guy's name, but it was the beginning of BLM.
So this is just so ridiculous, right? Genuinely, you can't even remember what you're referencing. You don't even know specifically any Democratic officials that you could point to specifically that have at all supported any of the violence that you're talking about. Democrats have allowed it to happen. Democrats have been against political violence in all of these sorts of situations. So I don't know what you're talking about.
In every one of those instances that I just named, it's a blue city with a blue governor or a blue mayor, whoever is allowing these things to happen. Why do they allow it to happen? Why won't they stop it?
They do. They literally do. Why do you keep repeating the same talking point when they actually do?
What do you mean they do? They literally burned. I just named like 5, man. You want me to like write it down for you? Look at the LA ice facility on Google Earth right now. Look at it. That's all you got to do. Look at the Portland ice facility on Google Maps right now. That's all you got to do.
Okay.
Look at the 2nd precinct in Minneapolis Police Department. It's not even there anymore.
By the way, the ice facility on Google Maps isn't going to show me anything recently. It's not even going to show me anything.
Yes. Well, okay. Sure. Yeah. It'll show
And also,
you.
by the way,
I just want
to let you know, I've been there in LA. It was peaceful.
Okay, so you know.
It was.
So you know that the LA ice facility has been vandalized, right?
Wait, the one when I went there, it was peaceful. There was nothing vandalized.
Okay, maybe the protest was peaceful. However, there's nothing vandalized.
I never saw anything vandalized when I went.
Okay, you might not have seen it, but did you see graffiti on the side of the building? Did you see boards up in front of windows? Did you see barricades in front of the office?
Wait, there's graffiti, right, and on buildings all over LA, right? That's a part of like how LA looks.
Sure.
Right?
Does LA have if you go to Skid Row, do you see a business down there that's got fuck ice all over the building?
A very, very small
You probably
area. Like
can.
in some areas you'll see like it just said and this is not specifically just Skid Row, on like a gate or something like that, you'll see it. But what I'm confused.
Sure.
Seeing fuck ice like spray painted on something is not violent. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's still against the law, Parker. You're missing the point. I didn't say they were all violent.
Well,
I'm sure
you
there's been
voted for a convicted
peaceful
criminal,
protests.
so I don't think you care much about that.
You don't think I care much that I voted for we're not talking about
No,
Trump right now.
you
We're
don't give
talking
a shit about violating the
less
law. You
violent-
voted for a convicted felon.
I voted for somebody that's going to uphold the law and take
Uphold the law he's a convicted felon.
Since the liberal mayors of these cities can't do it.
This guy he thinks it's pro law and order to vote for a convicted criminal over a former prosecutor. Genuinely, he thinks
We're not talking about that.
Yes, it is. Yes, we are.
We're not talking about that.
You
No,
think
we're not.
that is addressing crime to a greater extent? The guy who called for a termination of all rules, regulations, articles, even those found in the Constitution, who has violated multiple of our constitutionally protected rights, who literally does not give a shit about the law. We're currently on an app right now that's illegal.
I get
It's
it,
not
man.
enforcing it to be illegal.
I get it. You have TDS, but let's focus on other shit. All right. Let's get past your hate for Trump for a second, and let's talk about reality, and let's talk about what's
tells you
going
that-
on in
what
Blue
te-
City.
What tells you that I have TDS, buddy?
Everything you do, you bring up Trump. We can't have a normal conversation without you bringing up Trump.
Tell me, what's the topic of the live?
We've been talking for an hour, Parker. And
Answer the question. Answer the
brought
question.
up maybe
What is the topic of the live?
Why do you support Trump?
Oh my God! He brought up Trump in a debate about Trump. No way! Oh, what, Parker? How dare you do that? You brought up Trump in a political debate that says, "Why do you support Trump?" Oh my God! Ah!
This is your generation's emotions, man. This is your generational emotions.
Well, that must be your generation's idiocy. Right, you see how ridiculous that is? Obviously, your idiocy is not representative of your entire generation. You're an idiot, but that's not representative of all of the other people that are a part of your generation in my comment section that agree with me that you're an idiot.
Of course, you've created an echo chamber here, man. Congratulations. I'm glad that you've got all these supporters.
So me debating people's an echo chamber? I debate people every single day, constantly, the whole day, and you think that's an echo chamber?
And who do you think comes here most often?
Trump
do you think it's Republicans or do
Trump
you think
supporters? I debate Trump supporters the whole time. I'm not even debating liberals.
So you're delusional too. You're delusional too, right?
I'm debating
all of this,
Trump
all the
supporters.
money. Yes, the few that are in here, you can debate them. However, 98% of your audience are left leaning. Of course, they're going to support you.
Okay, yeah, I'm not.
This is your echo chamber.
Left-wing people in the like watch my streams. I'm not disputing that. I said that people.
Why don't you come do a debate at a university in the South, or come do a debate at a community center in the South, or go to a debate in the middle of the country?
would. Right, I just don't.
And you wouldn't have the support that you have here.
Yeah, because I'm not going to say where I'm going to go beforehand because I don't want to get fucking murdered.
I got you. Look, I guarantee you, when I hang up here, I'm going to have at least 20 death threats in my DMs.
Genuinely,
It's a
Johnny,
shame.
Johnny, tell me a place I can go to. Give me a MAGA frat bro bar. I've been looking for where I can film content. Tell me, I'll show up.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. It's called the Library in Oxford, Mississippi.
Okay, absolutely.
Please.
Please give me any places. I'll show up. Tell me where I can find MAGA.
I will pay for your flight ticket, Parker, if you agree now to do a debate at the library in Oxford, Mississippi after the let's see. I believe it's in 2 weeks.
I'm not going to agree to anything specifically on live, but if you let me know, I definitely will like look into it because I want to like literally debate people who are Trump supporters in person. I'm not going to say where I'm going to go beforehand because I don't want to get murdered.
I get it. Yeah, I guess. Oh, look, there's crazy people on this app. There's no doubt. However, I doubt that you would be willing to come to a conservative area of the country and have these debates.
I would. I've been trying to find places where I can record in person and debate people, and there's like literally nowhere that I can find because there's like no conservative events right now. So if you can let me know where these conservative places are, I would show up. Like literally, give me a frat house that everyone there is a Trump supporter. I'll film debating all of them at once. I'll debate every single one. I'll cook every single one.
I just told you. Go to the University of Mississippi. Anytime, any day, go to any fraternity, any sorority, go to the University of Alabama, go to the University of Tennessee, anywhere in the South. You know, we're pretty Republican down here. Anywhere in this
area. Do you go to the
area.
University of Mississippi?
No, I'm 35. I don't go to college anymore.
Okay. Well, again, literally, anyone can message me. I seriously am looking for places where I can debate people in person. That's genuinely what I'm looking for. So, seriously, I totally would show up.
Well, I'm glad that you could do that because I think it takes away the echo chamber that you've created here on TikTok. Because it's very clear that the support that you have here is very one-sided.
By the way, I've done this in the past. I went to the Turning Point event where I would debate Trump supporters. They were all like Trump supporters there, and I would debate them.
And how'd that go?
Well,
pretty nonviolent, right? Pretty nonviolent, pretty reasonable, pretty pretty normal humans.
You say nonviolent, but someone threatened to assault me. And then also Charlie got shot.
By who?
Right, by someone that was considered a what's it called, a nihilist violent extremist.
Come on, be careful. Be careful. Who do you think he supported?
He was considered a nihilist violent extremist. He wasn't specifically overtly political.
Who do you think he supported politically? If you had him in front of you right now, who do you think he would support?
I don't know if he was even politically involved to that extent. He was a non-violent, or not non-violent. He was a nihilist violent extremist.
You don't think when he used the terms that he used, which are similar to the terms that you use, you don't think that that's politically motivated?
What terms?
Anti-fascist on the shell casing. We'll use that.
That was related to the video.
Or whatever it said. I don't remember what it said.
It was related to the video. Yeah,
it was related to a video game.
Yeah,
so there's a generation of kids that are playing video games.
Genuinely, it was a video. It was a video game.
Political commentator.
Yeah, that was literally a thing from a video game. Yeah.
So there was no political affiliation either way because clearly the shell casing that we saw was from
by people who are specifically investigating it, and these are even conservatives that were investigating it. They did not indicate an overt specific political ideology behind it. Right? That's why they consider him a nihilist violent extremist.
Okay, sure. Well, let's say that that's true, which I will never believe that. However, what do you say to the people that are celebrating his death?
I disagree with celebrating, and I've also already talked about this.
But there's a wide variety of people, specifically on this app, that celebrated his death and continue to celebrate it. If you swipe through the lives right now on TikTok, you're going to see
this. I haven't seen that when I swipe through lives.
Okay, well, maybe you should. I'll give you my phone one day, and you can swipe through my lives. However, it doesn't change the fact that one side of the country is celebrating a man being executed in public. Think about that for a second.
Okay. And
celebrating.
You understand that the right was celebrating, like the Hortmans getting murdered, was celebrating Paul Pelosi being beaten with a hammer.
I can't think of one person, and I'm a conservative guy with a lot of conservative friends, and I can't think of one. You know, it's funny. I despise
Charlie Kirk made jokes about it.
I cannot stand.
Do you remember what Charlie Kirk said about George Floyd?
And Obama. However, I would never wish them death. That's the difference. We have a moral reasoning
I never wish anyone death.
Whereas you guys typically don't.
We're not wishing anyone death here. We don't believe.
No, I didn't say that you are. I'm just saying.
Trump is wishing people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trump is murdering people.
He's murdering who? Who are you referencing?
For example, people off in boats off of the coast of Venezuela, where they were in international waters, not in U.S. waters. There was no evidence that they had drugs that they've given to Congress at all. And even if they did, it was not justification to murder them.
So what do you think we should do?
Detain them once they get to U.S. waters. That's what we've been doing.
So you think we've been doing a pretty good job stopping the flow of fentanyl in our country or any illegal drug?
Oh, you can't say that on the live. Later, bud. That's TikTok TOS. You can't say F drug on the live. Later, buddy. Alrighty, I have a few people to thank. Everyone. I got to catch up. Lars, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Madeline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Maddie, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Maddie. It's always good to see you. I just saw this now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Maddie in the comment section right now. Thank you for the $50. Good to see you again. Seriously, though. B, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Carolina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Samantha, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Samantha, I'm pretty sure I do too, but I'm not quite sure. I haven't been diagnosed or anything, but Paige, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Stacy, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jessica with the $2. Catherine, thank you for the $5. Kathy, thank you for the $5 as well. Libby with the $20. Thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I definitely will. Austin, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Michael with the $50 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. W's for Michael in the comment section right now. As well as Laura, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. They said Rib Michael Brown Jr. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Laura. Can we get some W's for Laura and then Michael in the comment section right now? Thank you. London with the $2. Forrest with the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Caitlin, thank you for the $3. They said to bring back the mustache. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Taylor with the $2. And again, get some W's for Michael and Laura in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Joe, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Oh, wait, Joe, thank you for telling me that. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. I didn't even know. That's an important fact to bring up. Katie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, maybe someday I will. Absolutely. Alrighty. Let's get the next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Well. Guess who's dodging David?
They were trolling. I talked to them. They would.
No, okay, listen though. Listen, okay, I know this is all for like.
Okay. I literally talked to them and they admitted that they were trolling. Like, what are you talking about, dude? They got like one sentence in and I was like, they're obviously trolling. You know what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, hi, Parker. This is Pete from Melbourne, Australia here.
Oh, appreciate you. We are just looking for some debates and people who meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Appreciate you very much. Let's go on the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23. I just wanted to say that John dude is fucking. No.
Okay. Laurie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Yeah, there are people on Facebook that create accounts of me and Dean where it's not us. I actually recently did just get into my Facebook account, just letting everyone know. I actually like literally have a Facebook now that you guys can go follow. We have 126,000 followers or 127,000 followers now. This is my only Facebook account, by the way, everyone. Only Facebook account. Right there. That's it. That's all my only Facebook account. You can go follow me there if you would like to. I finally got into it. And I'm going to be posting stuff on Facebook. Apparently, I have negative reviews. I thought it was really funny. Like, some of the negative reviews. I have like 2 or 3 negative reviews, and they're so funny. So if you want to leave a positive review, you can as well. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. William, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for William in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for William in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, William. I really appreciate it. Janice, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you. W's for William in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, William. That is so kind of you. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
The new acts he put in, I don't see what's wrong with them. The big, beautiful bill.
Okay.
Do you have any opinions on that?
Yes, I do. I have very strong opinions on this. The Big Beautiful Bill cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month, over 2.5 million people on average every month off their food stamps, and over 10 million people off their access to health insurance, while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt and giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires.
But he's also trying to bring back more jobs to America and cut out our supply from other countries.
Well, real manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office. The jobs report has also declined so far that Trump thought it was politically biased information, so he fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, claiming that it was politically biased information, and then he put someone new into that position who indicated even less jobs for the next month. So we've actually seen increasing unemployment rate since Trump got in office because of his imposition of tariffs.
But over time, he's bringing back more of the bigger company, like the oil, and like more of the jobs that are like more labor, like outside labor.
He's actually like not bringing back jobs. Again, the indication is that he has like bringing back less jobs.
What you were saying about the sorry, he's crying.
Willie, think of the galaxy.
The generational thing. I don't think there is any generation that's more softer than the next. I think it's more of like we're getting more information and like growing. Like we're getting more education now. So I don't think anybody's softer than the next. I think we're getting more information.
Okay. So
do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So like, why are you supporting Donald Trump then?
He's trying to help mothers. Like, he's trying to get stay-at-home mothers paid.
Oh, by doing what?
By doing, he opened, I don't even know what it's on. I don't know if it's on, I don't think it's on the Big Beautiful Bill. I think it's through something else.
Okay.
But to get them income that isn't like WIC.
No, if you want to talk about like a child tax credit, for example, the increase in the child tax credit would be greater under the Harris administration compared to the Trump administration. He went from $1,000 to $2,000. She's advocating for $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and then $3,000 through them being 18. Also, like he's cut off like SNAP, right? Because the government shut down and like isn't providing the funding for it when he can.
No, I don't mean SNAP.
Okay, so what are we referencing then here?
He set in for the children to get the $1,000 into the savings account.
I definitely think it should be more. I actually don't disagree with that policy, but I think it should be more. And also, that doesn't help single mothers.
No, but it helps their children.
It can, but I mean, that wouldn't help them until later on. It doesn't help single mothers though. Like it would help them like way later on in their lives, like not like when they're children.
Yes, I understand that, but it's still a good thing.
Okay. I never disputed that. I said I kind of agree with it. So like, I guess what was your point here? How does Trump help like single mothers or stay-at-home mothers? Sorry.
He was trying to pass for them to get like paid, but not through WIC or stamps.
So then what would they get paid through?
Like I guess it'd still be the government, but
I don't think there was any specific bill just to pay stay-at-home moms.
no, it wasn't a specific bill. And it's not even passed. It was just talked about.
Okay, so, I mean, then why isn't he doing it then?
It has to go through all the chains to get passed.
Has he even advocated for it to go through those processes?
I'm unaware of that.
Okay. So I guess it doesn't really sound like you have much of a basis here to support Donald Trump or for why you do.
I don't know about that. He's getting more coal from our country and shipping less out.
He's more coal? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good thing. I think that's actually worse for our country. Also, he's cutting funding for renewable energy production in this country, which is causing energy prices to go up. Also, tariffs
Why
are
is
causing
coal
energy
bad?
prices to go up. Because it's a very, very polluting way of producing energy.
Okay, but it's getting jobs in our country. We have a lot of states that are
We would have
coal
more
producing.
jobs through renewable energy production.
It's providing a lot of jobs.
We would have more jobs through renewable
many
energy
states.
production.
Okay, but where are we going with those? Where are we putting those at?
Trump is cutting the funding for that.
Yes.
Yeah, he actively did. Like, I just kind of pointed to it.
But we already have coal being dug here.
He's got the Inflation Reduction Act, for example. You said we already have coal. We still had it regardless. It's just honest. Donald Trump's trying to put more of an investment into that rather than specifically like adapting to the future.
Yeah, we need more coal.
Okay, so you just said that we need more coal. Why? Why specifically just coal?
Because it's an energy source that we have here in the country. We don't have to get it from other countries.
Yeah, and so
other countries actually buy coal from
renewable
us.
energy. So is renewable energy. So why did we gut renewable energy funding?
We don't need it right now.
We do need renewable energy. If we don't need renewable energy, why do we need coal?
Because we have coal. We are making jobs from coal.
We have renewable energy. We're making jobs for renewable energy.
They both provide jobs, but one is not being shut down. We're making money off coal from selling it to other countries while keeping it for ourselves too.
We reduced the level of exports when we specifically imposed tariffs on countries around the entire world. So I don't know what your point is here. That we're actually worse off because of Trump. Okay. Hello?
Yeah.
Is there anything else you got before I go on to the next person?
No, I'm good.
All right. Okay, everyone, let's go on to the next person, I guess. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual here real quick, everyone. Alrighty. Do give it a second for people to join up. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Again, if you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes here on the YouTube stream, everyone. I would really, really, really appreciate it. How many likes are we at right now? I think we're at like 1.3 thousand.
Can you debate my grandma? Mom, can you debate my grandma?
I will if you join on a different account. It's just you were on your account, and because you're a fetus, I don't want people to be able to click through your account. What just dropped? What was that loud noise? What the fuck was that? What just happened? Did it... What? Okay. I didn't even move. I just heard like some loud noise. Looks like there's a ghost, chat. There's a ghost. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
You'd rather vote for Donald Trump? So why do you support Donald Trump? That was Evil Dean? What? What? Dude, it's been so long. Evil Dean, how you doing? Yo, what's up? How old are you? What? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. If you're on YouTube, make sure to subscribe to me if you haven't already. If you're on TikTok, everyone, follow me. Make sure you're followed if you have not already. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual here. Alrighty, yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's go on the next individual. Yo, what's up?
I'm back. I'm back.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, before.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to click that.
You're good. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual, everybody. Do give it a second for people to join up. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. I think we can do it. We have almost 3,300 people, or almost 3,400 people, I mean. Let's try to do it, everyone. I think we can do it. Kaylee, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much, Kaylee. Janice, thank you so much for the $10. Burhan, thank you so much for the $2. Absolutely. Harold, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Harold. Give me some W's for Harold in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I definitely for the future think it is, but I think providing services for now is the best way to do so, Harold. I think that's the best way. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, you listen to Osama song?
You said what?
Psychotic? You listen to Osama song?
No.
Oops.
I don't.
Damn, you should have checked out Psychotic.
I don't even know who you're referencing, and I also it's not on the topic. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo,
Parker, you're nigger. You're fucking dead.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's a pal to you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2007.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay. What's your birth month?
2007.
Birth month?
Oh, January. My fault. January 26th.
You're good. You're good. So, yeah, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. You said you'd vote for Donald Trump. So why do you support Donald Trump?
So one of the main reasons I support him is for the gun rights thing. I don't agree with Kamala Harris's gun right control with like assault weapons.
Okay, gun rights. So what about gun rights do you agree with, or do you disagree with Kamala Harris on?
Correct me if I'm wrong. She did want to ban assault weapons, right? Assault rifles.
She didn't run on that, but I don't mind that, honestly.
Well, I disagree with that completely.
Okay. Well, I don't think she even ran on that, so.
Oh shit! My fault.
I think that's something that she might have brought up for like 2020, but she never brought up for 2024.
Okay, I thought that was one of her main things. That I also, which correct me if I'm wrong again. I'm new to this, but like abortions, do not agree with those at all.
Okay. Why is abortion wrong?
Since it got overturned. Sorry.
Why is abortion wrong?
I think it's a murder of a human.
Why?
Because it's a human being formed, so terminating that early is a murder.
Press the galaxy, thank you. You said it's a human being, so when is it considered a human being under your view? Conception?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think IVF is wrong because they discard many zygotes and embryos?
Yeah, I would say so.
You do. So everyone who's engaged in the IVF process, you think that they were involved in a process that led to serial murder?
Can you explain that again? I'm sorry. Say it again.
Yeah, like, so they discard multiple zygotes and embryos per patient. Right?
Okay.
In terms of IVF. So there are actually more discarding of embryos and zygotes in the context of IVF than there is for the entirety of abortion in the United States.
Oh, wow. Okay. Did not know that. Yeah, I'm definitely open to looking into that. I do think that does that take away from abortion though? Like, you know what I'm saying? I think abortion's wrong. I don't think you should compare it to, like, not comparing it to anything, but I'm just saying, I think that I'm addressing that.
Sorry, repeat what you just said. I apologize.
Yeah, sorry, that was a lot. I was just saying I'm addressing abortion. I'm not trying to like compare it to something.
Okay.
I just think it's wrong. I think it's murder. So yeah.
Yeah, but like, I mean, we got to really know why. It's like, okay, so like if I have a petri dish, I had a fertilized egg in there. I use sperm and egg cause fertilization. I slap that petri dish for TikTok and YouTube content because I think it's fun. And I wanted to rage bait pro-lifers. Do you think I should go to prison?
I don't think you should go to prison. No, I'll be honest.
But I just committed murder under your view.
But is it? I think it's got to be like in a woman's body. You know what I'm saying?
Why?
Because
you said life begins at conception. You said personhood begins at conception. It's a human being at conception. I killed a human being at conception under your view, regardless of whether or not it's inside of a woman's body. It doesn't change anything. It sounds like to me you just said location was determining whether or not they actually are given rights or like value. So then couldn't someone say that based upon birth as well?
No, they definitely could say that. That's actually very true. No, that's a really good point. I'll definitely think about that. I appreciate it, man. I'm just trying to learn in here, so yeah.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, man. Have a good one.
You as well. Let's go to the next individual. Everybody only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person real quick. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I have another like 27 minutes or so left on the stream. A little bit left here. Dean's going to be hopping on here in a little bit. He told me he was going to be on here pretty soon. I might actually join him for a little bit. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you? Victoria, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go on the next individual here real quick. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, Parker, I'm 49. I actually wanted to talk really briefly, if I could,
Do you
about
support
your
Trump?
conversation with Johnny. It's about mRNA COVID vaccines.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely not. But
although I do really appreciate you coming up, and you probably do have some important information to tell us. I am just looking for some debates right now. By the way, everyone, for the people asking me, did I vote? Absolutely. Voted. Make sure to vote yes on 50 if you're here in California, and make sure to vote in all the different states around the United States, right? Like, for example, Virginia and in New York. You know, what's about you?
35.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, he got some good stuff coming out.
Okay. If you go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Well, I'm a convicted felon, so I can't vote Parker. But if I go back in time, I'd probably go back to when Jesus was born and take him the Bible and say, hey, you approve of this?
No, I asked, would you support Trump? Like, would you vote for him?
I would have to go back to that moment in time. If I could time travel, that's what I would do, Parker.
Yeah, you have to do that, yeah.
Well, I'm stuck in that scenario, then yes, I would vote for Donald Trump because he's...
Okay.
Think about it. Virginia has an error rate of 11.86%. If Virginia can fix their administrative error rates, that gives more money for EBT assistance for people.
So it seems like you work at the part of convicted felons for Trump.
Part of what?
Are you a part of the convicted felons for Trump?
No, not really. I'm more like convicted felons should have a right to vote, period. We should have a say, at least in something.
I actually don't dispute you on that. Now,
so do you not dispute me on anything so far? Which would mean you would have to agree with Trump on the 11.86% error rate, because now Virginia has emergency food stamps, banners.
Of error rate. What was your source for that level of error rate?
What was my source?
Yeah.
I mean, you go to a DCC website, food stamp website. I think their site's going to say 11.5, but I think that's due to the increased volume of the food stamp talk, which has made individuals in the community call their local offices for those offices to complete those errors within that very paperwork.
Yeah. So, so this rate just indicates the level of improper payments occurring at the state level.
Right.
And
It's administrative.
It does not measure program fraud.
No, they're administrative errors. Like it comes down to the paperwork. Like because individuals all right. For myself, I live on food stamps and disability. Thank you, taxpayers. And without that assistance, I wouldn't have a pot to piss in. But if that's taken away, we're kind of stuck in a situation where it's going to have to rely on the taxpayers of the state of Virginia, which would means we're either going to have to up taxes or we're going to have to make massive cut to who's in it, which would mean we'd have to mandate that whole Donald Trump's work requirement that he put in section 105 and 106 of the big, beautiful bill.
Yeah, I don't think that work requirement's good. I think that's bad. And then secondly, if you want to talk about the increasing of taxes, I'm totally okay with increasing taxes on rich people.
Why do you think work requirement is bad?
Why do I think? Because it restricts people's access to food and health insurance.
How does it restrict their access to food and access? If an individual can work, then that means that person has funds to purchase food, receive a small portion in EBT assistance. What do you mean, Parker?
Yeah, I think the work requirement is bad. Have I talked to you before, by the way?
No, I again, I live on
No?
disability, so I agree with the work requirement. I believe that some people
Hold up.
are
Hold
physically
up.
minded.
You didn't answer my question. Have I talked to you before?
Of course, man.
Okay, why'd you join my live then? It says never debated me before.
Never debate. Oh, it's that small fine print, you know.
Okay. Well, Kyle, I'm going to go on to the next person. I do appreciate you coming up. I am just looking for some debates with people who have not been on the live before. Since I've already had a conversation with you, I will go on to the next person. I do think that having work requirements is worse because it restricts people's access to food and health insurance when they need it. And I don't think work requirements are really beneficial. I think we can incentivize people to work without forcing them to do so by restricting their access to food or health insurance. I think that's kind of sick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I would say I support him over Kamala Harris, so yes.
Like, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Yes, I would vote for Donald Trump.
I was like, bro, did Kyle just called me a POS in the comment section right now? Why is he so mad? Whoa, what the fuck, dude? Okay, have you already been here as well?
No, I've never been here before.
Okay, so what was your birth year, you said?
2003.
And you said you're how old?
I'm 21.
And what month were you born?
November.
Okay. What's that?
What?
What's that?
What day? 25th.
Okay. Yeah, so then you said you would support Trump, so why do you support Trump?
So, overall, I think that Trump is not standing for Republican values. However, I do support him over Kamala Harris because I did think he would deliver on deporting many and he would strive for world peace. However, I don't think he's delivering on either of those as much as some other Republicans would.
Okay. One, he's definitely worse for world peace comparative to Kamala Harris. And then secondly, I would say mass deportation's bad, so.
Yeah. So I think deportation is good because it protects our culture, our values, and it also protects American jobs. However,
it doesn't protect our culture, it doesn't protect our values, and it doesn't protect jobs. Did you know that actually increasing immigration increases employment rates, it increases wages, and it increases GDP?
Well,
and then also, I think immigration's an important aspect of our culture.
Yeah, so I think immigration is definitely an aspect of our culture. But, I mean, if you look at Barack Obama or Bill Clinton, which I assume you both support, they deported far more than Donald Trump in his first term and far more than he's doing now. So overall, immigration is good for our
because they
society.
were the president for 8 years. And then also, if you look at the proportionality, Trump is going to do more than what Obama did. And secondly, I don't agree with the Clinton administration and the Obama administration on their level of deportations.
You disagree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that it preserved our culture and stopped as much drugs coming over. We both agree that the drug issue is a serious problem, and also addiction. I agree with Democrats on that. I think that we need to do more for people with mental disabilities and
Can we go back to what culture you were referencing?
Oh yeah. So I think that our culture is a white Christian culture. I don't think that
white Christians. Why do those things matter to you?
No, I don't think. I think that I don't think that white matters at all per se.
Then
I think that Christian. I just said demographically. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that was a Freudian slip.
A Freudian slip means you actually do mean that. So why would you just concede? That was another Freudian slip.
I'm trolling, Parker. All right, can I go into my Christian values?
No. You have to tell us first why. We'll talk about Christianity in a second. I'd love to do it in a second.
Okay.
I just genuinely want to get this point. Why did you even bring up white in the first place?
I honestly don't know. That was a.
So you don't think that this country should be white necessarily?
Well, I think I think that the Christian values mostly come from white countries. However, Mexicans also bring a lot of Mexicans are Christians. So I think that Mexican immigration.
Wait,
should,
there's Christianity all around the world. Christianity is very prevalent in Africa
Well, yes,
and in Asia.
But for example, in we've brought a lot of Haitians in. I'm near Minnesota. I'm in Iowa. So those are a bunch of.
He's in Iowa. I grew up in Iowa.
Iowa's a great state. Yeah.
So genuinely, Haitians coming to our country is a good thing. They were asked to come here specifically by those different cities. Like, for example, Springfield. They were asked to come, and they were under temporary protected status, and Donald Trump literally removed their temporary protected status.
Yes, I agree with that.
You agree with removing their temporary protected status?
Yes.
Why?
Because they're not providing anything to our society, and they need to go back. No.
What do you mean they're not providing anything for our society? Yeah, they were. They were fulfilling jobs. They were adding to the GDP. They were rebuilding those communities.
Okay, adding to GDP may be good in the short term, but when they're not contributing to our culture is the issue.
They are contributing to our culture. What are you talking about? What do you
in a negative way? In a negative way.
How are they how are they contributing to our culture in a negative way?
So I would say that there's a statistic done by, I know you're not gonna like this, Fox News, but Mexican and Haitian immigrants comparatively, Mexicans are a lot less likely to commit crimes in America than Haitians by about 34%.
And what's the title on that?
On the
and also, I have a question. Men are more likely to commit crime than women. So should we allow women into the country to a greater extent?
Yeah, I would argue that.
So because women are, so we shouldn't allow men into the country because they are way more likely to engage in crime.
We definitely should allow men and women into our country. I think that
we should ban men because men are like 90% more likely to engage in crime than women. So it's like, why wouldn't you say that maybe men should not be allowed into our country?
Well, you could argue that we should allow more women in than men, but I think you need to have both.
Okay. Well, then you should argue that Haitians should be allowed in the country as well, even if you would consider that they would quote unquote commit a higher rate of crime, which you have yet to justify. What's the title of that source?
The Fox News source?
Yeah.
I can't think of it off the top of my head. I'm sorry, Parker. And then could I ask, so I was a former Democrat. I was a big supporter of Barack Obama. And would you say that the Christian wing of the Democratic Party has grown or decreased over the last couple of years?
I think it's stayed pretty similar.
Really?
Yeah.
So another big thing for me is I think
by the way, also
can we debate about
wait, can we pause here real quick? Haitians commit way lower rates of crime comparative to natural born US citizens.
That is incorrect.
Can you at least acknowledge that first?
No. Wait, can you tell me
the Cato Institute.
Then so I'll just concede that point right now. Would you be in support of Christian nationalism?
No. Why would I be in support of Christian nationalism?
So I think that religion has a good effect on society. It will lower crime rate, and I think even Muslims would agree with this. The Ten Commandments preach straight good things that will improve our society. It will cause more.
Okay. Can you give me any evidence that Christian nationalism lowers crime?
No, I'm in theory. I'm saying in theory.
Okay, so in theory, my position will lower crime as well. So what's your point?
Okay, so my point is that religion in all areas improves somebody's life.
Nope.
And you disagree?
I heavily disagree. Explain to me how religion would benefit my life.
Okay, so yeah, great. So I personally believe in Jesus Christ. I know I respect Muslims and Jews. I respect anybody that gives their faith in a divine being. It's
so you don't respect me because I don't believe in a divine being?
No, of course I respect you. I would love for you to convert, and we're all accepted in the eyes of Jesus Christ.
Okay, so again, how would I be benefited by specifically believing in Christianity?
In Christianity, great. So, you would go to heaven.
So something that relies upon the belief being true already.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So the belief being true, but yeah. So in the Ten Commandments, thou shalt not cheat, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery. Yeah. So I mean,
cheating is
exactly.
adultery.
That's why I said there's many better Republican examples, like Ron Paul, for example.
Is it Ron Paul not even in office anymore? It's Rand Paul.
I misspoke. All right. Yeah, he's not in office anymore, but I think he was a great guy. I think 2008, when he ran, if he would have won against like McCain or Obama, I think we'd be a much better country. We wouldn't have bombed the hell out of Libya, and we'd be a better. Yeah.
You think that Trump wouldn't have bombed places around the world? He's currently doing that. He's bombed Venezuelans off the coast of Venezuela that have there's no evidence that they had DRUGS, right? He's talking about us getting involved in war in Nigeria.
Yeah, so as I stated, I would support Trump over Kamala Harris, but I think they're both sort of going to keep the military-industrial complex going at a higher rate.
Donald Trump's doing that at a higher rate.
Yeah, so I think they would both do it at a higher rate than, let's say, a Rand Paul or a more libertarian.
I don't know. Rand Paul has no shot of being in the position of political office as the president.
So in 2028,
there's literally zero shot Rand Paul becomes president.
Okay, so in 2028, when J.D. Vance comes to Iowa, I think that Iowa, for example, wants a more libertarian mind in the Republican Party, because right now we have a bunch of neocons and a bunch of people.
I don't think Iowa's overtly libertarian.
Yeah, so I talk to people about this all the time. I'm a pre-law, and I talk to people all the time about the Constitution, and so I would say Iowa has
Trump
a great...
called for a termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So you think he's preferable, even though he called for a termination of the Constitution?
Just ever so slightly than Kamala Harris, yes. I think they're both really bad, bad candidates.
Name one way Kamala Harris advocated to violate the Constitution.
No, I'm not saying that she has done that, but yeah, I think that the issues I said that I valued for Trump over Kamala Harris were deportation and world peace, not specifically the Constitution.
Okay, but neither of those are better for Trump.
So, if we had, let's say, in your party, who would you like to see in the 2028 primary?
AOC.
AOC. I was hoping I was going to agree with you on a Democratic. What about like a Pete Buttigieg? You like Pete?
Yeah, I like Pete.
Yeah, so I think Pete would be a great nomination, and I could definitely see Pete being a good candidate, and I would vote for Pete in 2028. But I think Kamala Harris was not a good candidate.
And what makes you think that?
I disagree with her at what she did as an attorney general in California.
Okay, and like what specifically?
So she kept people in jail with false positives on drug tests, and she knew they were false positives, and she kept them in jail. Dean, God, you know what? You're cooking me. You clocked me, Parker. You win, bro.
Okay. Anything else? Oh, he just left. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. I have a few more people to thank. Maddie, thank you for the $1. That's crazy, by the way. Thank you so much, Maddie. Valerie, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you. Gwen with the $10. Thank you so much. Kelly Ann, thank you so much for the $1.36. Thank you so much. Don't worry. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry to hear that. Kelly Ann. Katie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Let me catch up on YouTube real quick, and then we're going to go on to the next person here real quick and get the debates going, continue with them. Dean said he was actually going to have some like overlap with my live. It seems like we're not really going to have much overlap. Libby, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tekken Fan, thank you for the $1. Ducky, thank you for the $2. Angel, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Libby with the $5. Yes, the ghost did slap a zygote. That's true. Neo with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though, renewable energies are way more for jobs. VT, thank you so much for the $2. Absolutely. Virginians absolutely should go out and vote today. W's. Raphael, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Alrighty. I think I'm fully caught up. If I did miss your donation, I apologize. DK, thank you for the $10, by the way. Cornell, thank you for the $5. DK, again, thank you for the 10. Two Bear, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Heather with the 5, thank you. I think I am fully caught up. If I missed it, I apologize. VT, thank you for the 2 again. All right, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Thank you for the butterfly. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. User, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm here.
Turkey. How old are you?
28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I don't really see how I don't.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I pay taxes, I go to work, I buy everything at the grocery store. I don't have a choice not to do so because I'm low income. How do I not support Donald Trump?
Oh, I mean, like, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would have voted in that election to begin with.
You wouldn't have?
I would have.
So who
and I
would
feel
you
ashamed
vote
that I did. If I had to go back, I would have went and voted for, I guess, Harris.
Okay. I don't know why you decided to join the live. GG, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I genuinely don't understand what someone's goal is when doing that. Like, genuinely. Like you know that I'm not looking for people who voted for Harris or would vote for Harris. Like, so I genuinely don't get the thought process there. Leola, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Definitely. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I actually just had a question.
I am just looking for some debates. I apologize. I am just looking for some debates. And Leola, that actually would be really funny. I'm going to do that because that would be so funny. Hold up. I got to read them because I think that we might be able to like do that. I can't tell the chat because it's hilarious. Okay. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Bro, secrets don't make friends. I'm telling you, I have to keep this to myself in order for it to work. But when it does, I promise you'll see the clip. I promise you'll see the clip. It's too good. It's too good. It genuinely is. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger, kill yourself, nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Farm sim, perhaps?
Maybe we'll have to hop on some farm sim. Maybe. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. W Farm Sim Kid. Farm Sim Kid is actually the Legend 27. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
44.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I probably would still stick with my previous vote. But again, we've had a conversation about this before. Basically, I don't vote based on a person. I
We've had a conversation about this before. Just letting you know, I only debate people who have never been on before. It says never debated me before as one of the criteria to join the stream. Harold, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much from PayPal. Coins of W's for Harold in the comment section right now. Cam with the $10 as well. Thank you so much. And GG with the $2 for fuck Steve. I feel like that was from so long ago. Steve still is catching all the hate. Zier, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3. Yes, there was voting on Prop 50. So you should vote yes on Prop 50 if you're in California. You should vote in Virginia and vote for the Democratic nominee in Virginia. And then also make sure to vote for Mamdani in New York. Like, literally, vote for Democrats across the board. Yo, it's about
Nigga!
You're disgusting. You're so fucking gross. You're so fucking gross. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would prefer Trump, but it's not what I thought it was going to be honest. But I still would go with Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because it affects my dad's business. If we pay a lot of tax as it sits, and it just for the specific business that my dad's in, the oil field, he pays less tax. And also, I personally believe that there's only two genders. I do believe that being gay and being lesbian is real, but I feel like there's only you can't really change genders. You know what I mean?
What does being gay and being lesbian have to do with quote unquote changing genders?
I just feel like if you were born a man, you cannot change. You can't change to a woman.
What does it mean to be gay?
That you are attracted to the same sex. A man is
so that has nothing to do with changing genders, right?
Yeah, but I believe parts of the LGBT to be like valid, and I support certain stances in LGBTQ, right? But I don't support that a man can all of a sudden dress as a woman and say they're a woman and be able to go into the women's locker room. You know,
that's not the claim. No one's claiming that. So we're specifically saying trans people, right? Trans people have valid identities. Trans women are women. Trans men are men, and that's totally coherent.
Yeah. So I just have a question though, Parker. I could tomorrow decide that I'm going to be a woman and all of a sudden go in the women's locker room. So how does that? So where do you draw the line? I guess.
Because it's released on your commitments. You clearly didn't have the commitments towards the particular social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex as a prescription of your identity, right? So then that's obviously going to lead to you not being considered a woman.
But if I legitimately wanted to be a woman tomorrow, you would support me in that?
There's no just randomly you legitimately change your position on that. That's not how it works, right? These are innate desires that you have, not things that we just change and are malleable based upon just feeling like it if we're cis. You know, you're a cis dude, right? You can't just randomly feel like it and do that. I think your point is that people could lie and say that they're specifically trans when they're not. Well, you could do that right now and say that you're a trans man and then walk into the changing rooms of women under your view because you think that trans men who are biologically female should go into women's restrooms. Under your view, you could just have cis men who don't have to change their presentation, just claim that they're trans men. And what are you going to do? Have genitalia inspections at the beginning of bathrooms?
Right. Specifically in my high school, though, we had men that were claiming to be women, and then they would go in the women's locker room and bathroom and say, oh, well, now I'm a woman. And we were specifically having issues with like you're saying, commitment issues. And how do you tell someone?
No, you aren't. That's just a lie. Bullshit. I don't fucking believe you. I genuinely don't. I think that's bullshit.
I mean, I can't prove it to you, but we had men going into women's bathrooms that I don't believe fit your criteria. Like I said, commitment issue. You said that I could
If
be
they
a
don't
woman
meet the
tomorrow.
criteria, then you're saying men were lying. You could do the same thing if you're saying you want to force trans men into going to the women's restroom. But I think you're lying, right? What if someone is who's cis, who's trying to portray themselves as trans to be able to take advantage of women, right? You understand that they'd be more likely to portray themselves as a trans man, as they're masculine presenting, comparative to presenting themselves as a trans woman. They'd have to change their presentation in order to do so. And also, if you don't want men in women's spaces, why'd you vote for a guy that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms where Donald Trump would barge in?
That's a fair point. I'm not gonna lie, but like, I feel like I agree more with Trump than I agree with Kamala. And like I said, I kind of stand in the middle, so it's kind of hard to like, who do you vote for? Like when one person says stuff that I don't believe in, like, and then another thing is border security. Like, I really do believe that we should have some sort of process on border security. Like, we can't just have wide open border. We need to vet who's coming into our
Democrats
country.
believe in a process. They believe in a vetting process. We just think that like the best way to increase the vetting process is to go through the legal process quicker.
So what would you do with people that have broken the law already, though? Like, what would you
I don't
do
think that they should be punished if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. But my position does differ from the rest of the Democratic Party.
Okay.
I mean, they believe that there should be deportations for those that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, and I disagree with that. I think that's a bad thing.
Because we have where I live in Florida, we have agents, and they're going out, and like the ICE agents, and they're like going up to Hispanic people and questioning, were you born here? And they're like totally harassing real legitimate U.S. citizens.
ICE, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm confused. So you don't like Trump's ICE?
But I feel like we do need a process for immigration, and we need to vet who's coming into our country. We can't have wide open borders. But I also think ICE is going about a terrible way of also getting rid of who's broken the law already. So I feel like we need to come up with some sort of way to let these people come into the country legally. Like, I feel like it's too hard to immigrate here.
Yeah, I think that's because of policies like Donald Trump. Donald Trump's policies.
I feel like
Democrats are not advocating for open borders. This was a misnomer created by the Trump administration to try and act like they're somehow better on the border.
I feel like if we made it easier for people to move here, then we would have less people breaking the law to come here.
If you made it easier to go through the legal process, you've had less people coming through the process undocumented. Yeah, I agree.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Because they see how. Yeah. So that's what I mean by there's certain things that I support you with more than the red side. But like I said, it helps with taxes with my dad's business. And then my last question is, if I had a desire to be an animal, like, would you support me in that, or like, is that something that you believe could take place?
Because I think an animal is something that's solely biological. Like, think about it this way: we have names, right? Are our names biological?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not. No, sorry, I wasn't.
No, but like, it's totally coherent for us to have names, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, the way that we're referring to gender in this context is similar to how we're utilizing names.
Right.
And if names are social and they don't require biology, then it would be totally coherent for us to do that with gender as well.
It
does not make sense for us to do that with animals, because animals are solely biological. Like, outside of human beings, of course.
So anything that you're saying, anyone could have a desire to be in a specific set of cultural norms would have to be within the within humans, not within different species, is what you're saying.
Obviously, it's going to relate to human social constructs, yes. It's not going to relate to, like, other animals outside of humans. They don't have those types of social constructs.
So you can't change your age, basically, is what you're saying?
Obviously not, because that's based upon time elapsed. That's an objective criteria.
Okay. And in God the Father, he also, was he a man? What was he?
Well, people refer to him as a man, and they use he, him pronouns to refer to him, but he has no biological sex characteristics. Are you Christian?
That's what I'm saying. Why are they calling him a man? If like where are they getting?
Are you
that
Christian?
My family is, and I kind of am a little bit, but not super. Like I'm Catholic, but I don't really practice.
Okay,
if that answers it.
Okay, then it sounds like you are just agreeing with us that gender is used in a social connotation.
Like I said, I just don't understand like where you draw the line. Like I said, like if I had a real desire to be a woman, then you would say I'm a woman. But if I don't have a desire to be a woman, then I'm not. Then you're saying I'm not a woman. Like where do you say okay, this person's...
with a desire to be in accordance with a certain set of criteria that are typically associated with the sexes as a prescription of identity. So yes, if you truly did have that desire, yes, it would be under that categorization. But you don't. You're not trans. That's like saying like right anything. Like you're like that's like in terms of talking about gay people. Like if I had that attraction, would I be gay? Yes, genuinely. If you had that attraction towards men, you'd be gay. That's like asking that question. If I had that desire, would I actually be gay? Yes.
No, I totally understand what you're saying, and I'm glad that we can at least have like a legitimate like civil conversation about it, and we're not like throwing out stuff that I see online. People just wrote like I'm just like legitimately like trying to figure this out, and I understand what you're saying. No, I'd have to okay, I have another question. Does it matter what age I decided that I wanted to be a woman? Like what if I came out tomorrow that I wanted to be a woman, for example? Would you support me in that if I legitimately wanted to be a woman?
I'm not just saying that. We know it's not legitimate. There's no possible scenario where it's legitimate because you're cis.
Yeah, but Caitlyn Jenner decided later on in life. She thought she was a man at first.
No, she identified. She came out later in life, right? You're not someone who's come out later in life. You're someone who's arguing against the identity, right? So it's very clear to me that you don't actually like have those desires. Also, what state do you live in?
Florida.
What time is it?
4:13.
Can you name 3 cities in Florida?
Jacksonville, West Palm Beach, Miami.
Name 3 more.
Tampa, Clearwater, St. Pete.
What's the capital?
Jacksonville.
No?
Tallahassee?
Yep. Okay, I do believe you now. But yeah, people in the comment section thought you were Canadian for some reason.
Well, I do have family in Canada.
Yeah, I mean, you do sound like partially like Canadian, like you have a Canadian accent.
Well, yeah, like that's where my grandparents are from, Canada, and then my dad moved to Florida for work.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, yeah, I was just saying.
But like, I can look
Florida
at it
man.
I can look at it from a Canadian perspective because, like, I do have family there and I do visit, and I will have to ask you, your beliefs, they kind of align with like I feel like you'd be better off in Canada almost, the way you're talking about your politics. I feel like if you ran for Canadian Prime Minister, you'd do well. Would you ever consider running in any sort of Canadian government?
No.
But you could have a successful career in Canadian politics.
Why only Canadian politics?
No, I'm just saying because I don't know. I just feel like you represent what Canada is more than America. Like, because it like
I've never lived in Canada. I wouldn't do that. I've never once.
Have you ever visited Canada?
No, I actually haven't even.
No, like, would you?
I would love to visit Canada. But
my opinion. I think maybe you should visit Canada and talk to some of your Canadian fans, and also get it from their perspective.
Well, I bet Canadians would agree with me a lot, but it wouldn't make sense for me to move to Canada. There are plenty of other people that have my positions that live in Canada, right?
Some of my Canadian relatives found it extremely disrespectful, and I do too, that how Trump would mock Canada as becoming the 51st state.
Yeah, that is incredibly disrespectful. Like it was
extremely disrespectful to a sovereign nation.
It is very disrespectful to a sovereign nation. And you see Trump supporters, they don't give a shit about it. It was like, you must care about that. Like, they didn't just do it with Canada. They did it with Greenland and Panama, right? That's ridiculous. And for being the president of the United States, the largest country, largest GDP, largest military, right? Like, that's definitely a threat. Like, that is a real threat. That's really scary and disrespectful, like, genuinely. So like I believe in a huge friendship between Canada and the United States. I love our friendship, and I think that needs to be emboldened to a greater extent. And I think that Canadians don't like our relationship because of the fact that Trump is president. It's because of the crazy politics that we have. He's literally ruined our relationship with Canada for at least the time being.
No, I think it's, like I said, my Canadian relatives, they will not step foot in the U.S. and they want nothing to do with supporting American business at this time. And a lot of the world views Canada is like all of Canada, all of America being like this like screwed up, self-hating country.
So yeah, I mean, so like again, why do you like Trump then? Like, it sounds like you shouldn't like Trump.
Like I said, I don't like his personality. I don't like who he is. But like I said, it helps my dad's business, and I do prefer his border policy. I don't like the way he's going about it. But
I mean, not to be too personal, but does your dad like make over $400,000 a year?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying because of a slight benefit to your dad, you're willing to like hurt the country? Because that's realistically what it does. Because like for everyone else, taxes go up.
I'm not like fully trying to like completely like throw myself under, but like, and a lot of us like Republicans, like it comes from our parents. So like, what would you say to people that it's because they were born a certain way and they were told to support certain things that will get scolded in their own home? What would you say to those Republicans?
Hey, dude. I grew up in a conservative Christian household, right?
You did?
I know. Yes, I literally grew up in a conservative Christian household. In high school, I was a Trump supporter. I know the pressures that you're talking about. All you've got to do is pave your own path. And I know it sounds crazy, but it's literally just think for yourself, critically think, analyze it for yourself. Don't just believe things because people around you do so. Break the same cycle that you're specifically saying exists. And also, you can think differently. Just because it negatively impacts your dad slightly doesn't mean that you can't have that position, right? The idea that you have in your head that you have to specifically support that side just because it's going to be slightly more beneficial to your parents is a bit ridiculous. Like, you're going to be fine either way. Like, under a Democratic administration, you guys will be doing fine.
I don't want to like disappoint my parents though. That's like kind of the issue. Like, they raised me a certain way. Like, they think about it this way.
Then give them an argument.
Hard every day.
Give them an argument. And if you disappoint your parents, that's okay. You understand, like, one thing that I've come to understand is that you can disappoint people in the short term, but it is the case that in the long run, you can end up changing their mind. They might be disappointed with you because they disagree with your perspective. Like for example, my parents are Christian, right? My mom wants me to be a Christian too, right? So to a certain extent, like, she definitely wants that, but then also has become gotten to an ability through the long term to appreciate who I am as a person, the fact that I'm critical, and I am not going to just have a position because I've been, pressured into that position. I'm going to have the position because I actually have that position. And that genuine nature, I think, matters the most. You can have disagreements. You're allowed to disagree with your parents, and you shouldn't feel like you should just have to have this position because you want to people please and you don't want to let down your parents, right? It's totally genuine to have your own positions, and you deserve the right to be able to do that.
I agree, but everyone wants to make their parents proud.
Yeah, I get you. But I've been able to make my parents proud without agreeing with them.
Yeah.
Maybe the same thing's not true with your parents, but I bet it's true as well. I bet you can make your parents proud without fully agreeing with them on this.
You don't really talk on your platform a lot about how you were at one point a Trump supporter and you came from a Christian family. I was always under the impression that your parents had any sort of influence on like what you're preaching, essentially.
My parents definitely had an influence over the way that I view myself now, where the way that I view myself when I was a kid. And the ideological beliefs I've had throughout my life. I feel like a lot of the values that I grew up believing were actually liberal values, and we didn't know it.
I agree. The problem is, like, the liberal like, I loved Obama. I thought like he was like a great example of what our liberal party should look like. But I feel like more recently it's changed. It's not what it used to be. Like, that's kind of my opinion.
Sure, but I don't think Kamala Harris is that much distinct from Barack Obama. I really don't. Like, they have very similar positions. If not, I would say Kamala Harris has like very, very, very solid positions. Like, I really don't know what policies people are disagreeing with Kamala Harris on. I think she was a genuinely solid candidate. comparative to what we've had historically,
She was
especially.
well spoken. She was well spoken. But I guess what I'm scared about, and I didn't even want to get into this because I want people in the comments kind of like roasting me. But like, you look at the price of groceries in Canada. You look at inflation. You look at the price of houses. Like my cousin's 32 and he has $100,000 job and he cannot afford a house. In what world do you go to college and you make 6 figures and you're successful and you do everything right, and because you don't have your parents' help, you cannot afford a house? The houses where my cousin's from, near Toronto, they're like $700,000 for the worst house ever. In Florida here, you can buy a house for $300,000. So what would you say to those that voted for Trump solely because they believe that he's a better candidate for not image, not making America look good and all that, but just solely on the fact that they believe that they're going to be better off for their families, putting food on the table, et cetera, et cetera?
They're just not true. If you make under $400,000 a year, you pay less in taxes under a Harris administration comparative to a Trump administration. The only people that pay less taxes in this country because of the fact that Donald Trump is in office is people whose income is over $400,000. It's only on their income over $400,000 a year. So I promise you, you can live fine on that much anywhere in the United States. You're going to be good, right? Anywhere in the United States. You're going to be better than everyone else.
It didn't work out for Canada, though. Canada is ultra liberal.
No, let me talk about Canada. So big cities are like this. Very, very big cities where people want to live. There is very, very high demand for housing. Now, this is a problem that exists in practically every big city. And Republicans don't have a policy to address this in any meaningful way. Like, genuinely, no policy to address this. What is a policy to address this? Well, we have to have certain ordinances for building up. We have to have certain ordinances for expanding housing development in places where people want to live, like tax credits, right? And maybe we'll see some change over time, but nowhere has been able to find a full 100% fix and solution. The reality is big cities like Toronto, big cities like Los Angeles, big cities like New York are very fucking expensive because so many people want to live there. And that raises demand on these particular types of scenarios. So, really all you can do is try to increase competition to sort of bring down those prices.
I don't know if you're familiar, but like Canada has let in a lot of immigrants, particularly from Indian descent, and they came and they've taken a lot of our jobs. Like if you go in any like fast food restaurant, it's all Indian.
So it's just wrong.
Go to Canada.
It's just
go to
like
Canada.
No. What you need to realize is that actually I can send you a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research that there is an increase in employment, there's an increase in GDP, and an increase in wages from there being an increase in the level of immigration. The idea that there's some sort of replacement is literally a right-wing talking point that's propagandistic. They're not taking your jobs. They're increasing employment rate.
Can we at least agree, though, that like the U.S. citizen should come first? I feel like we should be taking care of our own people before we go help other people.
So we shouldn't be giving $40 billion to Argentina, right?
No.
We should be spending that money here at home. And if we want to help Americans first, we can't be putting the rich first who are already taken care of. We got to be putting the 99%, the bottom 99% first, not the top 1%. Yeah. And the reality is Kamala Harris's plan would decrease taxes for working class Americans, would expand tax credits for child tax credits to help families out so that people have food and money and things to be able to take care of their household needs. And then also advocating for housing tax credit. Donald Trump didn't have a housing affordability policy. Donald Trump didn't have a healthcare plan. He said concepts of a plan. Donald Trump didn't have working and operating plans. He said things like drill, baby, drill. And then literally hasn't even followed through with that. What has been the drilling? He said he was going to be a dictator on day one and drill, baby, drill. But what happened to that? I haven't seen
Trump
that.
does a lot of talking. Trump does a lot of talking, but we are on the verge of a nuclear war, in my opinion.
No, we're not.
Explain.
What? You tell me. You have to explain. What nuclear war?
With Russia, Ukraine, like I'm not saying it involves the U.S.
No, I don't think that we're at a threat of a nuclear war with Russia and Ukraine.
Okay.
At this point, I think that threat has already gone past because Biden already responded to that on behalf of Russia. They threatened to nuke Ukraine, and Biden dealt with them. The administration. So thanks to the Biden. This is what I mean. Biden's got to take credit for shit. He doesn't take credit for shit. And now, if he was like Trump, That would have been like the main talking point.
No, I
Biden
agree.
prevented nuclear war. Like, can you imagine if that happened under Trump? Trump would literally be like, I prevented nuclear war. I'm the beast president. Under Democrats, you'd all be dead. I promise you that. Every single one of you. You'd all be blown up in a little big cloud, a little big mushroom.
Do you think that Trump plans to stay? Like, why would he do such a major renovation on the White House if he plans to leave in 3 years? Like, that is another thing. Why would he?
Are you really saying that he's going to stay past the time that he constitutionally can?
I feel like it is a possibility.
Yeah,
because
that's
why
bad, and that's really bad. That's like anti-democratic, and that's bad. And also, like, yeah, he destroyed. I actually went to that aspect of the White House, and it was absolutely beautiful. And he fucking destroyed it.
Yeah.
He destroyed it. There's literally no reason he did that. Literally no reason at all.
I can speak for some of my friends that I don't think they necessarily like a lot of what Trump's doing, like what he stands for, none of that. I just think they'd rather deal with those types of problems than have a female president. And I don't know why.
Okay, so they're misogynists. They're misogynistic. So specifically, what about there being a woman who's president is bad?
I just don't think that we've ever had one before, and I think they need to see a preview of what that would look like. And we don't have anything.
So then you understand that never voting for women will never give them that quote unquote preview. Also, women have been leaders around the entire world. Women have been leaders here in the United States. Women have been CEOs. Women have been in positions of power. And actually, based upon the situations, they typically do significantly better.
Yeah. I didn't, like I said, I didn't mind Kamala Harris. Like,
yeah, so like, again, here's the question I ask every single one of them. If Kamala Harris and Donald Trump swapped bodies, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris body, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's body, who would you vote for? Because seemingly they're either going to have to say that under their view, because they believe that gender is biological, that they think that they would vote for a woman over a man, right? Or they have to say specifically that they would support Kamala Harris, right, in Donald Trump's body because they're so misogynistic, but then they're saying that they don't actually care about the characteristics, the policy, the personality, or anything about the candidate, just that they're a man or a woman, which is embarrassing.
Yeah, you're making some good points. You really are. But like I said, open borders is a big issue for a lot of Trump supporters. It really is. There is less border crossings right now.
And that's a lie. It's literally a lie. The idea that there was an open border, the idea that there was an open border under the Democrats' administration is crazy. It's actually a nuts position. What is an open border? No one is ever able to define this.
There's less border crossings right now.
Wait, so open borders when there's more border crossings. So under Trump's first term, when there were more border crossings, was there an open border?
No.
Okay, so what is an open border? You have yet to define it.
No, okay, maybe open border is not the right word, but people were hopping the border more than they were today.
Okay.
Can we agree on that? There's less.
Why is that a big issue? Why is that a big issue?
Statistics. Because it's illegal. They're breaking.
Okay, well, you voted for a convicted criminal, a convicted felon. Also, in terms of people coming to the country undocumented, if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime, they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country.
Like you're saying they should be pardoned for their almost. We can call it a crime because they did break federal law when they crossed.
They came into the country undocumented, which is a misdemeanor. Yeah. I think there should be a presidential pardon for every undocumented immigrant in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
The same way that
if it's possible to do.
The same way that the Capitol stormers got pardoned. The same way these people should get stormed.
Well, I mean, Trump thought it was okay to pardon them. They trespassed. Okay. They literally engaged in trespassing.
Yeah. But you think they should be able to stay, is what I'm asking.
Yes, and be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country, where they are vetted. Yes, that is the process that ensures that the most amount of people will be vetted as possible. It ensures that they're going to be treated better. It ensures that we're going to have a better and quicker legal immigration process. Take all the funding that they're putting into militarizing ICE and put that into making the conditions for legal immigration better.
I just don't think that they should be rewarded for breaking the law. I think it's a bad
You rewarded Donald Trump with the position of presidency. Okay? And he literally is a convicted felon.
Well, he's going to be dead in 10 years, so we don't have to worry about that.
Bro, what do you mean you don't have to worry about that? We are worrying about that right now.
He's not going to live forever. I mean, I hate to say it, but
no one's saying he was going to live forever. That doesn't mean that we're not being negatively impacted as we speak.
True. The East Wing was beautiful, you said, right?
Absolutely.
So it's just American history that's just obliterated by the bulldozer.
Yeah. And I think that we should bulldoze the shit out of the wing that he just is creating right now as soon as we get into office. We're going to bulldoze that shit. I hope we fucking do.
So then what's gonna sit there? There's just gonna be just open land?
No, we'll recreate it.
It'll never be the same, but I agree.
It won't be the exact same, but we will try to recreate it. Fucking destroy that shit. Fuck this guy for trying to literally take down our White House with absolutely no oversight, just based upon his own fucking determinations.
I agree with you. It's not his house.
If you want to do that, if you want to do that, it should have to be through referendum.
Yep.
Right, for him to demolish a historic wing of the White House like that. That is unbelievable.
So why did they let it happen in the first place then? Like, how did this even happen? Like, shouldn't he needed more approvals?
He went through executive action.
So he's just able to do that.
And Republicans in Congress, yeah. I don't know how, even if he went through Congress at all. I don't think he did that. I'm pretty sure it was just through executive action.
I just feel like there's more pressing issues right now than some of these issues that are being talked about.
Okay, I'm sorry. Like, Donald Trump literally renames the Department of Defense to Department of War and renames the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. And you weren't making that argument then, but now you're making the argument when we just call out Trump for doing this. Yeah, how about Trump shouldn't be spending his time doing this? And instead of spending his time making a fucking presidential ballroom, how about he gets people in Congress to literally negotiate and fucking keep the government afloat so that people can actually get their benefits? Genuinely, like, what? Why is he focusing his time on destroying it?
Honestly, I think he's just trying to have fun with his life at this point because he's old and he knows that at the American expense.
Okay.
But why did so many people vote for him?
That's why he golfs, and that's why he golfs on the taxpayer dollar.
But I feel like these people that voted for him, they know what they were getting themselves into. They knew that we had seen him president before, so they knew what they were.
Okay, so then you blame the voters. You blame yourself. You knew what you were getting yourself into. A guy held civilly liable for sexual abuse who incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol by pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers and calling them patriots, which means he condoned the violence. He thought it was totally okay.
It like I said, it helps my dad's business more than anything.
Dude, seriously, you're okay with cutting people off with access to food stamps and children off their access to free school lunch and breakfast?
Absolutely,
and adding trillions of dollars to the debt simply because it gives your dad a little bit few extra percentage points? Genuinely, like, think about what you're doing. Think about what you're doing. We're talking about millions of people and their access to healthcare and health insurance, right? And we're talking about addressing the climate change. We're talking about, like, literally upholding the Constitution. And the only thing that you have to say is my dad's going to get 3 to 4 percentage points back at maximum. At fucking maximum.
There's still food stamps. There's still all that those services.
It's right now. It's not, because currently the federal government's not even funded right now because the government shut down.
So no one's getting any sort of.
But Parker, my daddy's business on their income over $400,000 a year. Parker, I gotta focus on that. My priorities are there. I know the country is fucking doing horrible right now, and people are doing worse, but my daddy's business. Dude, your business would do better if the consumer market were doing better. And because because Donald Trump is imposing horrible economic policy, it's making the consumer market worse, therefore making it worse off for your dad in the long run. Yeah, you'll pay a slightly higher percentage on taxes, but you'll fucking make more if people are having more money in their pockets and people can afford things to a greater extent.
So, who do we think's going to run for the Liberal Party? I feel like we need a strong Liberal candidate then to display what you're saying. Like, why was Kamala Harris every time I saw her talk?
Kamala was. People just didn't.
But why
do
was she
research.
only speaking behind a teleprompter when I would watch
She
her on
wasn't.
TV?
She literally wasn't. And Donald Trump speaks on teleprompters all the time. Candidates speak on teleprompters all the time. Why is this only applied to Kamala Harris?
I just
like
feel
literally
like
politicians have been doing this for decades, but only Kamala Harris gets the fucking critique for this.
Kamala Harris would really only say what she thought would get her elected, and that's what a lot of us believe. Like she's a chameleon.
Isn't that
She
what
acts
every
like
candidate does? Literally,
but she
Donald Trump
acted
said that he
different
was
in front
going.
of-
Donald Trump said he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. Donald Trump said that he was going to reduce gas prices and grocery prices. Are you fucking kidding me? That's what Donald Trump does, to a way greater extent. And also, literally every presidential candidate does that. He just lies about it. She didn't lie.
She lied about working at McDonald's. I did research on
she-
that.
I don't think she lied about work. And why would she even lie about that? What would be the point?
She's just a liar, in my opinion. There's some things she
Really,
lied about,
really.
and
Trump is the liar.
You
Trump
heard-
had 30,000 confirmed lies or misleading statements in his first administration. He cheated on every single one of his wives. Okay?
Trump.
He's a pathological liar.
So you think if the Republicans had a real leader, it would be different for them? Like what do you think of Ron DeSantis, for example?
He's atrocious too.
They love him down here. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, because you live in Florida, man.
Florida is a beautiful state. I don't really have anything bad to say about it.
Their politics aren't beautiful.
Well, let's look at Gavin Newsom, for example. Like, that state is absolutely, like, just destroyed. Like,
I live in California.
I know people that have tried to start businesses in California.
Yeah,
and it is just so difficult. And I know you know that.
We're running a business right now in California.
If it's so great, then how come I know a lot of people from California that have moved to Florida to start their businesses?
Because they're right-wingers. Because they're right-wingers.
Yeah, but they wouldn't want to invest capital work into a place that is so mismanaged like California.
Because they believe
where
it's
they pay all that money.
mismanaged because they're right-wingers. Okay? So all you're saying is there are conservatives that have moved to Florida. Okay? So we have the fourth largest economy in the world. Okay? California is more beautiful than Florida, and I will fight that point until the end. Okay? We don't have to deal. We have way better weather, bro. Fight me on it. Let's go. Weather is way better in California. Southern California, absolutely amazing.
Yes or no? Have you been to Florida? Yes or no?
Yes.
I feel like you could just be saying that, but okay.
Yes, I have.
Okay, where did you go?
I was in like Miami area.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. I was also
Alright,
a kid though.
Okay, see, so that's where okay. So you technically you're not making it up.
Hey, the weather though. Like, let's compare. One, in California, you don't have anywhere near as much humidity. Two, you don't deal with anywhere near as many hurricanes. Okay? No, you do not deal with anywhere near as many hurricanes. Okay? California, literally beautiful all year round. It is unbelievable, the weather here. And also, we don't deal with anywhere near the level of bugs.
Okay. I agree. I agree with that, but it is not a friendly state to run a business in. You can't change my mind on that. And you could say I don't have facts and where's your evidence, this, that, but the amount of California license plates in Fort Lauderdale, friends from California that have moved here, all claiming that their business was just too tough, and they come down here and it's the most tax-friendly state, no state income tax, 6% sales tax, like just you can just name it over and over again. But
okay, again, I'm not even gonna say Florida is the worst place to live ever. Okay, but I am gonna say that I think California gets. I think that Trump supporters, they have something called CDS. They hate California so bad, but they don't know much about California, right? There are a lot of problems in California. There's a lot of problems everywhere. Okay. The idea that people only fixate on the problem specifically in California rather than fixating on the fact that California has a lot specifically going for itself is also a bit ridiculous. And you could say it's hard to run a business in California. It's hard to run a business technically anywhere in the United States. Okay? The idea that it's easier, specifically in Florida, I would say isn't the case. I would say that's a preferable thing based upon whether or not someone wants to live in a state with no income tax, in terms of state income tax, but they have other sorts of things that they have to deal with, given that that's the case. But also, the consumer market's better in California.
There's a lot of beautiful states though. Like it's hard to say like what's the best state to live in, because there's so many.
Sure, yeah, I don't dispute you there. I mean, the best state for me to live in, I want to, is California. Like genuinely. So like I think that's a personal question that people answer themselves, because oftentimes I think we take into account things like where our family is. Genuinely, I give a fuck less about the weather than I care about being around my family. I care more about being around my family than I care about the weather, right? I would go back and live in Iowa if I meant living near my family.
You know where you should check out that's pretty nice, but northern Michigan, like Mackinac up there. Like it's beautiful up there.
I haven't. You said Michigan? I haven't been up to Michigan as much.
Northern Michigan is beautiful.
Yeah, I bet.
But like I said, I
very
can't
cold
come
though.
up with
Very cold for California now.
Yeah, I know, but like in the summer for like 2 months, it's nice. But like I said, why are all the businesses
You said
moving out of
for
California?
2 months, dude. That's such a Midwest thing to say. Yeah, it's good for like 2 months, dude.
And you're like questioning where I'm from, like you don't believe me.
No, that is such a Midwest thing to say. Genuinely, that's fucking hilarious. Yeah, it's really good for like 2 months out of the year. All right, go ahead, continue.
California is better for weather, but like I said, I just when a society gets too feminine, you start to see issues. Like, what do you think of Andrew Tate, for example? Like, obviously he's a scammer. I will agree with you on that. He scams kids for money with their insecurities. Everyone knows that.
Okay, so yeah, he's a bad person. Why'd you just randomly bring him up? I'm confused.
No, I'm just saying because I feel like someone like you would just like think that he's the absolute devil.
Yeah, why?
I don't think that he's like the devil. I think he scams people, absolutely. But I think that
dude literally has admitted to sex trafficking. He admitted to using the Loverboy method. Okay.
No, I know.
And okay, so yes, bro's the devil. What?
Okay, what would you say to those though that just want to live like a beautiful, great life with like just nice kids, like with a nice farm? Like what would you say to like people that just want to live the American dream, but they want to keep politics out of their life? Like I don't really even like getting into politics. I just want
here's the issue.
Live a good life. I wish there
here's the issue.
Here's
the issue. You can't do that. Okay. The more that we do that, the more that we don't get involved, the more that our country turns to shit and is going to force you into a circumstance where you've got to get involved more. That's the reality. Yeah. Okay. It's a privilege to say that we don't want to get involved in politics at all, right? And I think that you should get involved in politics enough to know, right, specifically that like you shouldn't vote for Republicans and that you should vote for Democrats, right? Things like that, right? But like genuinely, I don't think you have to be you don't have to be involved with politics to the degree that I'm involved with politics. That's not what I'm arguing. But you have to involve yourself with politics to an extent that's necessary to ensure that we have fucking adequate systems in America. And right now, when we do not, because of people like Donald Trump and he undermines our core fundamental tenets of America, we need people to get involved so that we can prevent that from happening.
Okay. But then you have guys like Charlie Kirk that were just too invested and they made it their like entire personality.
Okay.
You know,
that you could say I've made it my entire personality. That's fine. Right? There are some people that do that with things. Like yes, politics is a huge part of my personality, genuinely, as a person.
Yes.
Right? Like this is a huge part of my life, okay? It's genuinely a huge part of my life. That's not a bad thing. Right? I'm involved with politics, one, because it matters, one, because it's incredibly important and has a really good effect on the world, and then three, because of the fact that we need to do this in order to ensure that we have adequate systems for everyone, and this is the best mechanism to do so. And then four, because it's like so fucking impactful, like genuinely.
Do you see yourself running for president, for any sort of government? Why not? If you've made it your entire personality and you're so passionate about it, why don't you just run?
Because I don't want to become a politician. Genuinely just haven't ever wanted to.
But it, like you said, you've made it most of your personality, so why wouldn't you make it?
I don't think that I have to run in order to say that it's a huge part of my personality.
But don't you think that this like major investment of time?
That's like saying you've got to be professional, right? In terms of playing basketball in order to like really like basketball, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
Like, do you have to go become a coach because you really like basketball? You put so much time into your care about basketball and football. Do you have to go play?
No, you do not. You absolutely do not.
Yeah. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to ask before I
You
get
think
off?
slavery at all points in history is wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you?
I think they were brainwashed.
So you think slavery was? Do you think it was wrong at all points in history?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Absolutely. But like I said, I think it. I absolutely did think it was wrong, but like I just feel like the culture. It's just they need. Like we pour so much money, like with the George Floyd thing, for example, we pour so much money into proving that we're not racist as white people. But like, what can a white person do? What can a white person do that
What
black
money
person
are you
can't?
pouring into that?
We spend so much money trying to prove we're not racist.
Like what?
Like George Floyd stuff. Like you know, money was
What are you talking about specifically? And George Floyd was murdered. Do you agree with me that he was murdered?
Why were they saying it was a drug overdose online? Please,
because they're lying. Because they're racist pieces of shit that didn't even fucking read the autopsy report that indicated it was asphyxiation. Was that was the cause of death? Sorry, I can't speak.
Yeah. It's so hard to like what would you say to those that don't know what to believe online? Like where would you get your information? Where would you get your facts? Like there's people
Research,
on here.
AP News, NPR, PBS, Reuters. Are you just like, is this 20 questions now?
There's people that believe 9/11 was the government. There's people that believe all these
research, look for evidence, critically think. Don't just believe things because you feel like it.
And that, okay. All right. It sounds like everyone's sick of me, so.
Okay.
But like they all think I'm Canadian. They think I sound Canadian. All because I said that I have family in Canada. Like it's just ridiculous. Like, don't you think that's a little bit crazy that they're all like saying, like what if I'm not, and they're all saying I am? Like that's just another example of that. You just can't like they have no proof of that. They're just gonna say that.
It's just your Canadian accent, man. You sound Canadian.
I sound Canadian.
Yeah, you literally said you have grandparents that live in Canada. That makes sense, right?
I do. But like, how do they? Just if I wouldn't have said that, they wouldn't have said that. So only because I told you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just don't think it's fair that they get to say all this stuff about me because
you sound Canadian.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like they wouldn't be saying that if I didn't tell them I'm from Canada. Like, not from Canada.
I mean, they were saying it before because you said about.
Because I was like talking about how like screwed up my family's having issues there, but like I said, as long as we don't become Canada, we're good. Because Canada is screwed up. All they do is complain about how bad their life is. I just don't want us to become Canada, and I feel like the best way to do that is to vote Republican.
Don't become Canada. I think we would be better if our politics became more like Canada's politics. Like genuinely, like do you realize what they're even talking about in Canada? I feel like what they're talking about in Canada is so much better than what we're talking about. We're out here talking about Donald Trump fucking posting AI videos of himself shitting on Harry Sisson, right? We're talking about Donald Trump literally talking about annexing in neighboring countries, denying climate change. You know, like genuinely, like saying that you shouldn't take Tylenol during pregnancy because he thinks it causes autism, when there's studies that indicate no association. Genuinely, like this comparison is crazy. You think Canada should be more like America, bro? Come on,
bro. I think that the countries need to become independent because, like I'm saying, we're just too different.
What needs to become independent? What country?
No, I'm just saying Canada needs to stay independent from America, because it seems like we're becoming too much. We're following in Canada's footsteps, and that is just not okay, because we're not Canada. We're not liberal.
So Trump saying he wants to annex Canada would be bad, right?
No, he's trying to help the Canadian people out because he probably feels bad for them, and he wants the resources.
More like he wants the resources. He doesn't give a shit about the Canadian people. He'd literally cut their benefits, unironically.
Who's paying for those benefits? Parker.
The people.
Yeah, through their high taxes. Free healthcare, free healthcare.
Wait, do you know what their effective tax rate is? Practically the same as us.
No, it's not. It's way higher.
It is. No, it's not. What's their effective tax rate?
I have no idea.
Let's pull it up.
They pay more tax. They pay more tax. Come on, they pay more tax. You know that their dollar is weaker. They pay 13. They pay 13%.
Their
sales
highest
tax.
brackets. Their highest brackets are lower. Now you might say that they pay more because of providential taxes. You could try to say that, but if you look at the overall effective tax rates, what's up?
I'll tell you something simple. I go to Canada, I buy something, 13% sales tax. I go to Florida, 6% sales tax. Oh, but we have free healthcare. How do you think that's being paid for, Parker? How do you think that's being paid for?
Obviously, it's by larger taxes, but you understand that that's more beneficial overall because Americans in this country, they don't get access to healthcare. They have large aspects of medical debt that does not exist in Canada. Okay? That level of medical debt does not exist. So you're just completely ignoring all of the negatives in the United States relating to healthcare. They spend half as much per individual as we do here on health insurance per capita, again, comparative to us, and yet they have better average health outcomes. So you tell me what system you think is better.
I'll give you an example, though. My grandparents, when they needed healthcare, their Canadian doctor, they needed an MRI. It was like a 3-year wait. The Canadian doctor said, go to the US to go get it and bring it back here because I'm going to be waiting years to get it done. That's how backed up our system is. People are dying waiting for healthcare because it's just such a backed up system. If you have good healthcare insurance in America,
you said dying waiting for healthcare. People, if they're waiting for healthcare and it's emergency, they get access to that healthcare. That same thing would happen in the United States based upon emergency systems. Our emergency systems are based upon that process in the very first place. Secondly, there are people that actually die here in America because of lack of access to health insurance, because it's more likely that they're going to develop chronic disease in the long run, and they're more likely to die in the long run because of that.
Well, they don't have Medicare. Like, they have legit full healthcare. But like I said, try finding a doctor that's willing to take
legit full healthcare is good.
Well, like I said, I feel like the doctors here are better. Anytime I've ever gotten healthcare done here, a lot better.
Well, not for the average person in the country. Now you might say at the highest levels of income, yeah, sure. You could get better stuff here in the United States in certain areas. But
so basically,
that's not representative of what it is for the average person. There's tiered systems of healthcare in the United States.
If you're looking for a government,
you'll probably get pretty good healthcare in the US.
But if you're looking for a government handout, I feel like Canada's probably gonna help you with that because they just.
If you're a rich person looking for a government handout, Trump's looking out for you. That's what you were literally looking for earlier in this conversation. You want a handout. You're just mad because you guys pay more taxes because you make more. That's it. That's literally you're just mad because they pay more taxes for rich people in their country comparative to the U.S. And you don't want to pay a little bit more.
Easier. It's a lot easier to conduct business in this state. It's so slow, either in Canada or California. It takes longer. Why would you not want to live in a place that's just business friendly? I don't.
Canada is still quote unquote business friendly, yet still ensures a better baseline for the average citizen.
Tyreek Hill is, Tyreek Hill, the Miami Dolphins player. He's a liberal, and I saw an interview with him and his mom talking about how he came to Miami to play because he was worried about state taxes, and there's no state tax in Florida. That's why Tyreek Hill, a liberal, moved to Florida to pay less tax.
Yeah, I think that's hypocritical.
Yes, so you would agree that he's hypocritical then, being a liberal, moving to Florida to play. If he went to go play in California, for example.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to understand this. Did he choose to go to Miami? over the other place? I'm not quite familiar. Was he traded?
It was one. He was traded, but it was one of his picks.
Okay.
Like
So, but like
he
that,
wanted to
he
go
would
there.
have gone
He
to
asked
other
to be
places
traded
though.
there. Yeah, but he asked to be traded to go there. Like it was on the list. He
So
wanted.
it's not
to
saying that you can't move to these places, but it just your intention shouldn't be that. Like you can move to Florida to go play on that team, given that like it's the NFL. That's how it works. I have no issue with that, so long as your intention wasn't specifically to do that.
Yeah.
Like that,
Well,
then it
football
wouldn't be hypocritical if your intention wasn't to do that. But if your intention was to specifically evade taxes and to not pay state income tax, yeah, then that would be, and given that you do support those taxes, that would be hypocritical.
Yeah. Well, then you're
What's your
agreeing,
point
Tyler
with
Kill.
this, though?
No, I'm just saying he's a liberal and he went against his word.
Okay. All right.
Because
Cool,
it
man.
benefits-
I honestly don't really care. I don't know what the point was.
Okay. Well. Anyway.
Just some, you just like randomly brought up some random NFL player that you're like, you know what, they're liberal and they're hypocritical in this one point. What relevance does that fucking have to the stream at all?
No, I was just giving you an example. I didn't know if you watch football or not of a liberal that.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get off for today.
All right. Goodbye, Parker.
All right. For sure. Thank you, everyone, for coming through today. Everyone, I really appreciate it. Kyra, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Sandra, thank you so much for the 10. Ali, thank you for the $6. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Let me make sure we got everything up for today. But yeah, if you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up. I think we're almost at 2,000 likes, everyone. We almost hit there. Dean did go live, everyone. How is Dean's live going? I know he apparently, I think he has like some really big stream today.
Let's see here.
Is he debating?
The TikTok interface is a little bit difficult to use.
Oh no, he must have the DNC chair on right now. So I'm gonna go watch that right now. I love y'all. If you want to go watch it, I would recommend to go to Dean's stream. Maybe I'll go on Twitch or something and chill with people for a bit. So if you want to see me, Parker, get a job on Twitch, I'll just be hanging out with the chat. Otherwise, probably just like reacting to Dean's stream, to be totally honest, just for a little bit. But yeah, I love y'all. I'll see y'all there. Parker, get a job on Twitch if you want to go see me.
But I think we are doing
Mia, I didn't see your response. Are you okay?
Go to Pirates for dinner, go to Pirate Adventure. Oh, fun. We're going to dress up on Pirates. I can't. Yeah. Okay. Yay! Cruise up? Yeah, cruise up. We're cruising.
You're not?
I'm like, you're seriously part of me. They made a fun of me
You know
at the
what? We
restaurant.
will go to Naples tonight. So that will solve it.
Okay.
Okay, you bring the Naples? No. Yes, I will. I know you can't say no.
I'll sneak it in for you.
I mean, you won't. Special powers. I have special powers.
Yes.
Gingerbread Manhattan.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Where?
We're gonna go to Naples later.
That's where they have it?
Because my girl makes them. It's a gingerbread Manhattan.
She's going to be my girl soon.
Yes, I will introduce you. Well, we sit down and I say, I need you to make me a drink that reminds you of this person with this alcohol, and she just
Does it?
she made a tiki baiter for a tiki,
Oh.
and it was literally red, and it was very like tiki drink.
Nice.
Whatever I ask for, she makes.
I like it.
And I don't even tell her what I want in it. I just say I don't want it.
Mia, just send me a message.